also update you with the scores from the second T20 international between India and West Indies. Good morning to you, Roland.
Yes, good morning to you, Keith. And welcome to this final day of this game here at Kensington. The equation is pretty straightforward today from Barbados' point of view. They'll be looking to try and bowl Scorpions out.
And Simmons, the left-arm fast bowler, starts from the Joel Garner end. And it's played down, pushed down to mid-on by Campbell. Immediately he calls for a single. Blackwood responds. So a single off the first ball of play on the fourth and final day here at Kensington Oval. Jamaica, with their first intention to erase that deficit of 193. They are now 57 for 1. Campbell goes to 16. Blackwood is on 24 with Simmons bowling from the Joel Garner end. 20-year-old left-arm pacer in his second first-class match. He has 2 slips, a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off a bit deep, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In he goes to Blackwood, and Blackwood tucks it out to the short mid-wicket, and there's Camper single. The ball thrown at the keeper's end by Harding. Misses. So 2 singles off the first 2 deliveries as Blackwood goes to 25. Campbell has 16, and it's 58 for 1.
Yes, and the Scorpions started the morning obviously looking to score. Both deliveries just pushed for singles and response from the partner. And as I said, the equation is simple. Barbados have to try and bowl the Scorpions out. And really the Scorpions, they'll be looking to try and bat the entire day.
Here's Simmons into Campbell, and he's across his stumps and pushes it into the covers. There is no run, fielded by Harding. We were having a look at that second T20 international being played in Kolkata, and having been sent in India 53 for 1 in the 7th over. At the crease are Virat Kohli on 27 and Rohit Sharma, who has 17 from 14 deliveries. Kohli has faced just 16 balls, 6 fours in his 27. Here at Kensington Oval in sunny conditions, Simmons is in and almost falling over on his face. Campbell comes forward and drives it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So the batsman out being Ishan Kishan, who was caught by Mears off Cottrell for 2. Was struggling a bit, faced as many as 10 deliveries, and that wicket fell with the score on 10 in the second over. 1 change for West Indies with Jason Holder returning from injury, and he takes the place of Fabian Allen. Simmons is in, and similar delivery pitch on the stumps. This is good early stuff, I dare say. Roland forcing Campbell to play. Yet again, he pushes it down to mid-on, fielded by Carter, and there's no run.
Yes, that's going to be important, because I don't feel this pitch is going to change much, Keith, from what we've seen right throughout this game. It definitely has been a batting pitch, and I would expect that today's play would be fairly similar. So really, it's important that Simmons try and bowl wicket to wicket.
He has 2 slips and a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And yet again, going right across his stumps is Campbell, the Jamaica captain. Plays it down to the short mid-wicket. There is no run. The over is completed. The first on the 4th and final day, and Jamaica from an overnight 56 for 1, now 58 for 1. It means that they need another 135 runs to avoid an innings defeat, having lost the wicket of Leroy Lowe, caught by Holder off Reefer for 10.
Yes, and both of these players yesterday looked quite solid. Obviously, Campbell just playing the anchor role, just sticking in there. And we know Blackwood, if the opportunity is there, he's going to try and score. Played quite well yesterday. And really, Barbados this morning entrusting now the second over the day to Shem Holder. Obviously, they believe that the off-spinner is going to be of importance today, and he's going to have a number of players around the bat. Obviously, he's got a forward short leg and a backward short leg. And then Craig Rafferty's got himself stationed at that shortish mid-wicket position. So there's just the two fielders in front of the bat on the offside. I see them cover point and the mid-off. And I think, you know, if Shem Holder bowls well today, he's going to get a lot of overs if he bowls.
So here's the off spinner with a slip on the short leg. And the Blackwood is forward and turns it just past the left of the forward short leg out through forward square for a single. Interesting move by Craig Brathwaite to get the off spinner in the attack in only the second over of the day. 26 now is Blackwood, Campbell 16, 59 for 1. Are you sweet on this silly point?
Well, the plan they've gone here, which is, if you look at this field now, it is, for an off spinner, it's quite a strange one, in that there's a slip and there's a leg slip. Really not putting any pressure on the batsman in front of the bat. They've got two men behind the bat, one on the offside, one on the leg side.
and it goes.
And that would have gone straight to a bat pad on the offside.
Yes, I don't understand you. Are in the ascendancy, you have to seek to attack as much as possible with a couple close catches, slip and leg slip. And the edges of it is out, caught that slip. Shem Holder strikes in the second over of the day, the big wicket of the first innings century maker. And the Jamaica captain, John Campbell, caught that slip by Carter for 16 from 56 balls, 71 minutes, 2 boundaries. And it means he only added 1 to his overnight score. Jamaica 59 for 2, behind by 134 runs on first innings. Here's Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and the off spinner getting the left-handed batsman to come forward didn't quite cover that delivery, came off the outside edge, went a nice height to slip. And let's have a look at this now. Around the wicket, he's played inside the line, and a nice height and easily taken at first slip. Shem Holder gets his first wicket today, and the Scorpions have lost their first wicket, the important wicket of John Campbell, the first innings centurion, who the Scorpions would have been relying on today for a big effort, but he's gone early and brings Bonner to the crease. And so 2 current West Indian players at the crease, and really the hopes of the Scorpions now really rest with these 2 players.
Yes, and sometimes you start to speculate, but we did mention it was an interesting move to have Holder in, and that wicket of Campbell certainly will boost his confidence in a very big way. In the first innings, he seemingly lacked confidence, was bowling full tosses and a bit too short, and ultimately sent down 12 overs without taking a wicket, without bowling a maiden and conceding 54 runs.
Yeah, and Keith, give us an update as to what's going on in India, because Michael Sobers he's giving us a blank screen right now.
Yes, it's now 58 for 2. I'll keep you posted. Have faith. Well, let me tell you as well, the new batsman being Nkrumah Bonner, so 2 West Indies test batsmen at the crease, and his first delivery flighted and driven out towards extra cover. Reefer having to run around Simmons' correction from mid-off to do the fielding. So immediately off the mark, Bonner 1, Blackwood 26, Jamaica Scorpions 60 for 2 in the second innings. And with Blackwood now on strike, the slip, leg slip, and a short leg. Here is Holder over the wicket. Blackwood suddenly comes forward and pushes it back down on the offside of the pitch. Holder comes forward to pick up himself. There's no run. So apart from the slip, leg slip, and the short leg, rather short under the bat, he has the cover, mid-off, long on just inside of the boundary, a short, straight mid-wicket. The captain Brathwaite has placed himself backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Holder is over the wicket from the Marshall end, and that's a fine shot driven out through extra cover as Simmons runs back from mid-off to do the fielding, picks up, and his return down at the keeper's end as the batsmen are able to take a couple. So Blackwood goes to 28. Bonner has won the end of a successful over for the off-spinner Shem Holder, his first wicket of the game, and he has that wicket for 8 runs. Jamaica from an overnight 56 for 1, now 62 for 2. Here is Roland Butcher.
Yeah, and Shem Holder will be feeling a lot happier now, having got that first wicket, and an important one. And Campbell, as we saw in the first innings, capable of batting for a long period of time. Not today. Shem Holder had something to say about that. And Keith, don't forget also there's a test match going on between New Zealand and South Africa.
Yes, and there was another T20 international, so we'll give you the full package, Roland. And India now 61 for 2 in the 9th over. We told you earlier that Kishan was caught by Mirzov Cottrell for 2. Rohit Sharma, the captain, was caught by King of Chase for 19. Here's Simmons, and he squares him up coming forward. Is Bonnet goes into the covers, and there is no run. Virat Kohli has 33 from 23 deliveries of 6 boundaries, 61 for 2. He's been joined by Yadav, who is on 4. That's a boundary off his first ball, and the quick bowling figures. Hossain in his 4th over, 26 runs. Cottrell 2 overs, 1 made and 1 for 5. Jason Holder 1 over for 11 runs. Romario Shepherd 1 over 15 runs, and Roston Chase 1 over 1 for 4. Here is Simmons, left arm over the wicket and across his stumps and tucking it down to the short mid-wicket. There is no run fielded by Harding. The batsman is Bonner, and one of your old mates in none other than Ken Arthur in Canada. Roland says a hearty good morning to you.
Yeah, and good morning to you, Ken, and good to see that you are tuning in to this game here in Barbados. Must be pretty cold where you are right now, but
here is Simmons pitched up and driven down to mid-on where the fielder is Reefer. No run, Bonner 1 from 4 deliveries, 62 for 2. Ken was one of the members of that wonderful Barbados Cricket League team who visited England 51 years ago now coming. They celebrated their 50th anniversary last year, and they played unbeaten under the leadership of none other than Sir Charles Christopher Griffith. I was privileged to do 2 extensive features on that tour last year. Pitch on the pads and nicely whipped out through forward square by Bonner. A chase here for Harden. He looks like a 100-meter runner. Gets onto it now, and his return goes in and rearward just in no man's land, backed up out at cover point by Holder. So a couple runs to Blackwood. He's now on to 28, 65 for 2 in their second innings. Jamaica having lost their captain, John Campbell, pushing forward to Shem Holder, the off spinner, in the second over of the day, and a simple catch for Jonathan Carter at slip. He made 16, having added just 1, 65 for 2, still 128 runs behind.
Yeah, Keith, in actual fact, that was 3 to Bonner. That was Bonner who clipped it off his pads. So Blackwood is on strike now.
Yes.
But it was a nicely timed shot. Seemed the outfield is a little bit slow today. Normally that would have gone into the fence.
2 slips and a gully. Back goes Blackwood and defends it back down the pitch to the bowler who does the fielding, and then underarms it to mid-on. Ken, your old mate from St. Philip, in your neighborhood there around the area of Marty Vale.
Yeah,
as a youngster, he used to...
Homeboy.
Yeah?
He's a homeboy.
He's a homeboy. Yeah. He came through the law school and was a good, honest pacer and batsman. Short delivery from Simmons, and Blackwood defends it down to mid-on, fielded by Reefer. There is no run. The end of the over with Blackwood on 28, Bonner 4, 65 for 2. But that really was a tremendous tour by the Barbados Cricket League to England, Roland, back in 1971.
Yeah, well, that's a good record. As you said, to go unbeaten, I guess what were the other players? Who were the other sort of players in that team?
Well, they had guys like Albert Padmore, Joseph Newton, the Sandyford brothers, Lionel and Jeffrey. I have the whole list: Ricky Skeet, the late Colin Payne, who played for Barbados, Wallace Thompson, who's passed on. I'll give you that full list during the course of my commentaries, Roland. A leg slip and a short leg, and a right long hop, picked short from holder and pulled down to the backward square boundary by Bonner. That's his first boundary. He moves to 8. It's now 69 for 2 in their second innings with Blackwood on 28. They are behind by 124 runs.
Yeah, well put away there by Bonner. Picked it up very quickly and just showing that he's going to be aggressive when the chance comes to score. Didn't hesitate to pull that one. There are 2 men out there. There's a deep square leg and there's a mid-wicket. But he placed it perfectly.
Still the leg slip and a short leg. And head well over the ball. He defends it, plays it out on the offside, fielded by the bowler himself. There's no run. Born on 8 from 7 deliveries. Blackwood has 28 off 37 balls. Jamaica Scorpions 69 for 2 in their second innings. Led on first innings by 193. Holder bowls short and back goes Bonner, plays it square on the offside, fielded by Harding, and there is no run.
And key for me, Michael Sobers is spoilt for choice. He's got 100 or so channels there to choose from. Never seen so many channels.
This next delivery is played down behind.
He doesn't know which one to choose.
The score now goes on with that single to 70 for 2. 9 is Bonner. You know, he was playing around with those channels since 10 past 9 this morning, you know, Roland. You're going to give him a break. At times he's become exhausted. But he's a good technical guru, so he'll get it right. Sticking in between, leg slip and a short leg, and a drive off the outer portion down behind point. They've gone for 1, coming back for the second run as Harding is now onto it. And 2 easy runs, taking Blackwood up to 30. 72 for 2. This is Holder's 4th over. And he has 1 ball left, 1 wicket for 15 runs. Jamaica now behind by 121 with 8 wickets standing. Wonderful day yet again here at Kensington Oval. The sun is out in all of its glory. And Shem Holder, the off spinner, bowling over the wicket from the Malcolm Marshall end. And back he goes. Blackwood and turns it down to the fine leg. Reefer comes in to do the fielding. That's a single. 31 Blackwood, 9 Bonner. Jamaica Scorpions 73 for 2.
Yeah, and Blackwood just continuing where he left off yesterday. When there's opportunity to score, just picking it off. His 31's coming 39 deliveries, so he's going along nicely. And Bonner just trying to get himself in, and Barbados really hoping to break this partnership in as soon as possible. It's going to be it's going to be hard work out there, Keith. What I see of this pitch, there is no deterioration whatsoever in terms of keeping low, nothing like that. It appears to be still playing very well, and you're going to have to bowl well on this pitch. Perhaps you're going to need a little bit of luck as well. But Simmons entrusted now.
So 2 slips and a gully goes over the wicket, bowl short, and right across his stumps is Bonner. No ball as it's played down to the short mid-wicket, fielded by Harding, and it's now 74 for 2. Well, you've asked me the question about the squad that went to England, and I've gone into my folder to come up with my column written back in August last year. In the interim, what I can tell you, Roland, is that Mr. Lloyd Barker, who was one of our special guests yesterday, has sent me a WhatsApp message. Good morning to you, Mr. Barker, you and your wife. Hope everything is well. Pitches short again, Simmons, and played down towards middle on the short mid-wicket, in Harding intercepts. and there's no run. The batsman is Blackwood on 31 from 41 balls. He's been in for 1 hour, 3 boundaries, 74 for 2. And Mr. Barker tells us, Roland, that he forgot to tell me that he actually played against the BCL on that England tour in 1971. Wonderful, Mr. Barker. Yes, and I'll go through that Barbados Cricket League team at the end of this over from Simmons. He's a pacer, quick delivery down the leg side, taken by Dorrit, 74 for 2. In fact, as he walks back to his mark, it was a 16-member squad, and Charlie Griffith, now Sir Charles Griffith, formerly from Crickland and Windsor in the well-appointed Barbados Cricket League in that era, was the captain and coach. There was the vice captain and none other than Susan Bell's very good friend, Horace Franklin. How are you doing, Horace? He's going to send me 10 messages now from a landline. I don't know how he gets it done. From a landline. He was the vice captain. Outside of the off stump, it goes through low. Simmons bowling to Blackwood, and Dorrit takes it virtually down by his knees, 74 for 2. So Horace Franklin from Victoria and St. Philip was the vice captain, top order batsman. Kenneth Arthur, who now lives in Canada, and he's actually sent a message, Rolling in relation. He's been listening. He is listening. And he sent a message to talk about the weather conditions in Canada. Kenneth Arthur then from St. Catherine, a fast bowling all-rounder who played for the Lodge. Livingston Coppin, another St. Catherine man, one of your mates, Roland.
Yeah, another, yeah.
Here's Simmons forcing the defensive stroke from Blackwood back down the pitch to the bowler, who jumps and takes it, 74 for 2. Then there was Nigel Johnson from Malvern, who represented Barbados later in the first class championship. Top order batsman who also played for Police. Richard Mears from Melbourne, a top order batsman, medium pacer, used to captain the BCL as well. Claxton Maynard from Standard was the wicketkeeper batsman. He now lives close from your original spot as well. He lives in that gap when you turn it to go through Culpeper Island. Right. Yes, here at Kensington Oval, Simmons again forces Blackwood on the back foot. He plays it back along the pitch to the bowler. There's no run, 74 for 2. So he originally played for Standard there in St. James. Joseph Newton from Warwickshire played for Barbados, got 84 against India. Good boy.
He was around when I was around.
I see him often, yeah. I admired him as a youngster living in Pilgrim Road. He was from Tyne Bottom.
Wrinkles.
What do you call him?
Wrinkles.
Wrinkles Newton, Joseph Newton. Good boy. Opening batsman and occasional leg spinner. Albert Padmore, who now lives in the United States. Melbourne off spinner, former Barbados captain, BCL. Also played for Empire. The late Colin Payne, who played first class cricket for Barbados as well. He came from Police Boys Club. Here's Simmons, short and forced into the covers by Blackwood, fielded by Mosley, who gets a good bounce. There is no run. The end of the over. It's a maiden. Well, he had an extra in that, so still without a maiden. 3 overs, none for 6. Simmons, Jamaica Scorpions, 74 for 2 in their second innings. Still in deficit by 119. Jermaine Blackwood is on 31. Nkrumah Bonner has 9. And losing the wicket of their captain, John Campbell, in the second over on this, the 4th and final day. Caught at slip by Carter off the off-spinner Holder for 16. And last evening, Leroy Lugg was caught by Holder off Reefer for 10. Continuing then with that squad, Roland, we had reached Colin Payne. Then there was Jefferson Sandyford from Melbourne, leg spinner and a batsman. His more renowned brother, who used to open with Joseph Newton in the first division for the BCL. And there were a prolific opening pair, again from Melbourne, opening batsman and occasional medium pacer. Ricky Skeet, the diminutive wicketkeeper from St. John Baptist, wicketkeeper batsman. Richard Straker came from Dover in Christchurch, middle order batsman, medium pacer. Here is Holder and forward, twisted up a bit, driving it back down the pitch to the bowler Bonner. There is no run. The late Wallace Thompson, who played for Kent, he was a left arm spinner. And the manager was Winston Johnson from Crickland. And I'll give you the record in terms of that tour as Bonner here at Kensington Oval pushes forward down to short leg, and there is no run, 74 for 2. 2 Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings. And here is Holder with a leg slip and a short leg. He's over the wicket. Back goes Bonner, plays it down to the short leg, and there is no run. Roland, Ken Arthur tells you that lots of snow to clear, but he'll wait until the lunch break. Well said, Ken. Yes, follow the stream, listen to the commentaries, and clear all of that snow at the lunch break. Defend it on the offside of the pitch.
I think Keith, we might have to send Michael Sobers to help him, because he still hasn't got up this game as yet. He's got everything else, but he's got Lahore Hollanders playing now.
This is a drive out through the wicket. They've gone for one, will turn and then decide not to come back for the second. Initially, there was interest by Blackwood to come back for the second. He goes now to 31-76.
Keith, while your mate Woody Richards has arrived, when he comes in, I'm sure he can have a discussion with. You mentioned just now about John Campbell being captain of Jamaica. It's an interesting situation. The reason I'm discussing this is I'm just wondering why the Scorpions would have made Campbell captain. Bearing in mind that up until now, Blackwood has been the vice captain of the West Indies team. And after this delivery,
Holder with a leg slip and short leg, turned around the corner, stifle appeal. Coming off the pad, just trying to test the faith, patience of umpire Jonathan Blaze. The over is completed with the score on 75 for 2, Blackwood on 31 and Bonner 10.
The reason I'm having this discussion is I may be wrong, but for me it would have made sense for Blackwood to be the Scorpions captain, where he's captain in these games, getting experience, because in a test match as it stands now, if Craig Bradford is ill, God forbid, or has to leave the field, Blackwood takes over. But yet, for his team, Campbell is the captain. I find that it's a little bit strange, because I'll come back to that in a minute.
Here is Simmons outside of the off stump as it goes through to Dorwich with Blackwood on 31 and Bonner 10. Yeah, Woody, you can go and relax there just for about 5 minutes before you come in. Woody Richard is join us and he come on the commentary team as he did on the first day, ball by ball. Yes, Roland.
My thinking is if Campbell's going to be your long-term solution as captain, he could wait, because it puts Blackwood in and CWA selectors in a very interesting position now.
Here's Simmons into Bonner. He's forward and strokes it down to mid-off. There is no run, 75 for 2. And by the way, I've just received a WhatsApp message from Marcel Morrill, the son of the late, great Central fast ball and captain. And he says, good morning, Keith, trust you and your family are all well. I'm enjoying the coverage. I've heard my dad talk about the BCA BCL playoff. Obviously, that's the annual match, Roland, which used to be played here at Kensington Oval. And he asked a question after that. 2 slips and a gully for Simmons in from the Joel Garner end. Right across his stumps is Bonner, plays it down towards mid-on, where the short mid-wicket in Harding comes across. There is no run, 75 for 2. And this is the question from Marcel Morrill. How many years did that competition take place? Who has the bragging rights, successes? And when was the last year? I get these searching questions, Roland. Marcel, I will attempt to answer you, if not in this little stint, as my time is soon up. Then yes, Roland, talk about it. If
anybody can answer them, you will.
Well, not necessarily so. Short from Simmons and pulled out through forward square, heading towards the boundary. And coming around from long leg, Springer onto the ball, and his return goes in on the first bounce to the keeper, Dorwich. A couple runs to Bonner. He goes to 12, Blackwood 31, 77 for 2. Well, when I really knew myself, there was that annual BCM match played here at Kensington Oval. And the Central boys now seem to be in operation. Keith Peanuts Eiffel, who was a keeper batsman in my time for Central, says that he is in Orlando. Good morning to you, Peanuts Eiffel. And he's watching the T20 and watching and listening to the commentaries from Barbados. And thanks very much for the update that it's 87 for 3. Roland has been saying that Michael Sobers is not providing him with the coverage. I'm going to quick and four, short and hook down to long leg for a single. Springer virtually waits for the ball to come to him. Picks up, and with that run, it's now 78 for 2. Bonner goes to 13. Blackwood has 31. 90 for 3 rolling in the 13th over. With Sharman 19, Kishan 2. And Yadav, who was caught on ball by Chase for 8. The batsman out. Kohli is 41 from 34 balls with 6 boundaries. Rishabh Pant, the keeper, has 11 from 7 balls. 2 for 13 from 3 overs Chase. Cottrell 1 for 5 off, 2 overs, 1 maiden. Here is Simmons, short delivery, and inside of his stumps and tucking it behind square for 1 as Harding runs around to the backward square to do the fielding. Blackwood 32, Bonner 13, 79 for 2. We will do one more over together, Roland. I know you're about to go, and before Jamal and you just make the comment, and then you'll be replaced. One more comment before you go, Mr. Butcher, before it's sanitized so that 6-footer Jamal can sit down comfortable and give his comments. And Woody will replace me and update you as well. Mr. Michael Sobers doing his bit. Okay, Woody, we will sort you out just now. We can't have nothing on the air, so let Mr. Sobers do the sanitizing. We observe protocols here. We do it in order, Woody. It's 79 for 2, Bonner 13, Blackwood 32, still behind by 114 runs. And Jamal Smith, affectionately called Burke, replaces Roland Butcher. Good morning to you, Jamal, with a slit short leg. The leg slip on the forward short leg. Holding the off spin is turned behind square. It goes down to leg slit. And there's no run, 79 for 2. How are you, sir? Good morning.
Good morning, Keith, and to the listeners and viewers.
Yes.
Are you leaving me again, Keith?
Yes, because when Woody comes around, I try not to take a minute or two from him. I've known Woody for donkey years. And Woody's famous term when he first went on air in Queen's Park in the first division match is, I will take it.
Okay, Keith. Noted.
79 for 2, a slip and 2 short legs. Hold is in. Woody will come at the end of this over. He has a lot of history. His late dad, Barry Gaskin, played for Spartan after he left Foundation School. He knew quite a lot about the BCL as well. I've been asked some questions, but Woody too has some history on the BCL. He likes to research. Yesterday, both Woody and I left Floyd Reefer off that list of 200, and we were admonished by Jabbar Nels, a Spartan man, driven down here to Longone. It wasn't left off Jabbar, actually. It's just that when I clicked, it didn't come up on my computer, but he was very much on the list. And I said, Woody will take 100 words. I'll do the same. And yes, Floyd Reefer got 200 against the Windward Islands at Kensington Oval here back in 1997 when he made over 700 runs in the first-class championship and was called up by the West Indies for the home test series against Sri Lanka and Antigua. I'll never forget, he forgot a pair of boots behind, and his then girlfriend called me up and said, I have a job for you. You're going down a day later, take these boots from Mr. Reef, a short delivery, turn down to forward short leg. Definitely so it happened, Jamal, trust me. I believe he was so anxious, so nervous to get to Antigua, he left a pair of boots behind, so he traveled with them to St. John's.
Your words must be true, because I am speaking to Floyd right now currently.
Ask Floyd about that story.
I have to ask him about that.
Ask him about it. 80 for 2. Turn just past between the 2 short legs, I dare say, although you got the impression it came off the body of Mosley. A single, 81 for 2 with Bonner on 20, Bonner on 14, 33 to Blackwood. Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings, having lost today the wicket of their captain. John Campbell caught that slip by carrot off holder for 16 yesterday. Lug fell for 10 more. from Jamal, who will check out Floyd to see if Keith Holder is telling the truth, and then it will be Woody Richard for the first time this morning.
Yes, a fairly good start for the Barbados Pride this morning. Praising out the prize wicket really of Joe Campbell, young Shem Holder getting just reward. So far toiling in this game and getting his first wicket. Looking relatively okay, but it was certainly a beautiful delivery to dismiss John Campbell. Barbados now obviously seeking to apply the pressure. These two batters would try to take it as deep as they possibly can, but all to play for here in this first over, which would really set up the game and tell us the picture, tell us how the game possibly would go later into the day, Woody.
Good morning to you, Jamal. And as soon as they come on, our good friend Wayne Holder comes booming over the PA to tell us that there's a bowling change from the northern or the Ghana end with Keon Harding replacing Ramon Simmons. Both the Pacers did not. These two young Pacers did not bowl yesterday, Simmons and Harding, and I just happened to be downstairs in the members section of the 3W stand, and that they call it the Senate on the floor to the eastern side as we watch Harding with his first delivery outside the leg of the off stump, and Bonner shouldered his arms, allows the ball through to be taken by the keeper. And Richard King and I was there, Suleiman Ben, and there was a great discussion about starting with Rifa and Jomel Warkan yesterday. Pretty interesting move by Craig Braffett. Maybe I think we were discussing it just before we came on air, just trying to not allow the Jamaicans to get off to that very quick start yesterday. As in bright sunshine, Harding moves in again to bowl to Bonner, who's onto the bat for the cracks this one through squarish cover. Giving chase from backward point is Holder. He'll pull it back just inside the boundary, and the batsman will come back for the third run now as Holder hurls his return into Dorich just on the bounce, and Dorich just having to tidy up. So 3 more runs to Bonner. He's now up to 14. And the total up to 17 Bonner, 33 to Blackwood, 84 for 2.
Yes, Woody, a good shot there. What I'll do, though, I'll put that into context for you probably at the end of the over. We were having a discussion about it. I mean, it's worthy of debate, but, Craig Braffett has his method, and obviously the management team would have probably discussed the move, and we will put it into context, Woody. Let's put it that way.
Okay, here's Harding again. He lost the brightness of the sunshine as he bowls a shortish delivery to Bonner, who's onto the back foot, played up towards the straightish extra cover region where Mosley moves to his right and cuts it off, and there's no run. I want to say good morning to all of our listeners, and of course the viewers on the live stream on windiescricket.com. And I also want to say a special good morning to someone you know very well. You work with him as a coach, and he's also a fellow member of the Empire Club, Robin Paris.
Robin Zueda.
Yeah, he sent me a message earlier, so I'm fulfilling my part of the obligation. Here is Harding bowling to, this is Blackwood, who's onto the front foot, push it down to the offside, no run. It remains at 84 for 2. 17 to Bonner and 33 to Blackwood.
Yes, what do we have to say, though? The surface has played very well over the course of the 4 days. Today being the last day, there's a bit of abrasion, obviously, to the northern end, but in terms of the center of the pitch, the body of the pitch, it still looks really good. It's obviously been very hard, very true, good bounce. Haven't seen that much turn, but certainly a very good cricket wicket.
Very much so. As we watch Harding bowling again, and Blackwood on the back foot, playing the ball up towards mid-wicket. Warwick and the fielder, no run. It remains 84 for 2. I would say, as I did mention the other day when it was on commentary, that this is perhaps the best the best pitch on the square in terms of, or maybe not the best. Let me just say the easiest of the pitches.
The easier pace.
Yes, the easiest pace of all the pitches on the square. Where Warwick is standing there, that pitch that is in front of him. Get back to that. After this delivery from Harding, who bowls down the leg side, and batsman can't make any contact, taken by Dorrit skipping to his left, no run. The end of the over, 84 for 2, with Bonner on 17 and Blackburn on 33. That pitch there, which is below the test pitch, the one that we played on
against the Leewards?
Yeah, against the Leewards. That one, that is, I think, the best pitch on the square. That has the most bounce. You get the most bounce, the most movement whenever I've seen matches played on that strip there.
Oh, fair enough, Woody. Back to that very interesting discussion, because it was a very interesting discussion. Certainly yesterday I would have made my comments on air, but for the benefit of the morning listeners and for yourself, Woody, I have to say, in the context of the game, Remarifa obviously collecting statistics first and is doing really well. The way how we saw Leroy Lugg looking to approach John Campbell, very comfortable against the two seamers.
Shem Holder continuing from the marshal end, bowling to Bonner, who's back and turning the ball to the short square leg fielder, and there's no run.
Yeah, so in that context, you can tell why Craig possibly, especially on an easy pace surface, would have gone for his two most experienced campaigners, you have to say it.
Holder on his way in again, bowls to Bonner, who's on the back foot to a short ball and forcing it away through extra cover. Springer has a long chase around to his left, running around from mid-off, and the batsman come back for the second run. So Bonner moves down to 19 and a total up to 86 for 2. Just 3 fielders on the offside, a slip. There's a point, and there's also Springer on the in at mid-off. I don't like this field. I just don't like this field.
Prefer to cover, will you?
Yeah, I just feel you've got to give the ball a little bit more protection on the offside. Here is Holder bringing the batsman onto the front foot and played up towards the short mid-wicket position. Braffett the fielder, no run. Well, they've got the two close infielders, the short square leg and the backward short leg. So maybe they reckon that they're getting Holders getting some bounce, maybe some turn. So that might be a better feel at this time. Here is Holder, and Bonner's onto the back foot and turning the ball around the corner, just to the left of Shamar Brooks. Got maybe his boot or his hand to it, didn't go too far. He chased back, they got a single nonetheless. Bonner up now to 20, Blackwood 33, and it's 87 for 2.
Yes, Woody, I'll take you up on that shortly, but we're seeing good bounce, big bounce from Shem Holder.
Correct.
He's doing himself a bit of injustice. He's not as consistent as we would like to see him in that business area, possibly just about starting about that off stump, but he's certainly getting a bit of purchase here this morning.
Correct. And as I said, that maybe that bounce is why you've got the extra protection on the leg side rather than the offside, as he forces Blackwood onto the back foot and again turning it around the corner to Brooks. No run, and it's kept at 30. He's kept on 33, and it's 87 for 2.
Yeah, let's not forget we're playing way out to the more, I would say, easterly side of the ground. So that is the leg side is quote unquote the shorter side.
Yeah.
So possibly why he has that added protection.
See, that's why we have you here. That's why we have you here. Not me. This one brings the batsman onto the front for the turn to Mosley at the short square leg position. That's 87 for 2. Bonner's on 20, Blackwood on 33. That's a very good point, Jamal. We know we had a lot of talk about that during the T20s and the shorter side, the longer side. Yeah, so that's a very good point. Yeah. So it may be not necessary to have the extra protection on the offside, because that's maybe a longer boundary towards the offside, and so give him a little bit more protection. And he seems to be getting some turn as well too.
Yeah, and I mean, again, not only is the western side obviously the bigger side, Shem Holder seems to be getting a bit of purchase, a bit of spin, a bit of bounce. Realistically, with the cover drive is the last shot you expect as a captain for Shem Holder to serve up, and that's possibly why he's a bit short as well. Obviously cognizant of the fact he doesn't want to get too full for that booming drive from Blackwood or Bonner, but the thing about it is, it offers something for the batsman as well.
Here's Harding moving in again, bowling to Bonner, who plays the ball back up along the pitch, and the bowler fields, and there's no run. Yeah,
and apart from that, now getting back to the whole discussion debate about the two fast bowlers, if I'm being totally honest, in my opinion, Harding has shown a bit of pace, etc., from the first game to this one, but he's been largely inconsistent. Even we noticed in the last over, he bowled a couple balls down the leg side, he was driven through the offside, and I suspect that Craig possibly just wanted to start very, very tight against Jamaica yesterday and just prize up 1 wicket or 2.
Correct, and he did that. He got the 1 wicket at least. Harding bowling to Bonner, who's onto the front for the game, playing defensively out towards extra cover, fielded by Mosley, no run. That's a very good point in terms of the consistency, which is something that, as you know, I bellowed to them, that you've got to. What I find with a lot of our young fast bowlers around region, it's not just here in Barbados, but around the region, they don't appreciate the fact of just bowling well. You know, just run in, bowl, good lines, and do one thing, as we used to say in the old days. You either bowl in swing or you bowl out swing. There's no need to bowl 6 different balls in the over, but I guess that's because of all the white ball cricket that many of them play, as Bonner's onto the back foot and playing the ball out into the offside. Mosley comes into action once again. It remains at 87 for 2.
Yeah, well, you know what concerns me the most about Harding, not picking on him by any stretch of the imagination, but I haven't seen that lateral movement from him, especially as the innings goes along, when the ball will obviously be a little bit roughed up, scuffed up, and you get a bit of shine. And usually he's an exponent. He would get the ball to move back in and naturally away from the left-hander with the new ball. I'm not seeing much of that. So it's suggesting to me, certainly, that, you know, his mechanics are probably slightly off.
Could it be also the pitch as well, too? You could answer that after this delivery. Bringing Bonner onto the front foot again. This time played back up along the pitch for Harding to do the fielding, and again, no run.
Well, the fast bowling experts will have to tell me about that, but I personally believe, you know, if there's any movement out there once the wrist positioning it is good enough, once the rhythm is good enough, you should get some. If you remember Jeremiah Louis, for instance, last year, he was brilliant.
Oh, fantastic.
Getting the ball to duck back a bit. Shamar Springer actually swung the ball a bit yesterday and in the first innings as well. And I think, you know, that's an asset you must have as a young fast bowler to be able to come through those middle overs.
Harding again to bowl to Bonner, who is going onto the back foot and slapping this one away through cover, and it will run into the boundary now. Just lost sight of it for a fraction of a minute, and he gets 4 runs, so he goes up to 24. It's a loose delivery, short outside the off stump, and Bonner standing up nice and tall and slapping it through cover for 4. That takes him up to 24, and the total up to 91 for 2.
And once again, there we see that evidence with another. We'll have to say a bad delivery.
Loose.
Punished, very loose. Loose is the correct term. In the previous over, we saw that as well. And as I said, possibly a vice skipper, Craig Brathwaite, was not comfortable with Harding at this stage. He has the opportunity, though, to come in here and settle in on a good line of length and prize out a wicket or 2. I would have to contextualize Harding as an attacking option.
Yes, I think I agree.
I would love to see him a bit more consistent. Personally, I watched his development over the years, and I think he has something to offer, but he really has to get his rhythm right, and he must be a bit more consistent.
I agree. 100%.
But he is an attacking option.
Yeah, 100%.
Wonderful athlete as well. You know, he's very fit. You know, he's very committed to his craft. So you know, he just needs to get those things worked out.
I can't fault you on anything you've just said. 100% agree with your assessment of him, as he makes his way in once more to bowl to Bonner, who's coming onto the front foot. And this will be a bit of a challenge because Bonner is an international batsman, and Harding is looking to get onto the international stage. Played back up along the pitch, no run, the end of the over, 91 for 2. Bonner on 24, Blackwood on 33. And also, too, I would also say I'm also impressed with what I've seen of Ramon Simmons as well, too. He looks a genuine article, too. But again, very young, very raw, and both of them will just need to, I think, again, as I said, the most important word that we miss in this cricket, not only just on terms of the bowling, but also the batting, a simple word called consistency.
Yeah, most certainly, Woody, you are 100% correct. And, you know, this is what you want to see from the young fast bowlers. What I like, though, I am from the school of thought that exposing a young fast bowler early is no problem. I personally like to see young batsmen following up good performances. So I probably be more inclined, you know, to wait a bit on a batsman.
This delivery forces Blackwood onto the back foot from Holder, and it's played up into the offside, and there's no run.
But certainly letting go of Ramon Simmons so far in the season has paid dividends. You're seeing something from him, and he's also a left armer as well. I know Dwayne Smith is very, very, very sweet on him. He told me about him about 3-4 years ago, and we're seeing why.
Holder bowling to Blackwood, who's coming onto the front foot, playing defensively forward, up along the pitch. We picked up by Mosley skipping across the surface. And there's no run. Remember that the Scorpions started the day at 56 for 1 with Campbell on 15 and Blackwood on 24. They've lost Campbell, who was caught by Carter off the bowling of Holder for 16. That's the only wicket to have fallen this morning. Blackwood is playing defensively down at his toes, and the ball bounces up and is taken by Dowrich. No run. And the other wicket that the Scorpions have lost, Lugg, he was caught by Scheimholder off the bowling of Reefer for 10 yesterday. So they've just lost the 2. Delivery given some ear by Holder, a little foolish, and the batsman drives it out towards the mid-off fielder, who is Shamar Springer, and that will take Blackwood now up to 33 and the total up to 34 and the total up to 92 for 2. The sunshine here at Kensington Oval again. There's the clouds and the sunshine. They're fighting the battle out as this delivery is turned around the corner by Bonner, picked up by Mosley. No run. It's kept on 92 for 2. I'm going to talk to you about that point. That last point. That's another interesting point that you made about giving. When do you expose players? Because that is another bugbear of mine. As we watch Holder from the Marshall end of the ground, bowling to Bonner, who's onto the back foot, turning it up towards Mosley. No run. The end of the over, it remains 92 for 2 with Bonner on 24 and Blackwood on 33. You talk about the exposure of players. I think at this level, yes, you can give players the opportunity. What I would say is that what I do not like about how we treat this tournament and our this level in the region, I think is something that we made a mistake, or we've made a mistake over the years. We treat this as a development tournament. And this really should not be seen as a development tournament, especially now that we're calling it the Professional Cricket League. This must be professional cricket. When you come here, you must be ready. You must be basically, on the verge of being a professional. This is not necessarily an opportunity really to give you an opportunity to find your way. You must be able to, I think that if you come in, you must be as close to the finished article as possible. That's how we're going to make this level a little stronger, and then in the long run, West Indies cricket will benefit, because then you'll have players who are hardcore and hardened professionals. Harding at the start of a new over, bowling to Blackwood, who's onto the back foot and playing the ball out towards mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Mosley, and there's no run.
Yes, Woody, we have knee-jerk reactions to particular moments in time in West Indies cricket, and it's actually very interesting that you would have brought this up. I am a firm believer of slowing down the production line. I keep saying it all the time.
Yes.
We're very impatient as a people. We get fed up with certain players. Let's take, for instance, Devon Bobby Thomas.
Correct.
I had an argument. I was saying that if he was Barbadian, he would possibly find himself not playing cricket. And I'll expand on that a bit further.
You go very far. I could give you someone you know very well. Delivery pitched up, and the Blackwood trying to drive down the ground, but hits the ball hard into the turf, and then bounces up for Harding to take on his follow through, and there's no run. Your teammate, Kevin Stout.
Cole Hope is at home.
Yep.
Cole Hope was at home. I would still love somebody to explain that to me. Yep. What I'm saying to you is, Woody, we've seen these players over a period of time. You must admit, as they get older, especially batsmen, they get better at their craft. And not only that, they're actually very good indicators of where your young bowlers need to be. For instance, I've noted that Harding, all the lashes that Harding has gotten in the 2 games have come from experienced batsmen.
That's right. Here's Harding in again now, bowling to Blackwood, looking to flick it into the onside, but ball comes off the pad, a stifled appeal from the Barbados Pride fielders, and there's no run. 92 for 2 it remains.
And these guys, I like to call them the journeyman cricketers in first class cricket. These guys are the guys that test you, that they are the barometer for what a young player needs to be, particularly bowlers and batsmen. But we have a case where, a guy is young, we pick him.
Correct.
And we throw him in the deep end, he fails.
Correct.
As the ones that have gone before. Correct. Then we said, this fella no good, we throw him away.
Correct.
And we keep repeating the cycle.
That's correct. 100% agree with you. You're spot on. That's why you have a master's degree. Delivery down the leg side. No ball called by the umpire, Mr. Braffett. And so the Scorpions go up to 93 for 2. The extra total goes up to 9. You're perfectly correct. And furthermore, we don't have an under-23 tournament where, as you said, some of our young batsmen especially will benefit from an under-23 tournament where it gives them time to become a little bit more mature. And if you include, let's say, three senior guys, not necessarily guys who are your regulars, but 3 guys who have had some experience at that level, or 3 solid club cricketers, and you put them in without those under-23s, as you watch Harding bowl now to Blackwood, who plays the ball up towards mid-wicket again, and again, no run. What happens is that you could create a situation where it helps the development of your young players. But I think that's the critical link that we're missing. We lose a lot of cricket. There's a lot of emphasis, I know, that they're on the under 15 and under 17. I know we have the Barbados chairman of junior selectors, Elvis Howard here, behind us here in commentary position. But I've had this discussion with him too, and I've So I really don't think we need to put the emphasis there. It's really at the under 23 level. Shortish delivery that Blackwood gets onto the back foot and forces it towards the wideish mid-on position. A long chase around to his right for Raymond Reefer. Batsmen just go for 1. 94 for 2 now. Blackwood up to 35. Bond up to 24.
Yes, Woody. Honestly speaking, we are good at losing generations of cricketers. We do it really, really well.
That's right.
I remember there was a period of time when I was a youngster, 1920, no getting into Barbados trials. You had the Floyd Refers and the Ian Bradshaws. And let me tell you, if you do not perform consistently, you can forget about being around a Barbados setup. It was actually a privilege and an honor to get there. You know, you had to fight hard to get into the system. Now we have a case where once we were young, that is prerequisite for a start.
Correct. Harding bowling to Bono, comes onto the front foot. Ball takes a thickish outside edge and goes out towards backward point for a single. Warwican has to trot it off the point boundary, and that will take Bono up to 25. Blackwood is on 35, and at the end of the over, it's 95 for 2. Just let's bring you up to date what's happening in that game between the West Indies and India. India at the moment 153 for 4. In the 18th over, they've lost Rohit Sharma for 19, Ishan Kishan for 2, Virat Kohli for 52, Surya Kumar Yadav for 8, and Rishabh Pant there not out on 34, and Venkatesh Iyer on 23, 15 extras, 153 for 4, 3 wickets for your good mate. Roston Chase, 4 overs, no maidens, 3 for 25. The other wicket taker, Sheldon Cottrell, 1 for 20 from 3 overs. Thanks very much, Keith. Yeah,
Where were we?
Yeah, but this is a very interesting discussion because I, again, got a very real and present example as Bonner comes onto the front foot and plays it back to hold, and there's no run. The guy feeling that mid-off, Shamar Springer, he's not. How much cricket has he played? Came out of the under 19.
This is his 8th game.
Yeah, they come out of the under 19 tournament as a very exciting prospect. Here is Bonner coming onto the front foot, driving just to the left of Bradford, who tried to make a diving stop, but the ball went under him as he tumbled to the ground and brought Simmons in off the long on boundary. The batsman crossed for a run. That takes Bonner up to 26, and Blackwood there on 35. It's 96 for 2.
Yes,
but he's sure that he's not out of place at this level.
Most certainly not.
But he's not had a chance to really.
Certainly not, really.
No, but he hasn't had a chance to prove himself.
And that's the thing. Really and truly, from under 19, there should be an emerging players program.
Correct.
That under 23, as you rightfully said, it captures so much things in that 4 or 5 year period.
You better believe it. Here is Holder bowling again now to Blackwood, who's playing defensively around the corner to that short square leg field of Mosley, and the score kept at 96 for 2. He would have benefited, certainly. Yeah,
well, you're learning to be a man, you're learning to be a professional.
Thank you.
And playing against hardened cricketers, even if it's as a group, it serves better for West Indian cricket than the way we go about it.
Here is Holder, bowls to Blackwood, who comes onto the front foot and struts it nicely up towards mid-off, but straight to the fielder. That's another thing that they've got to be, as a young batsmen, and our batsmen today always have to be careful of. They try to go sometimes for too much power, not for the placement. On that occasion, Blackwood hit the ball firmly but straight to the fielder. Here's Holder bowling to Blackwood, coming onto the front foot, turning it around the corner again to Mosley, who moves to his left and smartly cuts it off. It remains at 96 for 2.
Yes, and it's a very up and down. As I said, there's no process to this cycle. Shem Holder, for example, I remember speaking to him about 4 years ago. He was around and wondering how he would get his system. I said to you, Shem, you're probably going to get your opportunity at 27, 28. And if those first 2 games you don't do what you need to do,
yes, right,
you will find yourself wanting.
Very much so.
Here he is now.
Clipped off the pads by Blackwood out towards deep mid-wicket. Will get a single. That moves him now up to 36, and Bonner is on 26, and it's now 97 for 2. And yeah, very much so. That's another good example. And
he was around for a fit guy, very intelligent, can play cricket, has a decent off break, knows what he's about. Found himself out of the system for so long, and now he's here. He's been a bit inconsistent in the game so far, and already you hear the questions being asked and people being impatient. But what is young Shem Holder to do? Another thing, Woody, let's be honest, we play the least first class cricket in the world.
Well, not essentially, because if we go back to prior to COVID, we were playing the same number of matches.
No.
Yeah.
But let's not forget, it's all process.
When
you're dealing with these kind of things, these developmental things, 10 years is probably a good benchmark to see where you're at in terms of development.
Correct. Here's Harding bowling to Blackwood, who's playing forward and out towards mid-wicket, can't score. And I viewed our first class, how should I put it? I really knew that we were in trouble when I saw, when you saw Vishal Singh. Vishal Singh would have had about 40 or 50 first class games before he got into the West Indies team against Pakistan, and still looked as though he was out of place. And that's how I said, wait, our cricket really in trouble. I mean, it was in trouble, but it really then said to me how much trouble we were in. As Harding now bowls to Blackwood on the line of the leg stump, turned away towards deep backward square, will get a run to take him now up to 37 and total up to 98 for 2.
Yes, a bit straight there from Harding, but if you look at the field, there's a short mid wicket, there's another mid wicket. It looks like Brooks just to the left, and there's a straightish mid on. A man at deep backward square on a 5 leg, suggestive that Captain Bradford is asking Harding to attack those stumps, but relatively straight to Blackwood, which is a good plan because certainly this is an easy pace pitch. It's not the kind of pitch you can just blast out good batsmen. We saw a collapse from the Jamaican lower middle order though, and Barbados would be hoping for the same, but these two are pretty good players.
Bonner onto the back foot, drives out towards the deepish cover area where it's picked up by Warrican, moving around to his right. And he goes up now to 27 and total up to 99 for 2. So the Jamaicans getting closer to 100.
Yeah, not only getting close to 100, Woody, remember when we were off air, we were speaking about what is necessary for Barbados to win, what is necessary for Jamaica to draw. So far, obviously, Barbados have gotten the wicket, but I don't think they'll be happy with the scoring rate because Jamaica are inching ever much closer to that deficit. What it does is then allows the pressure to be transferred a bit. So, they have to be cognizant of that. And, especially leading up to the lunchtime session, possibly at least stop the scoring.
Some rain seems as though it's going to be on its way very soon as Harding bowls a short ball and Blackwood goes onto the back foot and forces it down towards Warrican on the cover boundary. Another run there for Blackwood, who now moves up to 38 and brings up the Jamaica Scorpions 100. So they're 100 for 2. Bonner there on 27, Blackwood on 38. They've lost this morning Campbell for 16 and yesterday Leroy Lugg for 10. And I hope we haven't been boring you with our discussion about the state of West Indies cricket and some of the ideas which we just rolling around in our heads, trying to maybe address some of the systemic issues that continues to,
plague us.
Yes, plague us and hamper us. That under-23 tournament, I actually wrote a proposal that sent to Cricket West Indies. Let's put it that way. Because I felt so strongly about it. On the line of the leg stump and turned out towards mid-wicket. And I also remember when Jimmy Adams came to the job, he was still working with Cricket West Indies. And when I saw him for the first time, that's the first thing I told him about. I also spoke to Richard Pybus about it and told him about it. But he said that he didn't think that he could push through. I felt like we needed to just sideline the under-15 and under-17 tournament in a situation where you don't have the budget. Take that money and focus on under-23. The under-19s can play only one day cricket. That may not be good news for Elvis Howard, but they can play only 50 overs cricket because that's what they're going to go into the World Cup and play. And they can play 10 rounds of that. As this delivery forces the batsman onto the back foot, and it's played out into the onside, and that is no run. So it's 100 for 2 as the substitute fielders and the reserve umpire comes out with the drinks for the players and the umpires. And a good time to just recap for you, reminding you that the Jamaica Scorpions started the day at 56 for 1 with John Campbell on 15 and Jermaine Blackwood on 24. They'd lost Leroy Lugg overnight for 10, caught by holder at backward point off Reefer. And this morning, they lost John Campbell in the second over. He was caught by Jonathan Carter off the bowling of Shem Holder for 16, edging to slip. And since then, it's been a partnership here between Jermaine Blackwood, who's not on 38, with his West Indies teammate Nkrumah Bonner not on 27. Jamaica Scorpions, they are 100 for 2. Let's look at the bowling figures. Reefer, 4 overs, 2 meters, 1 for 6. Warrican, 8 overs, 2 meters, none for 27. Springer, 3 overs, 1 meter, none for 15. Holder, 9 overs, no meters, 1 for 25. Simmons, 4 overs, no meters, none for 10. And Harding, 4 overs, no meters, none for 13. So Jamaica Scorpions, 100 for 3. They still trail by 93 runs. So they still got some work to do in terms of trying to make the Barbados Pride bat again. So intriguing first session there, Jamal, where Barbados Pride got the wicket very early in the second over, but since then they haven't been able to make any breakthroughs. Obviously, the pitch certainly not giving them the kind of support that they would want, and they're able to create some doubt in the minds of the batsmen. Yes,
Woody, certainly Barbados would have been bolstered by that early wicket, particularly of John Campbell, who played very well in the first innings. We all know that the partnership between Campbell and Blackwood, and now the partnership between Blackwood and Bonner possibly will hold the keys to how this day will go. It's a very easy pace track, and you can see from the fields that are being set that Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados probably understand that, and they're looking to settle into Jamaica and try to keep plugging away, because this is not a blast out surface by any stretch of the imagination, certainly not for the top order. So what's happening now is that you're seeing a fair exchange between bat and ball, Woody. Possibly Shamar Springer would be a good option as the ball gets a bit older from the Barbados Pride perspective. These two, though, at the crease, Blackwood and Bonner, their role is to go as deep into the day as possible. In situations like these, Woody, you really play cricket session by session. So far, the first over, we have to say, has been 50-50 with the loss of the Jamaican wicket. And if these two can consolidate and get up to lunch, then Barbados will probably just get a bit antsy, be a bit more worried about what will happen as the day goes on, because I've found that as the ball has gotten older on this very easy pace surface, as we look out there now, we can see that it still has a very good body, albeit there's a bit of bounce around, just a little bit of turn. You have to say that if you can bat and if you're prepared to knuckle down,
dig in, yeah,
you can knuckle down on this surface. So Barbados will have to be very ingenious with their field placings, the bowling changes in particular, and somebody will have to raise their hand here today and give a very good performance like what we saw from Raymond Reefer in the first innings. So still lots of work for Barbados Pride to do, and a hint of hope for Jamaica at this stage.
Very much so. So we're going to leave it there for the moment. It's 100 for 2, and yes, Jamal, we'll continue. We'll have part 2 of this very enlightening discussion.
I like that.
In about a half hour. Keith Holder is going to come in and replace me.
Yes, I have not seen Keith Holder. This has to be at least 2 years or so we've not worked together. I'm very eager and interested to hear what Keith has for me. You tried your best yesterday. We didn't work together. Andrew kept me all to himself. Keith, it was the Andrew and Jamal Smith show at one point. Caused a bit of a ruckus as well. So I'm very glad to have you here as the standing executive producer as well. So very happy to be working with you this morning, Keith.
Same here, Jamal. I'm going to rectify that after lunch, promise you. Because you and Woody have been praised by a few individuals who've sent messages enjoying your discussion. And we want to keep it at that high level. Roland is on the outside taking a very important call. I eavesdrop and I recognize that he's into money. So I told him, continue to talk money and Jamal will stay here for 5 minutes until he returns. 100 for 2. And a short delivery force out through extra cover. Springer runs around from mid-off to do the fielding. And Jamaica Scorpions now 101 for 2 in their second innings, having been led on first innings by 193. Just losing the wicket of captain John Campbell in the first hour's play. He made 10, having 16 having resumed today on 15, 10 to Leroy Lugg, resuming on 56 for 1. Blackwood was then on 24. He has gone on to 39, Bonner 27, 101 for 2. A slip forward short leg and the leg slip flighted by Holder, and he feels well to his own bowling, diving across in front of Blackwood, who gives him a pat on the back. There is no run, 101 for 2. They've added 42. The test pair at the crease, and how vital this partnership is cannot be underscored more for Jamaica, as Bono goes back and defends it. By the way, did you verify that information in relation to Floyd and me having a touch of international cricket by taking his boots for him down to Antigua in 1997?
There's been a break in transmission, but I'm certainly going to give him a call when I go offset. I'm going to ask him about those boots and the delivery. And more importantly, who the girlfriend was at that point in time. we have a lengthy discussion. I hope man is not listening to me.
Jamal, sir. Yes, I haven't seen her for a while.
Yeah.
Lovely lady. I used to pass on my way to making some trips in St. Thomas on mornings. 101 for 2. You're a young guy, you know, Jamal.
Very much so in this company.
Short delivery, a cut down behind, point for a single. Roland has apparently finished his big money contract because he's come back in. I heard him outside while he was going next door. 102 for 2. But we'll rectify that situation in the post-lunch session, and hopefully long before Andrew Mason returns from doing commentaries on that second T20 international between India and West Indies.
Yes, well, would hope. But Keith, just a minor observation.
Yes.
I have not seen Shem Holder and Jamal Warkan operate in tandem for this entire match.
Excellent point.
I'm starting to wonder about it.
183 for 2. I'll tell you what, Jamal. Turned upishly and just past the right hand of the leg slip in Carter down towards fine leg. Reefer runs across. Brooks is there. Correction. Carter is at slip and Brooks at leg slip. And Holder hands akimbo. 103 for 2. I'll give you some advice. You know, Woody sits on the 4th floor. And if you were to come to the front of our commentary position, his voice is rather laudable. He gets messages onto the field. Since you have more influence than Woody, go 1 stairs up, join Woody, and give advice to Craig Braffett, which I think can possibly work before lunch, Jamal. That is your assignment.
I may ask a question or two, Keith,
Yeah.
but certainly the two bowlers operating in tandem might prove dividends there. We saw again big bumps from Shem Holder and a bit of turn again, causing a bit of discomfort for Jermaine Blackwood in particular, who's not negotiating him as well as you would expect. He's a short guy as well, and Shem is getting a bit of purchase. So it may be wise, but with the bowling change now, Jonathan Carter, at least one thing we may see is a bit of lateral movement. As I lamented on with Woody, I have not seen much movement from the Barbadian seamers apart from Shamar Springer and Jonathan Carter in the first innings. And you know, I'd love to know the explanation for that, but possibly Roland would be able to.
Yes, but please carry out my assignment. Join Woody.
I would ask Woody to carry the message. I don't want my voice to carry onto the pasture, especially with Ryan Hines knocking around. It will cause great pain this evening.
Yes, respect, Jamal. We'll have you back in half an hour's time. The innings of India has been completed and having been sent in by West Indies in that second T20 international in Kolkata. They made 186 for 5. Sharma, the captain, 19. Kishan, 2. Kohli, 52 from 41 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. Yadav, 8. Rishabh Pant had a brisk 52 from 28 balls. He was unbeaten, 7 fours and 1 6. Iyer, 33 from 18 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6. Here's Carter. The right-arm medium pacer runs right through the crease, 2 slips of waiting, and he stops and turns and will head back to his mark as the signal comes from umpire Braffett, as he was saying nothing doing. So Iyer, 33 from 18 deliveries, 4 fours and 1 6. Patel 1 not out from 1 ball, 19 extras, 186 for 5. Hossain 4 overs, none for 30. Here's Carter at Kensington Oval, 2 slips cover, extra cover mid-off, and it's a drive out to extra cover by Blackwood, who's on 40. No run, 103 for 2. Cottrell, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. The only maiden over of the India innings in which they made 186 for 5. Holder, expensive on his return from injury, 4 overs, none for 45. Shepherd, 3 overs, 1 for 34. Chase, 4 overs, 3 for 25, the outstanding bowler. Carter here at Kensington Oval pitches short, and it was Camper singled down to mid-on as it was played by Blackwood a bit late in taking off there at mid-on, and 104 for 2. Smith had the solitary over for 10 runs, and Pollard, the captain, also 1 over for 14 runs. Jamaica Scorpions 104 for 2. Harden is the mid-on fielder. From the way he walked back, he felt he was a bit guilty of not really walking in quick enough to put some pressure on the batsman going for that single. Edge and just past the hands of second slip as it goes down into the boundary, signaled out by umpire Braffett. Bonner coming forward to Carter. He has a golden arm, Carter, and on that occasion, Edge lower but along the ground, and with that boundary, Bonner moves to 32. It's his third boundary. Jamaica Scorpions 108 for 2, a partnership of 49 as we welcome back Roland Butcher.
Yeah, thanks, Keith. Would really like to see a replay of that edge there, but as you said about Carter, Carter bowls in good areas. That's a nice edge and falling short of the diving field at second slip, but the edge taken, and simply because he drew the batsman onto the front foot, and Brooks not being able to, he would have needed to dive forward as well as across to take that.
Yeah, Braffett and Brooks are the two slips, hold out at cover, Mosley extra cover. Edge and drew up, my word, that's a sitter, Craig Braffett. How can you do that, Mr. Captain, at this juncture?
You say that, Keith, but again, I want to see if there's any interference there by Brooks, because
come on,
it was going to Craig's right and Brooks was going to his left. Did he obstruct the captain? We'll have to wait and see. But it was not a good shot by Bonner, forcing it off the back foot. Carter getting edges. Here we go. He's gone. No, Brooks did not interfere at all. I think Craig would be very disappointed that he put that one down. So would be Jonathan Carter.
108 for 2. Bonner is in again. Correction, Carter in again, and Bonner behind it, plays it back down the pitch. He was caught napping, I dare say, Roland. Regulation to his right should have been held. And how crucial is that miss going to be? Bonner dropped at first slip by Craig Braffett, the Barbados Pride captain, off the man who we just said a couple of balls ago has a golden arm. Jonathan Carter brought on for his first over from the Joel Garner end, bowling medium pace. On the front foot, his Bonner strokes it square on the offside, fielded by Holder, and there is no run. The end of the over. So Bonner miss on 32 at first hit by Braffett off Carter. The score 108 for 2. Blackwood has 49. They have added, well, Blackwood has 41. They have added 49, still behind on first innings by 85 runs. And when you see cashes like that drop, Roland, it goes back to the old adage of cashes winning matches. But it has happened. They can't look back now. They have to look forward and try to prize out a couple more wickets before lunch on this, the 4th and final day.
Yeah, the timing was right. I mean, Carter, as you know, he has this knack of getting wickets. He's a bit of a golden arm sort of guy that you like to have in your side, that if things are not going well, you can toss the ball to him and you know that he will create opportunities. And he certainly created 2 in that over. Holder
is turned out through the short mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders in close on the leg side, the leg slip and the forward short leg, Brooks and Mosley. And that's a single, which now takes Blackwood on to 42. Bonner has 32. The 50-run partnership coming up off 96 deliveries in 69 minutes with 4 fours. Thank you very much to our scorer, Susan Bell, as Bonner gets some assistance in having his bootlace tied by the forward short leg in Mosley. A bit of overcast, not Kensington Oval, but no immediate threat of rain. Holder, the off spin is in. Back goes Bonner and guides it down towards the area of Silly Point. Dowrich out from behind the stumps to do the fielding, and there's no run. Jamaica resumed today on 56 for 1 in their second innings. 17 overs had been bowled. Lug was caught by hold-off Reefer for 10 yesterday with the score on 17. Slip, leg slip, and the short leg. Hold is in, pitches on the pads, and tuck down to the deep forward square for a single as Warrington comes off the boundary to do the fielding. And Blackwood comes back on strike. He has 42. Bonner 33. It's 110 for 2 in the second over this morning. John Campbell, the captain, was caught at slip by Carter off Holder for 16. And Here is Holder in his 11th over, yet to bowl a maiden, 1 for 30, across his stumps and pushing it down into the hands on the bunks. The fielder is Mosley, the batsman Blackwood, 110 for 2. Point mid-off, very short, wide mid-on. The captain Holder, who now removes Braffett as Holder bowls, and he drives it down to long on for a single. So that puts a Nelson on the scoreboard, 111 for 2.
Keith, a bit of activity coming from the ground staff.
Yes, that's a cloud that we cannot see from where we are on the 3rd floor of the 3W stand in one of these hospitality boxes. Here is Holder. Back goes Bon and clips it behind a square for a single. The ground staff in readiness with the covers as well as the coats on, and based on the movement with some rain coming over Bridgetown as well, you can see in the area of St. Mary's Church. And the covers are coming on here at Kensington Oval at 20 minutes after 11 on the 4th and final day. Jamaica in their second innings, 112 for 2. Bon is on 34. Blackwood has 43. They've added 53. Still behind by 81. Hold 11 overs, 1 for 32. Reefer has bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. And the Barbados players are not keen to go off. I thought it was a bit premature. You're dealing with 2 local umpires in Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blades. Time is of essence to Barbados Pride. They're disappointed. They remain on the field, but the ground staff have been advised to put the covers on the square. And sometimes we question the moves of the umpires, but they then ultimately are proven to be correct in their judgment. Rain starting, stopping, and then it comes again. Ryan Willoughby, who's the reserve umpire, he's done this job so many times at this level. He goes out with a black umbrella to supervise. And slowly the Barbados Pride team coming off the field. Behind the umpires, Gregory Braffett and Jonathan Blades, it's 112 for 2. Reefer 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Hasn't bowled today. Warwick 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. He too hasn't bowled. Springer likewise, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Holder, who ended yesterday with 2 overs for 4 runs, has now sent down 11 overs, 1 for 32. Simmons, 4 overs, none for 10. Harding, 4 overs, none for 13. And Carter, 1 over for 5 runs. The last 3, they have bowled today, 112 for 2. So they are behind that deficit by 81 runs. Roland, following our discussion this morning when we talked about that Barbados Cricket League team going to England back in 1971, and a couple messages of persons wanting to have the team again and the record. I'll just go through that squad again. The rain has virtually stopped, so it gives me a couple minutes to repeat that squad. A 16-member squad to England back in 1971. I'll give you the period that they toured as well and the outstanding record which they had. And looking at it, that tour was from the 23rd of July to the 31st of August 1971. And it was organized by the Barbados Overseas Community and Friends Association with the acronym of BOFA. And in relation to their record, which I was looking at, and the squad, let's first go with the squad again. Charlie Griffith, now Sir Charles, was the captain and coach, formerly from Crickland and Windsor. Horace Franklin, the vice captain, played then for Victoria, top order batsman. Everyone knows that Charlie Griffith was a fearsome fast bowler who played for West Indies in 28 tests and took 94 wickets. Kenneth Arthur from St. Catherine was the fast bowling all-rounder. Livingston Coppin, another St. Catherine man at the time in the BCL, middle order batsman. Nigel Johnson, Malvern, top order batsman. Richard Mears, Melbourne, top order batsman and medium pacer. Claxton Maynard, standard wicketkeeper batsman. Joseph Newton, Warwickshire, opening batsman and occasional leg spinner. Albert Padmore, Melbourne, off spinner. Colin Payne, now deceased, Police Boys Club, fast bowler, lower order batsman. Jefferson Sandyford, Melbourne, leg spinner batsman. Lionel Sandyford, his brother, Melbourne, opening batsman, occasional medium pacer. Ricardo Skeet, that's Ricky Skeet, St. John Baptist, wicketkeeper batsman. Richard Straker, Dover, middle order batsman, medium pacer. Wallace Thompson, now deceased, Kent, left arm spinner. And Winston Johnson from Quickland was the manager. And as I wrote last year in that feature, Ken Arthur has been living in Canada for 47 years now, counting 48. Albert Padmore has been residing in the United States for 39 years now. Newton lived in Massachusetts for 36 years before returning to Barbados in 2013. Well, the late Colin Payne was a resident of Massachusetts as well for over 3 decades. And Griffith had retired from regional and international cricket 2 years prior to the tour. While following the trip, 6 members of the squad went on to play for Barbados. Colin Payne, Albert Padmore, who also played for West Indies, Joseph Newton, Ricky Skeet, Richard Straker, and Nigel Johnson. And I will look for that record as we get a comment from Roland. The rain is still falling here at Kensington Oval with Jamaica in their second innings on 112 for 2, Blackwood 43, Bonner 34, and they're trailed by 81 runs. So here we go in relation to completing the information about that famous BCL tour to England in 1971. A 6-week trip it was. They won 11 matches, 10 were drawn, 1 tied, and 2 ended in no results because of rain. I know you're looking back at the screen for what's going on. West Indies won without loss, but rolling with the rain falling, virtually subsiding here at Kensington Oval. If you recall that era, what year did you actually go to England?
I went to England in 1967. May 1967, Keith. So when that tour took place, obviously I would have been in England, still would have been a youngster, but would very much have been around at that time when it took place. So
Yes.
67 was when.
67. But you look back on the fact, and funny enough, we were talking about the BCL with the former president Owen Estrick a couple of days ago during the commentaries. But really some outstanding club players. And, as one who grew up in St. Philip, and I mentioned like Ken Arthur, Livy Coppin, those guys who were associated with St. Catherine Club. How strong was St. Catherine then as a BCL team, Roland?
Well, they're very strong. I mean, St. Catherine's have always had good players. I mean, as you would know, even in the BCL days, there were, had some formidable players have actually come from that part. I mean, when you think of Colin Blades and Clyde Beckles and all of those guys, that's come from that area. So they've always had good players. To be quite honest, we didn't have anything else to do because... you guys would have considered us behind God's back in the east of the island. It's not like now where you would have options in terms of what sports you can do. You were fairly limited. You either had to play cricket or track. So people like George Griffith, etc., would have been involved with track, but the rest of us, you couldn't play tennis, you couldn't play golf. There was no football, there was no rugby, there's no basketball, there was no... So you played cricket. So you always found that there were good cricketers coming out to the area because that's all you could play.
Yeah, and 2 years later, Roland, the Barbados Cricket League really stamped their authority on BCA competitions. They won the first division, the intermediate division, as well as the Derek Robbins knockout. And Sir Charles, as he is now, Griffith, was captain of the first division and the limited overs teams, while Livingston Coppin was at the head of the intermediate side. So very rich history as far as the Barbados Cricket League would have been concerned. We're talking here because rain has stopped play, and as we look out, Roland, if our eyes are good enough, the covers are still on the square, but for me, it has virtually stopped. Look at your old mate here, Ingi. Ingi, do you care to spend a couple of minutes with us? If you can just put on the headset for me. Yes, that's why we want you. No, you can. No, I don't want you to relate. Just take the headset. Sit down. We'll welcome you. You sat in the BCA boardroom for some years with Roland as a member of the BCA Board of Management. Where's Mr. Sobers? Mr. Sobers, if you can just come and sort us out here professionally. Put it on. I think there's just a little switch that we'll have to pull. Let me see. Start talking. Let me see if I'm hearing you. Hello? Yeah. Okay. We'll soon get you sorted out. Ingi, come here. You come over the side here. Come over this. No, you come this side. It's okay. I want you to give this story to the public. So I'll let you. Roland, say a word or two while Ingi. I set Ingi up.
Yeah, just to inform our listeners, not missing any cricket. Rain came a few minutes ago. It's still raining now. Covers are on the field. We've got sunshine, even though it's raining. I think it's probably only a passing shower. It doesn't look as if it's going to be set in for any long period. But obviously the players are off the field. And Ignatius Marshall has joined us. And Keith, I think you wanted Ignatius to tell you.
No.
And I guess he knows a lot more about the BCL.
No, in relation to the comment that was made with regards to St. Catherine, I just wanted to say that when St. Catherine played Victoria, which had Larrier, the Larriers and the Clarks, this was a derby. I mean, more people used to watch St. Catherine and Victoria than I see at Kensington within the last 4 years. I mean, when that match played, the whole of St. Philip would either be in Foul Bay or either at Wiltshires in St. Philip.
How much can you tell us about the annual BCL game?
Oh, the annual BCL game comprised a lot of the names that you called earlier. But when it come to Kensington Oval, people from the country came down to see their individual players. Like Newton, I played a little cricket with him from Empire Club in New York, going up to Boston every year. And a lot of the other guys who, which also include Larrier, we used to call them guys. And those were fellas that played cricket at some of the highest level in Barbados. I'm sure that if they were playing for a normal BCA club in the first division, they would have had a shot at playing for Barbados.
Yeah, Keith, before Iggy continues, just let's bring the listeners up to the position. It's 112 for 2 at the Brain Break. 1 wicket for Raymond Reefer so far, 1 for 6. The other wicket, Shem Holder, he's got 1 for 32 off 11 overs. We've had 9 extras, 35 overs bowled, and Jamaica Scorpions 112 for 2. Blackwood, he's on 43, not out. Bonner on 34. And the wicket to go down to there, Campbell was caught by Carter off Shem Holder for 16. And Bonner and Blackwood really have batted pretty well. And just before lunch, we saw a drop catch. Jonathan Carter brought on for his first over. He found the outside edge of Bonner's bat, which fell short of Brooks at second slip, went to the boundary for 4. And with the very next delivery, he also found the edge, went to Keir Brathwaite to his right, a catch that he would 9 out of 10 times would have taken, somehow managed to put it on the floor. And Bonner was able to survive till the rain came, and obviously the players having to leave the field. Umpire Willoughby now is the reserve umpire. He's now walking out to the middle, and you'll be pleased to know, Keith, that his umbrella is firmly shut.
Yes, Roland.
So that's a good sign.
Yes.
But I would imagine that they would have lunch before we get to play any cricket.
It's 27 minutes before 12. We'll update you shortly on the West Indies match. Well, we're having this discussion, Roland. Wade Gibbons, who is the sports editor, the sports coordinator of Barbados today, He says, while we are reminiscing, and he's asked the question, whatever became of Luther Wiltshire, that outstanding cricketer who really shone with the, for the mental team, as it was then called, the psychiatric,
Well, Luther,
in the lower division.
Luther's very much around. He lives over Cave Hill way.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very much still around. As he was a good player.
Good all-round batsman.
Yeah.
Well, all-round player, batsman. And along with the late Henderson Cathcart, from a lower division perspective, they created some records in the second division. You know, Cathcart one season got over 1,000 runs. They would get loads of wickets. Of course, Luther, who is the older brother of the most honorable Stetson Red Plastic by Wiltshire, himself a former St. Catherine First Division player.
Yeah, and you'd also remember Charles Griffith.
The left-arm spinner, not to be confused with the great Sir Charles Griffith. That Charles Griffith is nicknamed Taylor.
Taylor.
How did he get that name Taylor? That's Taylor as in like
Taylor.
His
father's a tailor. His father was a tailor.
Oh.
He made our clothes. His father made our clothes.
Okay.
He got the nickname Taylor. I also played with Charles. We were Barbados Trials together.
Yes.
Yeah,
keep teaching me some of these things. So that would have to be like the turn of the 70s,
along with Lawrence Maxwell.
Jamie, another St. Catherine man, Bayfield man.
So we all played in the same trials together.
Yeah. So you've had some wonderful cricketers coming from that part of the world, the Clannish St. Catherine Club.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen, during that period there were, they came in abundance. I mean, you haven't said much about Colin Blades, but...
Well, I actually, when I first watched Shell Shield cricket, Colin Blades had just come out of the Lodge School. And I came down to Kensington Oval. He got a half century in a Shell Shield match right here. And then he, within a couple of years, was off to Bermuda.
Yeah, well, I spent, as a youth, many a day bowling at Colin Blades. I mean, he actually lived right on the pasture there at St. Catherine's School. That's where he lived. And his place for practice was I still go there to see it now, was the pavement in front of the classrooms. That's where he used to play. And he would, he would put money on top of the stumps for us to try and get him out.
What a story. Sir Charles Griffith told me that when he was the coach at the Law School, that he reckoned Colin Blades was a very good back foot player.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing in that concrete. As you know how how these schools set up. You've got the classrooms. As soon as you step out the classroom, there's a long pavement like this, which is a perfect cricket pitch because it's, and that's where we used to play all of our cricket. And Colin Blades would have honed his skills there. All the young boys would be bowling at him, trying to get that 25 cent on top of the stumps.
By the old St. Bartholomew Primary School, which is now being knocked down opposite the Flashing there in Pilgrim Place, right below DHL Lenstedt. There was a concrete pitch there as well, which Joseph Newton would have played on. When I lived in Pilgrim Road, he came from Tyne Bottom. But I used to go up there. Shane Mosey wouldn't know about it, but his uncle, Hallam Mosey, would have played, who went on to play for Barbados, Emperor, Somerset in the English County Championship on that particular concrete pitch. So those were some wonderful days, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were. I mean, listen, that was the best pitch we had. I mean, the pitch at St. Catherine's School was not very good. I mean, you had to maneuver between you wouldn't call those big rocks. There were boulders. You had to maneuver between the boulders, but that concrete strip as part of the school premises was perfect for us. I mean, during the holidays, boy, with no one being around, it was like morning till night that you were playing on that. But I'll give you a funny story, Keith, actually. I mean, while I was at school at St. Catherine's, Sir Charles and Seymour Nurse were our coaches. They would come to the school, once a month. And Sir Charles, it's funny, he was a fast bowler, but he taught me to bowl leg spin.
Yeah?
Yes, I mean, my early days, not just at St. Catherine's, but when I left St. Catherine's and I went to England, when I played Hertfordshire Schools, when I played Gloucestershire Youth, when I was MCC Young Professional, I was a leg spinner who could bat. That's my role. It was only during those 2 years at MCC, and obviously because you're a full-time professional now, that you have time to bat, that my batting came on because the amount of time that we would spend batting. But up to that point, so that's 1970, as I said, I was taken on the MCC young professional staff as a leg spinner and a lower order batsman. So maybe Sir Charles looked at me and realized I was a little bit short and figured that he's never going to be a fast bowler, so I might as well teach him how to bowl leg spin.
How successful were you?
Well, I had to be pretty successful to get a professional contract.
I'm talking about a leg spinner, Mr. Butcher.
That's what I'm just saying.
So you're saying it's really true you're leg spin bowling more so than your batting that got you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I got in. I didn't get my first contract. I got my first contract because of my ability to bowl.
Could you bowl a googly?
Yes, I could.
How often?
When needed to.
Give us your record.
And it was a good one.
Give us your record of wicket taking.
No, it was good. My record of wicket taking really would be at schoolboy level in Barbados.
Ordinary level.
No, not ordinary. No, it would be like when you played county schoolboy. I lived in Hertfordshire, so I played for Hertfordshire schools. It's the entire county of Hertfordshire. I would have played for the team as a leg spinner. But mind you, I used to get as many runs as the batsman, batted down the order. But primarily, I was chosen first as a leg spinner. When I went to Gloucestershire and played in their youth team, same thing, leg spinner who could bat. Jeff Howarth was our captain at the time.
Jeff Howarth?
Yeah, Jeff Howarth was the captain at Gloucestershire.
Former New Zealand Test player.
And then from there, they sent me up to Gloucester, sent me to Lords for a trial with the MCC, again as a leg spinning batsman. So it's while being at Lords with the MCC, where now you're there full time.
Yeah.
That you've got the opportunity now to practice a lot.
And you also kept wicket rolling.
Yeah. I mean, I did everything.
How many victims did you have in your first class career? Have you been able to find that number yet?
I know I've got one stumping. I can tell you that.
You always dwell on that one stumping. We're all talking because as soon as the covers were taken off, a light rain came back again here at Kensington Oval. They've put the covers back on. The outfield is being roped. Rain stopped played around 11 minutes after 11 with the Jamaica Scorpions on 112 for 2 in their second innings, still behind by 81 runs at the crease in a 50-run partnership. Now we're 53 all told. And Nkrumah Bonner on 34 and Jermaine Blackwood on 43. Blackwood having resumed today on 24 with his captain John Campbell in 15. In the second over of the day, Campbell was caught at slip by Carter off the off-spinner Holder for 16. It meant that he added just one, and yesterday Leroy Lugg was caught at deep point by Holder off Reefer for 10. In that second T20 international in Kolkata, needing 187 for victory after India made 186 for 5. West Indies are 28 without loss. Kyle Mears has 8 with 1 boundary from the same number of balls. Brandon King is on 13 from 16 deliveries with 1 4. So West Indies now after 4 overs, 28 without loss. But continue with the wonderful stories, Roland.
Keith, what I'm saying is, I mean, the reason why I was able to do all of those things, bat, ball, field, kick, wicket, is because as a kid growing up in St. Philip, we were not allowed to specialize. You had to do, you did everything. You bowl one day, you bat another, you kept wicket, you fielded. So, you became, and it wasn't just myself. I mean, all the boys in the area were rounded cricketers. Yeah. Who could do everything, because nobody said you're a batsman or you're a bowler. You were encouraged to do the lot, because it's going to be later on in your career, 15, 16, when you start specializing. And I think that is one of the problems that we're encountering right now in Barbados and in the Caribbean is that we're asking the youngsters to decide whether they're a batsman or a bowler far too early. No, I think youngsters need to play all what they can, develop all the skills, and when they get 15, 16, naturally they will fall into what they're best at.
You must know Patrick Barrow, a St. Catherine man who now lives in the United States. He sent me a note here in which he says, Keith, tell Roland that he didn't mention the two Mac boys who played for St. Catherine and that they were very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, you can map and others who were there. Yeah, I mean, listen, there were so many. You see, Delbert Griffith, you know Delbert Griffith.
Yes.
Who was around my age. I mean, he was one of the best young
former
players.
St. Catherine First Division captain.
Yeah, he's now
batsman.
in, I think he's the Caymans right now.
That's right.
I mean, he was one of the best young batsmen in my time around that region. You know, you had many like him. You know, you had Eric Bino and people like that who were, you know, good cricketers.
Eric Bino went on to YMPC as well, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, I played at YMPC with Eric, yes. Yeah. Before he spent a lot of time in
How good was his brother Wayne Bino? They call him Jammer?
Yeah, well, Wayne
was just stylish.
Yeah, Wayne wasn't a bad player. I mean, my age, we grew up together. We played a lot of cricket together. I'll tell you who was a good cricketer that, you know, if things were different, would have been an excellent cricketer. I mean, Alvin Griffith, who you would know as Puncher.
Yes.
Top cricketer. Left arm seamer.
He's been working here as a member of the ground staff.
There he is in the green shirt, head walking down.
Yeah, I am told you got him that job, Roland.
But I don't know about that. But he was the head groundsman at. He's been the head groundsman at the QEH for a long time. He's probably just retiring from there now.
And if you see him,
listen. We grew up together. Top cricketer. He would bowl all day, left arm pace. He would spin. You know, if given the opportunity, would have been a top cricketer.
I'll tell you what, in talking with him, he worships you as though you are some god.
No, because, I mean, we're not just family, but we've known each other all our lives.
Yeah.
So himself, Wayne Bino, Delbert Griffith, we all grew up, Wayne Bino, I said Eric, all of us, we all grew up as kids together.
Okay.
Right? Ralph Butcher, who you know, Ralph was my cousin, big in swing bowler for Banks. Ralph was my captain at St. Catherine's School. George Griffith, etc. We all were there together. So
George Griffith.
Yeah.
Who was with
Alibaba.
Yeah.
Good athlete.
Former politician.
Yeah.
I think he's into some work now with a funeral home as well on the side.
Well, he works with the dead. Yes.
It's good to have a little bit of a light moment. I reckon, Roland, at 13 minutes to 12, I wonder what the decision is. The covers have been removed. The sun is out in all of its glory.
Lunch
and
now.
I think they're taking an early lunch. And Susan, have you been given an official time for the resumption so that we too can take a break and have our lunch? Mr. Wayne Holder on the PA system, if you can make an official announcement. Susan will radio. It's 112 for 2 Jamaica Scorpions from 35 overs, having resumed today on 56 for 1 from 17 overs. So somewhat of a slow over rate, albeit that there has been rain, which has now forced an early lunch. 18 overs bowled at the crease. Jermaine Blackwood on 43 after resuming on 24. With him is Nkrumah Bono. And officially, we are told that lunch was taken at 11:40. So 11:40 to 12 o'clock would be 20 minutes. And then it means that play will resume at 20 minutes after 12. It's now 12 minutes before 12. Blackwood has 43, Bono 34. 35 overs have been bowled, 112 for 2. Another 57 overs remain on this, the fourth and final day. And that number, I think, there relates to before the mandatory 15 overs. They're still 81 runs behind. And the wicket today of John Campbell, the captain, caught that slip by Carter of Holder, and he added 1 yesterday. Leroy Lugg was caught by hold off Reefer for 10. The bowling figures then at lunch taken early. Reefer 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Working 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 27. Springer 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Neither of those 3 bowling today. Shem Holy 11 overs, 1 for 32. So it means that today he's had 9 overs and taken that wicket for 28 runs. Ramon Simmons 4 overs for 10 runs. Keon Harding 4 overs for 13 runs. Jonathan Carter 1 over for 5 runs. And to note that he should have had Bonner on 32, dismiss. An easy catch to the captain, Craig Braffett, at first slip. And the score then was 108 for 2. We'll get his summation of the play in this first session so far from Roland Butcher. Just to update you that after 5 overs, West Indies needing 187 for victory against India in the second T20 in Kolkata. They are now 34 for 1 off the first ball of the 6th over. They have lost the wicket of Kalmir's cotton bowl by Shahal for 9 from 10 deliveries. Brandon King is on 18. Here's Roland.
Yeah, it's been a good morning so far for the Scorpions. Just they had to make sure they didn't lose wickets early or in clusters. They've been able to do that, and this partnership between Bonner and Blackwood is starting to reach some rewards, even though Bonner had a stroke of luck just before the luncheon interval when he was dropped off the bowling of Carter. But I think generally they have looked pretty safe, the Scorpions, and a lot of that has got to do, Keith, with the fact that this pitch has remained true right throughout this game, from the very first ball to this stage on the 4th day. Has been a very, very good batting pitch, difficult for bowlers to bowl people out. And Barbados this afternoon, they're going to find that nothing has changed, and they're going to have to really dig deep if they want to bowl the Scorpions out. They've done a good job so far, so they'll be quite pleased with the position at lunch, and 2 of their more senior players and 2 West Indian players entrenched at the moment. So it has been a good day. Outside is now looking very sunny, and covers are off, and they're remarking the pitch, etc. So we'll get cricket straight after lunch, and I'm sure, Keith, we're going to go off and get our lunch now. But just before we go, another player that I didn't mention before was another guy from our area, Eugene Blades, who was Colin Blades was his uncle. And in actual fact, when I played I had my first professional contract with the MCC Young Professionals, Eugene Blades was a young professional at the same time too. So he was there at the same time as me, and we would have known each other from our school days at St. Catherine's. So he actually lived on the call, you may not know, Keith, but where St. Catherine's School is, that's called Clark's Hill.
Clark's Hill, yeah.
So, he lived right next to the school. When I say next to the school, you're talking about 20 yards from the school. That's where Colin Blades lived. That's where George Griffith lived. Ralph Butcher lived there on Clark's Hill. So, you had some good cricketers that came through that, and even after that, the likes of Anthony Allen and others who have come through St. Catherine's School. Didn't have a lot of facilities, but I think what the area had, it was good seniors and a love for the sport.
And just before you go, Roland, Patrick Barrow has sent me another message. He's saying that moving further south in St. Philip to Victoria, they had a guy by the name of Cameron Barrow who was a master of swing bowling. And had he not gone on to England early, he probably would have made the Barbados team. Are you okay with this guy from Victoria? I know you're all guys in the north stick to one another, but it's still the parish of St. Philip. Cameron Barrow.
In my youth, Keith, I couldn't go past Merrick's, you know that.
Did you know much about Cameron Barrow from Victoria?
Not a great deal. I didn't really know a lot about him, but what I do know is that there are lots of good cricketers right throughout that entire area. Lack of opportunity, I think, at the time is what really prevented those guys from going further because, you know, they had the ability, they had the skill, they were in love with the game, just needed opportunities. And in those days, as you know, the transportation out of St. Philip wasn't great, so rare cricket was centered around the capital and other places. We were a bit out in the sticks, so a lot of good talent didn't come through because of that.
Yeah, Roland, I'll beg you for 2 more minutes. You'll get your lunch, please, to resume at 20 minutes after 12. Since we are in your parish and we talked about the passing of one of the St. Catherine stalwarts, Roger Blaze, a couple of days ago, David Mason, you will know him pretty well as a St. Catherine man. He's now sent through a message which says, "Good morning, Keith. I too want to pay my respects on the behalf of St. Catherine Cricket Club and my daughter, Kelsey, to Roger Blades, who happens to be her beloved father. Godfather, correction, her beloved godfather. We at St. Catherine's are deeply hurt at this time, but will continue to seek solace in the Father above. Roger Blades represented and presented and possessed all the qualities any club would want as a member. I was fortunate to have shared a dressing room with him, and when he spoke, he drew the attention of all because his passion and knowledge of the game was second to none. My memory takes me back to a young Ryan O'Neill Hines who celebrated his birthday yesterday. That was his 41st, Ryan. While batting in a first division game at Bayfield and facing Roger for the first time. After the first 2 balls, he looked back towards the slip corridor and said, "Wait, Mason, this man hitting my bat very hard." 3 balls later, it was a hard edge to second slip. So once again, sincerest condolences to his uncle, Carol Blades, and family, including Kelly Thorpe, his cousin, who also played at St. Catherine, but now residing in the USA. Thanks very much, David Mason, for that tribute to the late St. Catherine stalwart Roger Blades. Roland?
Yeah, Roger was a top man. Not only was he a good cricketer, obviously he was a man of the soil. He was a real club man at St. Catherine's. There's no doubt about that. I mean, you know, he did everything at St. Catherine's Club. He loved the club. You know, he will be sorely missed by everyone in the area. And I'm sure people who've come into contact with him outside of St. Philip would say the same thing, that, you know, he really was a nice man. And but Keith, you know, this is life, and in life these things happen, and you try to get over them the best you can. But it is a sad time. We've lost a few of our stalwarts recently.
Yeah.
You know, if you think of Terry Watson and Chatterton and Tate and now Roger. It hasn't been a good last 6 months for the rural parish of St. Philip, but life will go on, and you know, we'll get over it and keep moving forward.
Yes. Well, Roland, I think we both now can go and have our lunch. Thanks for doing a bit of overtime. Officially, players should have been coming to a break at midday, but as it stands, there was rain. Susan, I think I noted 11 minutes after 11. Was it correct in terms of the time when rain stopped play and forced an early lunch? You just confirmed
12, maybe. No, not 11.
After 11, I think off the top. Oh, I'm 9 minutes too early. It was 11:20, so we weren't that bad after all, taking it down to 3 minutes before midday. And Jamaica at lunch, 112 for 2 in their second innings, still needing 81 more runs, having been led on first innings by 193. With Blackwood 43, Bonner 34, the batsman out. Lug for 10, Campbell, the captain, for 16, having resumed on 1. And the very latest, before we take a break to resume at 20 minutes after 12, India 186 for 5 in the second T20 international against West Indies in Kolkata. And West Indies now in the 7th over. They are on 52 for 1. with Brandon King 19 from 23 deliveries. Nicholas Puran has 17 from 6 balls, trying to up the ante with 2 4s and 1 6. 52 for 1 after 6 overs and 3 balls, chasing 187. That's it from me, Keith Hole, on behalf of Roland Butcher and the other members of the commentary team. Rejoin us here around 18 minutes after 12, with players set to resume after lunch at 20 after 12. It's now bright and sunny at Kensington Oval.
I'm Kemar Roach. Shannon, one take. Let me get this in one take, Shannon, please.
I'm Shannon Gabriel.
After me.
Take 2.
Oh, I can speak to him.
What's your question again?
Cut. Okay. Shannon, what's your nickname?
I think they call it Shango or something like that.
Why?
Not sure. Kemar, what's your nickname?
Well, they call me Slider.
Why?
I don't have a clue. They say I'm slippery.
Kemar Roach, once again, gone through the gap.
Who do you think has the best nickname in the team?
I think we have to go with the big guy, Jimbo.
Jimbo, yeah, that's a pretty good nickname, isn't it? Yeah. So you know why they give him that nickname?
I'm not too sure, but I think it has to do with because he's big.
Yeah, probably that's it.
Yeah.
Big guy.
Big smile from the big man.
Kemar, unfortunately, how long do we know each other?
Way too long. I think it's way too long.
Yeah.
I think it's about 2014, 2013. That gives
So
us
way
what,
too long, ain't it?
8 years. Yeah, it's way too long.
Applause for Shannon Gabriel, who fell like London Bridge.
So when we first meet, boy, I think we met, that was what, England?
Nah, party, boy.
Party?
Breaking, I went to party, breaking.
Nah, I went to a party in Trinidad and meet you too. And then I met you in England. First tour. Good times.
Wow, you're getting me in my feelings here, ain't it?
That man Kemar Roach can't keep it off the action.
Some people say we're the complete opposite. Why is that in bowling and off the field?
I don't really think much of off the field. I think we are the same off the field, but in bowling we are opposite. You do what you do, I do what I do.
Pretty basic, yeah, pretty simple.
It's a nice wicket by Kemar Roach.
It was straight, it was angling in. Shannon Gabriel was confident.
Off the field, yeah, I'm happy to be locked into being the same with Shannon off the field. I think we get along very well, spend a lot of time together. We're both into having fun, party here and there. But when it comes to serious business, we get on the field and we do the job.
Oh, that's gone. That is gone. Clean them up. Through and through. Kemar Roach.
Kemar, what do you think my best quality is?
Good question.
Off the top of your head.
Gotta think for that one. But I think the way you keep the dressing room lively, that's definitely one of your best qualities, to have your own team. You're full of energy, full of good spirit, so that's definitely your best quality.
What about spending?
No, you're very cheap. Don't spend any money. Have not had a drink from you in 2 years. So, no, that's off the cards.
Gabriel, yet again, leading the charge for the Windies.
So what about me, Shannon? What do you think is my best quality?
Well, I can't say like to spend because I haven't gotten for you in ages. So I think your leadership skills, off the field, always lending advice and stuff like that.
Cheers, man. Appreciate that.
But I hope that change. You need to spend some money.
Things are tight right now.
Did you get that? Make sure I put that in it. Put that one.
Nicely behind that one, Shannon Gabriel.
Shannon, when did you make your test debut for West Indies?
I think it was 2012 in England. My memory of that test match was, could say, bowling in first innings. I never thought that I would have, coming up, I would have been able to play a test match. And thankfully I played one, but unfortunately I didn't finish the test match, so it was a bit sweet and sour. Got injured in the same test match, so it showed me what test cricket and international cricket was and what I needed to do to stay on top of things. When was your first test match or debut?
My first test match for the West Indies was against Bangladesh in St. Vincent, 2009. It was a bittersweet moment for me as well. The circumstances I came into the team with was a bit uncomfortable, but I made the best of it, had a pretty good series, and then I went on to play for West Indies for another 60 test matches.
You made any friends for those 60 test matches? within the team.
Only one, you. But we'll see how long it lasts.
Hope that the next 60 test match you're not that same grumpy guy. You'll see some change after today. Hopefully this interview can help you a bit. You can work on that skills.
I'll try on that. When I stay away from you, I'll be much happier.
Thanks.
Yeah, cheers.
It's a nice wicket, and Kemar celebrates.
Kemar, last summer you took your 200 test wicket. Tell me, what does that feel like and how did it feel?
Yeah, I know it was on 199. I was thinking about it all night coming into that test match, so I was very aware of the situation and how much wickets they needed to get to 200, so it was a very emotional time as well. Amazing feeling, obviously, to be among the greats, to surpass guys like Andy Roberts and Wes Hall is a fantastic feat. So for me, it's all about the future. 200 is the first step, so I look to 250, probably 300. So still some stuff to do, some work to put in, and it's a work in progress.
They'll perhaps name one of the stands after him on this Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in time to come.
Do you think you're going to play that long? You're 33 now. That's another 100 test matches you're talking about.
Listen to me. I'm going to play as long as I can. 2 more years, 3 years, hopefully give it the best I've got and just keep getting wickets for the West Indies. But, you know, once I'm playing with you, I'm definitely going to look at how long I play and how much more test matches I have to play.
For a moment there, I thought you were the chairman of selectors.
Shannon Gabriel will be thinking that he just survived again.
So Shannon, what number do you think you should bat?
Seriously talking,
Yes.
based on current form, you ain't getting any. The big guy Jimbo ain't getting any, so I think I should go ahead of you all.
What number is that?
That will be number 9 or number 8 or somewhere there.
Shannon Gabriel hasn't produced a lot in terms of runs for the West Indies.
Just looking at my batting in the past few days leading up to the test match, I think I'm in pretty good nick.
Are you aware your average is 4?
Yes, but I think some of the scores weren't registered. That's why the error somewhere there.
The umpire raises his finger.
Well, this question for me is irrelevant, but I'll ask it anyway. What number is the highest number you've batted for anyone and your favorite shot?
Back in the day I used to open and my highest is 131. Yes, not out 2.
Did that beach cricket on the beach?
No, sir, proper cricket.
Really?
Yeah, good bowlers.
Yeah. What's your favorite shot?
Over cover.
So what's the best shot you've played in international cricket?
I think a straight drive, over mid-off, back over bowler. That's usually my areas.
Can you remember the bowler? You don't remember the bowler?
Well, so many I lost count, or I lost track.
Kemar Roach, another wicket for the West Indies.
Kemar, have you got a favorite wicket that you have taken and why?
I would say Ricky Ponting. I'm Perth. I think that was a very historic moment for me. That really put my name on the map. So for me, Ricky Ponting is the wicket, for sure.
Easily done, another wicket to Shannon Gabriel.
So Shannon, what's your favorite wicket and why?
I would say Kevin Peterson. I got him out in my debut test match and he was one of the best players in the world at that point in time. So yeah, it was a great achievement for me, that match.
It's taken.
Good delivery from Shannon Gabriel.
So, how many wickets did you take against Sri Lanka last time?
I think it was 13 wickets in a test match.
Yeah, I think it was St. Lucia, right?
Yeah.
Brilliantly bowled by Shannon Gabriel. Brilliant. 5-wicket haul, number 3 in Test match cricket for Shannon Gabriel.
He was going for it. Shannon Gabriel doesn't disappoint.
My thought was a great achievement for myself because the work that I put in coming on to that series, fighting injuries and stuff, so it was a bit of a paid off to the hard work that I've put in leading up to the series, so it was just a good achievement.
13 wickets in the test match, tremendous effort for Shannon Gabriel.
Fantastic. That was a really fantastic game.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for the interview. I'll see you later. Cheers. Bye.
Hey guys, I'm here in the beautiful Spice Island of Grenada and I'm at the Players Hotel. But I want to meet West Indies' newest super fan. His name is Asher Ozana. I can't wait to meet him. We've seen his expressions of passion on our screen and let's go meet him right now. I think I spot him. He got a cricket bat in his hand as well. Hey, newest West Indies super fan. How are you, man?
Good.
Did you enjoy the game so far?
Yes, please.
You did?
Yes, please.
Tell me about Evan Lewis, where you were cheering him on to hit that 6.
Just wanted him to get the 100, really.
You wanted him to get the 100?
I was really excited.
I know you're here to meet the players.
Yes, please.
But before we do that,
Yes, please.
you want to have a game of cricket with me?
Yes, please.
You sure?
Yes, please.
I think we need a wicket keeper. Oh, now, can you join us, buddy? Do some wicket keeping, right?
Show me that.
Okay, it's time for you to do my job. I'll go get the players, all right? Be right back.
Be honest, can you hear me? I was shouting like crazy.
After the knock, I actually saw the video with you shouting. It's something very special to know that you come to support and you was backing me 100 to score that 100. So I really feel happy about it.
Who is your best friend on the team?
Actually, Skimo Paul.
Who's the most boring on the team?
Well, I would say probably Azari.
You play with that goat and it must be heavy.
No, I definitely don't. I'm not really looking forward to losing any teeth.
How do you cope with the fame? Because now I'm becoming famous.
Because now you're becoming famous. That's a good one.
Surely everyone wants to be a batsman, don't they?
No, I don't think so. I think for me, it's more fun getting them out.
Come on and show me the salute how it's properly done.
Okay, do you know how to do the salute?
No.
No? You want to learn how to do it?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Yes? After 3. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, stop. Salute. And
What's that Superman cheering all about?
Actually, it's Shepherd. The S for Shepherd. Everyone asks me that. They think it's Superman.
Don't lie to me, you were panicking the other night.
honestly, I've got to be honest here. This is a secret. Yes, I was a bit nervous.
Oh, you think you're standing next to Hayden at the wrong end?
To be honest, when I saw him stand up, I'm like, oh shoot. I just got to get back. That's all I was thinking.
Did you think Sheldon was going to hit the winning runs?
When the field got in, yeah, I think so. When the field was back, kind of 50-50.
I didn't know you could hit sixes.
Well, okay, have you ever hit a 6 before? Well, as a fast bowler, we don't hit many 6s, right? I mean, there's 11 batsmen on the team, so you got to bat. See that smile? That smile will get you far. And take care of mommy.
Yes,
sir. Take care.
This one is pulled away into the boundary. One bounce. And so short, a little bit wayward here from Hakeem Jordan. Chandra Paul hemorrhage quickly onto that one. Big shot for LBW. Angling back in. Over the top. this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. It falls safely and goes away to the boundary as well. This one again over the top, played through the offside. Goes all the way for 6. A maximum here from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. The first of the innings and showing his intent early. Cut away through the offside. Wit on offer from Hakeem Jordan and Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. Well, he's not going to let that go without punishing it. Over the top this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. One bounce into the boundary. This time it goes over the top, so that changes now.
Lofted and should be taken. Gets a wicket. And his unique celebration is on show. So the breakthrough comes for the Barbados Pride and they will be pleased.
In the air, well taken. Good catch. Chima Hole again, this time at mid-on.
Brilliant. Wow. That was a spectacular catch. Was a bad delivery. And it was taken. Loud appeal, he shuffled across and given. For a moment you felt that it might have been a little bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire, Joel Wilson. But when you looked at it again, it was quite adjacent.
Obviously once again over the offside. Goes all the way for 6 from Shemron Hetmyer. Carry on from strength to strength. A catch taken in extra cover. Ashley Nurse, the umpire, will just want to check this one. Patrick Gustad indicating that he's not too sure. Diving away to his right.
That's out. That's clearly out. Clearly taken by Ashley Nurse.
No, for the Guyana Jaguars confirmation there. Shamar Holder, after having taken 2 catches, now with a wicket of his own. And Akshaya Prasad, the batsman, dismissed. Up again. Field under. Does it have legs? Yes, it does. You betcha. Oh. And once again, another big shot here from Shemron Hetmyer. Another 6. Consecutive 6s now. And there it is. 50 for Shemron Hetmyer. His 8th list A 50. 600s to go with that. And what an entertaining knock it has been. Counter-attacking.
Starts short. And when Hetmyer is in this type of mood, he doesn't miss out. Gone. Just as we were talking about how important it is for him to provide support for Shimron Hetmyer, he gets a leading edge, and it's a soft dismissal. There's value in pitching the ball up again. Bottom edge. How lucky he was on that occasion. Goes down the ground. That's aggression. That's power from the young man.
This one is up in the air. Ashley Nurse under it. And he's taken it. The important wicket of Shemron Hetmyer falls to Captain Jason Holder. And what a wonderful wicket this is for the Barbados Pride, and he enjoys it.
Well, this one all the way for 6.
This one is played through offside down to 3rd man. And this is an annoying boundary here for Jason Holder. And this one is up in the air. The fielder circles under it. Not needed. Shamar Brooks complete an easy catch. But what was he thinking there, Kevin Sinclair?
powerfully struck down the ground. He was searching for the Yorker. Goes again. Over the top. He will get another boundary. So aggression being shown here by Shepherd. 2 boundaries to end the over. Nicked it and gone. The umpire doesn't have to show him the dreaded finger, but the move has worked for Jason Holder and the Barbados Pride. Wicket number 9.
Protection in the deep. Justin Graves cleans it up. 54, Romario Shepherd. And a wonderful effort here. Rare guy.
Welcome back to Kensington Oval. We've just seen one ball after lunch, and that's been bowled by Jonathan Carter, and it was outside the off stump. No shot offered by Nkrumah Bonner, and so the Scorpions resume on 112 for 2 as this delivery brings Bonner forward, and there is no run. Good afternoon to you, Jamal Smith.
Yes, Woody. And obviously the rain assisting the cause of the Jamaica Scorpions, allowing them to get up to the lunch mark without being further unscathed. We see Jonathan Carter, the wily operator, here now from the northern end, looking to create some more opportunities for Barbados, Woody.
Yeah, delivery which is played out to the offside by Bonner. No run. It's kept on 112 for 2. So he was there on 34 before lunch. Bonner. Black was there on 43. And here's Carter in bright sunshine. He's come back out here at Kensington Oval after the rain, and Bonner's onto the front foot and strokes this one out towards extra cover, where it's fielded by Brathwaite, and again no run. So 112 for 2, the Jamaica Scorpions. It means that they're still 81 behind, and there's still with some work to do, Jamal.
Yeah, most certainly. And just before the rain break, Jonathan Carter would have induced an edge of Nkrumah Bonner. He was seeming to get a bit of movement. The question would be right now, with that little bit of sprinkle, the ball rolling out to the outfield, how much movement can Jonathan Carter get here post-lunch?
Here he is, bowling now to Bonner, who's coming onto the front foot in the approved fashion, bat and pad very close together and playing it defensively out towards extra cover, where it's fielded by Brathwaite, and there's no run.
Yeah, well, it's a one criticism, slip catching. It's a little bugbear of mine. I love to see quality slip catching, and that catch by Brathwaite. It was a very poor letdown, you have to say. It's just something I would like to see tightened up, man. Some good slip catching.
Carter in again, bowling outside the off stump. No shot offered by Bonner. No run. The end of the over, 112 for 2. You talk about slip catching, and one of the other things I've recognized is that there's no settled slip fielders. Sorry to say, someone who's been watching the game for over 30 years, you would have seen when in the old days, especially at the West Indies level, you had set fielders. There was Richards at first slip, or Lloyd in some instances at first slip, Richards at second, Greenwich at third, Garner in the gully. So you knew who you were dealing with.
Yeah, most certainly would. It's a very interesting point. Memory served me correct. I've seen about 5 catches drop in between the 2 games, and you're perfectly correct. It's a specialist position. I know the Barbados Pride focus a lot on slip catching and vast spread rates. I've seen him the sessions that I have been at, you know, constantly going after. But you really need to settle that personnel. People need to be designated in those positions because they are specialist positions.
Shem Holder will continue from the Marshall end, bowling to Blackwood on the line of the leg stop and clipped off the pads through square leg. He'll get one. They're going to hurry back for the second as the left-handed return goes into the bowler's end from Jamel Warrican, who had to really put in higher gear to get to the ball coming off the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 2 runs to Blackwood, who goes to 45 and takes the Scorpions total up to 114 for 2. And that means that they're still 79 behind. Holder bowling over the wicket to Blackwood, who comes onto the front foot. A bit of a tickish inside edge, looking to drive. Not a lot of timing on the shot, but he still gets a run as it goes out into the mid-wicket region. And again, Warrican brought in off the boundary.
Yeah, one constant with it though is that Jonathan Carter is always that slip to the spin. And as you would know, some guys are better to the spin than the pace. But as we said, the catches that we've seen drop, you know, for this level, they really should be taken.
Bonner coming onto the front foot, playing defensively out into the offside. The bowler shadows moving to his left, and so too Keon Harding from backward point. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've recognized. That again, you know, I remember hearing Sir Curtly Ambrose talk about it, that when he was playing, he had Sir Vivian Richards, then he had Sir Richie Richardson, and I think at one stage
Brian Lara would have made a card first slip.
Yeah,
he'd be at one.
No, well, not in that company.
Not in that.
Not in that company. Not in that company. The delivery over pitched on the line of the leg stump and whipped away through mid wicket by Bonner for a run. Bradford got a hand to it but couldn't stop it. 115 for 2 now. Bonner there on 34 and Blackwood on 46.
Yeah, and I can remember the days of watching Richie Richardson. I've never seen him, and you have to tell me, Woody, I've never seen that broad rim hat fall off his head.
No.
At third slip, diving away to the right with 2 hands. I've seen that so many times.
He was a boss. I've actually had the opportunity to work with him and I've shared some of these thoughts with him. And I also asked him about, you know, his slip catching. I'm going to tell you about that in a minute. As Holder bowls to Blackwood, who's coming onto the front foot, playing quietly back up along the pitch, no run. He also used to dive forward and take catches. That's one of the things you don't see a lot nowadays. He was so good at slip, especially at second slip. He used to actually dive forward and get his hands under the ball and take some fabulous catches there, especially at second slip. That's the one thing I always remember him being in the corner. Over pitched outside the off stump and the batsman drives through the cover. A long chase around to his left from mid-off for Shamar Springer. He will come back for the second run now. So 2 more runs to Blackwood, who now goes to 48 and 35 to Bonner. And at the end of that over, it's 118 for 2.
Yes, Woody, and as I would have said, a little period because there was a little sprinkle on the pitch just to freshen it up a bit, and there was obviously a bit of outfield moisture an hour around. Possibly in the next half an hour or so it'll be gone, but it probably would give the Jamaican batsman another form of reprieve. We haven't seen any movement from Carter's yet. Shem Holder now trying to get back into his work, but we haven't seen that, you know, that grip and bounce that we were seeing a little earlier.
Here is Carter bowling to Bonner, who's playing defensively back up along the offside of the pitch, and no run. And also interesting enough too, you talk about the maybe it's not as bad as we may think, Jamal, because you also have Shem Holder, the off spinner, bowling from the Marshall end, and you would think that with a spinner, you know, it may be difficult for him to grip the ball. Here's Carter bringing Bonner onto the front foot. He plays defensively back up along the onside of the pitch and no run.
Well, simply because outside it is predominantly dry and it is sunny. It may not be the difficulty in gripping the ball. It might be the difficulty maybe on getting revs on the ball initially in the spell. Within the next 2 hours or so, we suspect he would get back into his work as the ball gets drier, etc.
Here is Carter in again, bowling to Bonner, who's in behind it, pushes it out into the offside for Bradford to come in from cover, no run. What would you say to him then? Get the revs, or probably just bowl a couple of seam up deliveries?
No, not really seam up. I tell you what, remember that cover that we were talking about as we saw that shot, that over pitch delivery, ball punch into the offside. Possibly, you know, just fortify the offside field just for overall 2 and let him settle back in to where he wants to be again.
Delivery, which is on the line of the leg stop, played away into the onside out towards the forward square position, no run.
You know, it's always a good debate with you know, sometimes, especially in T20 cricket at night with the dew, etc., or even playing a pink ball game, and there's a bit of dew around, you know, grip becomes important. You may need to slant the seam a bit more, possibly because holding him. Some balls, when they do swell, the middle of the seam actually swells up. You know, it makes it very difficult to grip and get the purchase that you want.
A delivery which brings Bonner onto the front foot and pushed into the offside for Braffett to do the field in that extra cover.
Yeah.
I remember the BCI has, well, the BCI has some balls in the old days. I can't remember what was the brand it was. But let me tell you, these things, they always used to use them in trial matches. I know the bowlers hated them because they used to get them 2 thumps and down into the concrete boundary. That was the Kensington stand. And let me tell you, that was the end of it. Yeah. The delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot and brings us to the end of the over from Carter. At the end of it, the Jamaica Scorpions 118 for 2 in their second innings. They trail by 75.
Yeah, so just to give the listeners and viewers a picture, possibly that ball has just gotten a slightly bit heavier.
Correct.
As you know, another half an hour or so it dries out, it will start to do what it has to do again. But certainly, as long as you're not seeing Carter getting some movement, you know, it's suggestive that conditions have been altered slightly. Obviously, it was a sharpish shower. So again, you know, it's for Barbados. The onus knows upon Barbados to settle back in, particularly Shem Holder, because he needs to justify his selection. I think strategically, in theory, it's a good move because you can see the benefit of a Shem Holder bowling well. But you know, he needs to come to the party. He's key along with Joe Melwar if Barbados is to make further inroads.
Here he is from the Marshall end now to bowl to Blackwood, who's coming onto the front foot, pushing it onto the offside, out towards a squarish cover where it's fielded by Harding, and there is no run.
All right, so you see Craig made the consolidation. He's actually moved the point man out to that squarish cover region. You know? So he's giving Shem that extra bit of protection there on the offside, just to find that area again that he was using before lunch.
Here he is, over pitched on the line of the leg stump and clipped off the pads by Blackwood through mid-wicket. He'll get a single. Warwick and tidying up just inside the boundary. Up to 49 now, Blackwood, so he'll be eyeing his 50. 35 to Bonner, who's coming to strike, and it's 119 for 2.
Yes, Woody, and I was just about to suggest, as it's been done now, that possibly using the extra mid-wicket in this situation would be better as opposed to the leg slip, which they've now done, because as we said, you know, it's slightly wet, he's now getting back into his areas. And, you know, the leg slip is usually there when the ball is really rising and move and spinning quickly, you know, when a guy might glove a ball or two. So this is actually a pretty good field setting.
Here is a Holder bowling to Bonner, who's back, maybe looking to steer it past Carter at slit, but got cramped for room and almost maybe either played it into his stance, maybe even given a chance to one of the close, whether the keeper or the slit fielder. Not really necessary at this stage. You're in control, no need to play that cheeky shot. Here is a Holder on his win again, given some air, and Bonner onto the front foot, strokes it up towards second of those fielders in it, that mid-wicket area. Carter's just off the edge of the pitch, just maybe about a yard or so. Then we have Shamar Springer in a more orthodox mid-wicket position. Slip, squarish cover, mid-off, that's the offside field as Holder bowls now to Bonner, who's coming onto the front foot and playing quietly into the offside where there's no run. There's also a long on, there's a deep mid-wicket, there's a long leg. There's, as I said, those two close infielders, Shamar Brooks just off the pitch and in a straightish mid-wicket position, and a more orthodox position is Shamar Springer. And then you've got the fielder under the helmet at short square leg. Here's Holder bowling to Bonner, who's has to hurry the shot just a bit, or maybe a little bit fuller, and he just having to come down on it a little bit quickly. Played it back up along the pitch. No run. The end of the over, 119 for 2. Blackwood has got 49 and Bonner's got 35.
Yeah, so a fairly good over there from Shem Holder, as we say, now settling him back into his rhythm. But as you can see, especially evidence from that last delivery, it kind of went straight on as opposed to that little grip we were seeing just before lunch. So clearly evidence that, you know, the ball is a bit wet and the surface was freshened up just a bit. I really like those 2 wickets that Barbados is employing now. You know, this is that kind of session, that kind of period in the game where it's a wait and see, and you have to really settle and try to force the batsman to make the mistake instead of blasting him out. And I think Craig Braffett recognizes that, you know, this could be a very hard-working session for them.
Very much so, as Carter moves in now and bowls to Blackwood, who comes onto the front foot, gets a thickish outside edge. The ball squirts away towards third man. He'll come back for the second run, and that will bring Blackwood to his 50. So he rolls up now to 51. 132 minutes, 89 deliveries, 3 fours, and a half century there for Jermaine Blackwood. That will do his confidence a world of good.
Yes, relatively well played so far by Jermaine Blackwood. And what it is heartening for me to see, you know, the senior batters, the guys we expect, you know, that are around West Indies cricket, getting scores. Craig Brathwaite, obviously, with that wonderful 276 we saw. John Campbell scoring 100, and now we're seeing Blackwood coming to the party.
Carter bowling to Blackwood, who's on to the front foot and playing out into the offside, out to Craig Brathwaite, who again sends another fiery return into Shane Dorrit. She's been doing that every time the ball has come to him. I don't know, they have some little by-play between the two of them. I wanted to ask you too, I have in my hand a wipe, of which one of the wipes we're using to clean off the microphones and stuff. How much does that impact on the ball? I don't know if you've played any cricket recently. I had to use the wipes, especially in the COVID period. Delivery which is pitched up and Blackwood into the drive, but straight to Brathwaite in that extra cover position, no run.
Yeah, Woody, I've actually had that as a passing thought, especially in the international series, because as you know, when the lacquer is there, you're trying to shine it up nicely and get the ball to reverse, etc. And then it goes into the stands and the wipe is put on it. As we said before, even like how the moisture now from the outfield, etc., probably does just alter the state of the ball a bit.
Here is Carter in again now, bowling to Blackwood, who's a forward and back. Had to make a slight adjustment. Maybe the ball just got a little bit of an extra bounce that he didn't bargain for. Pushed it on into the offside, and no score again. It's 121 for 2 it remains.
And Woody, what I really appreciate about John Carter's medium pace throughout these 2 first-class games is his ability to bowl areas, his ability to just be there about that 4 stump region, on or about all stump, a little in, a little out. You know, it really sets a good precedent for what good first-class bowling is supposed to be.
Here's Carter bowling over pitched on the line of the leg stump and played away towards the wideish mid-on position where Harding moves to his right and collects. Single for Blackwood, that takes him up to 52 and a total up to 122 for 2. That's where I thought that maybe in that previous game, I felt if your boy Kevin Stutt was in this Barbados team on that first morning, I think it was, on that pitch that we had in that first game, I could see him eating the top part of the leeward.
The wizard, they call him the wizard. You know, yeah. The wizard knows what he's about, especially when the ball is low.
Yeah,
he does his thing, man. He does his thing.
Here is Carter in again, bowling. Delivery which is pitched up, and Bonner coming on to the front for the playing it out towards mid-on, no run. The end of the over, 122 for 2.
Yes, Woody, and you have to say again, you know, it's about skill sets. It's about the ability to do the things that are needed to be done for long periods of time. Consistency, especially. You know, so incident on incident in your teams, you're asking yourself these questions. You would afford yourself some exuberance, some youth, and you know you hope they will learn. As I said before, I said earlier, Harding is my main concern because I expect him to get some movement. I expect him to be that shot bowling factor. I expect him to get proper wickets, and I haven't seen that yet, so I'm a bit concerned about that. But again, Shamar Springer is providing a little element of what Kevin Stoke brings.
On the line of the leg stump holder, and it's tucked away down towards the fine leg region for a single for Blackwood, who now moves up to 53 and takes the Scorpions total up to 123 for 2.
And certainly 2 memory for as we saw in the first innings. You know, as again, the question is now as for Craig Brathwaite, how do I rotate my bowlers, who to use at which particular time? Like for instance, if his partnership is broken, do we see a Harding coming back with that extra pace, etc.? You know, it's really that period of the game where our tactics come firmly into play.
Holder bowling to Bonner again on the line of the leg stump, a little fuller this time, and I just clipped away off the pads out towards the long leg region for another run for Bonner, who's now 36 and a total up to 124 for 2.
Yeah, and on the flip side, these 2 Jamaican batsmen, albeit that Bonner did get a chance, you know, so far you see what they're looking to do. You can appreciate the effort and how they're looking to play. Blackwood and not being as dashing as we're accustomed to seeing, playing high percentage shots, looking to work the ball around. Bonner settled into his work too, so you know, really and truly it's a pretty good contest at the moment.
Holder bringing Blackwood onto the front foot, wrapped on a pad as a peel for a leg before decision, but he's a long way forward and probably struck outside the line of the off stump. One of the things I remember, he did an interview, Blackwood, I think it was during the Pakistan series, was that last year, and he made the point that, you know, he's spoken to Virat Kohli and told him, you know, you are naturally free scoring batsman, but you got to give yourself half a chance. Bat at least 100 balls. So far, he's batting 95, and look what score he has. He's got 53. My question is, why does he always do that? Here is over pitch delivery outside the off stump, and Blackwood drives through extra cover and away to the boundary for 4, all along the ground. Those are the sort of shots you want to see him play more at the international level. Not necessarily always go over the top, but getting to the pitch of the ball and driving sweetly along the carpet, and he gets himself a boundary. He goes to 57 and takes a total up to 128 for 2.
Beautiful shot, Woody, and as you remember, I was alluding to the fact that possibly he should use the extra cover in this situation simply because, the ball is rolled into the outfield. It just went far deep into the outfield as well, so it'll probably picked up a bit of moisture. But you rightly said, Jermaine Blackwood, he looks good, and he has the ability, I must confess, I like him. I like him, I must confess. And, I expect him to do good things in a situation like this, and I'm hoping, his temperament is there. It augurs well for the cricket overall if Jermaine Blackman cuts 100 here.
Correct. Here is Holder bowling to Blackwood, who's onto the back foot and tries to force it through the offside. No timing on the shot, and it goes bouncing out towards Harding in at the squarish cover position. No run, 128 for 2. Blackwood there on 57, Bonner on 36. Remember, the Scorpions made 328 in their first innings, but the trails still by 65, so they've got to clear that deficit first if they hope to at least make Barbados Pride bat again. Here is Holder giving this one Samir, and Blackwood maybe could have done it, given it more of the full treatment and not getting the timing right on the shot, and it just goes rolling back up the pitch for Holder to do the fielding. The end of the over, 128 for 2. Bonner on 36, Blackwood on 57, and the Scorpions continue to fight here.
Yes, and certainly the Scorpions are continuing to fight. Now, remember what we said earlier is about sessions. First session, let's say 50-50, Barbados got the wicket here. Now is the second session where it's probably just about
20 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes or so into the second session. As I said, it was a bit of a reprieve based on conditions, so these two batsmen have the opportunity to settle in. And if Jamaica Scorpions can win this session with going on scale or just for one wicket, then it really, the onus then goes back up on Barbados.
That's right.
And so they're doing well thus far.
Carter in bright sunshine now bowls to Bono, who comes onto the front foot, and in that typical style onto the front foot, proof fashion, the bat coming down very, very nicely. You would like that Jamal as a coach. Nice arc,
Yeah, man. And Kuma Bonner, he has a bit about him. We know how he got into the West Indies side, but what I say so far, he's taken the opportunity. He's looked a better player from that Bangladesh series to now, and certainly is an important cog in this Jamaica. We have to say it's a bit top heavy based on the collapse that we've seen and the previous scores in the last first class game. But if your first 4 or 5 batsmen are prepared to do the job, because there's Paul Palmer still, he's relatively decent. He's coming on nicely. He had an indifferent start, we have to say, but based on what I've seen in the first innings, he looks to be understanding his role.
Here's Carter bowling to Bonner, who's coming onto the front foot and playing defensively back along the pitch. No run. It remains 128 for 2. So you talk about Paul Palmer. Yes, he scored 200. I didn't even recognize it. That he did score a couple of hundreds last season, which would have also helped his confidence as well.
He's improving. He's improving. They stuck with him for a pretty long time. His returns weren't the best initially, but he's now starting to look like the sort of player that's necessary for Jamaica. It's really important that Jamaican cricket stays on good footing as well for West Indies.
Carter bowls maybe a slightly slower delivery, and the Bonner coming onto the front foot, equal to it, drives it out towards Braffett in at the extra cover position, and there's no run. And they also, I think they maybe had also probably forced him into the captaincy, maybe just a tad too early. He wasn't really a senior player. They just brought him like a bolt out of the blue, Paul Palmer, stuck him on senior players, and that could always cause some bit of a friction if it's not handled correctly. Delivery from Carter, that brings the batsman onto the front foot. He plays defensively back up along the pitch for Carter to do the feed into his own bowling. And the score kept at 128 for 2. Bonner on 36, Blackwood on 57. Good afternoon to my good friend Courtney Francis there in the JCA office, and all the good folk in the Jamaica Cricket Association office there in Kingston. And I know that they're working very hard, trying to keep cricket alive in a country that's overrun by athletics and football. Delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot. He plays defensively out into the cover, where again Braffett comes in to do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, Woody, and further to Jamaica cricket, I was a bit concerned, especially over the stutter they've had over the last few years. But there's some batting to come. There's a guy called Lewin, Jordan Johnson. He was in the under-19 team, and there's also a young man by the name of Justin Beckford. These are three pretty decent players, and these is guys, you know, if you can get them in proper programs, probably can all go well for Jamaica cricket.
In behind it is Bonner playing it back to Carter. No run. The end of another over from Jonathan Carter. He's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 8. And the Jamaica Scorpions, they're 128 for 2. There's also a young man here who I saw a few years ago by the name of Brad Barnes. I think he's their former under-19 captain. And he's a pretty useful sort as well. Good, nice young player. And good to see that he's also come true and he's not been lost to the game.
Yeah, most certainly, as I said, Woody, these are things I look for. You look for succession, you look for the succession planning, particularly batters. All-rounders, they're always a dime a dozen, they're always around, but you want guys who appreciate what batting is about, occupying the crease and scoring runs. And as I said before, those 3 young on the 19s, Llewellyn top order batsman opener, actually Beckford operates about 5'6". Jordan Johnson similarly, we have guys like Paul Palmer who are looking to come through. We still have Bonner, Blackwood, etc. So it's looking okay for Jamaica cricket, and it's very important for them to get it right as well. As I said, they've had a bit of a stutter over the last couple of years, and I certainly would like to see them, going on from strength to strength, because Jamaica cricket needs to be strong. Every single territory needs to be strong, but the big four or whatever they call them is very important for West Indies cricket as well.
And the point, when you talk about the succession planning, I think that was part of the issue that they've had in the last couple of seasons, where you had this group of players who had played for so long and had dominated regional cricket for 5 years. That group that included Tamar Lambert, Dave Bernard Jr., Carlton Ball, Nikita Miller.
I was speaking about Odin Brown the other
Yes,
day.
I was just about to call his name. Yeah.
Skinny, man.
So here's Jamel Warrican replacing Holder at the far end, and he bowls his first delivery, which is split out into the onside, and there's no run. He remains at 128 for 2. And they lost that group. They just moved that group out, and what happened was that obviously you create a kind of a vacuum,
a void.
Yeah. So next delivery is played out to the forward short leg fielder, no run. So that's the other challenge that I've found that our administrators at the territorial level have not handled well.
Succession planning.
Very much so. On the back foot is Blackwood looking to force it through the offside. Let's have a look at the field for Warrican. A slit backward point. There's the short extra covering. There's the orthodox extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Short square leg. The field at the backward square position, and the next delivery from Warrican is outside the off stump, and there's no shot offered, and the score kept at 128 for 2 with Bonner on 36 and Blackwood who's in strike. He's there on 57.
Another sprinkle coming across the ground there from the eastern side. It doesn't look that threatening, but again, Woody, this is good news for Jamaica, not only for the possibilities of a break, but just freshening up the pitch a bit and stopping that ball from doing the things that Barbados would like it to do. I saw Joe Melwarkan previously, last 2 balls trying to get it dry. So this is a good period to be out there as 2 senior batters looking to put Jamaica on steady footing.
Here is Warrican around the wicket, bowling to Blackwood, who's in behind it and plays the ball out towards Braffett in the mid-wicket position, and their score kept at 128 for 2. Warrican who's bowled 8 overs before this, none for 27. He brings Blackwood onto the front foot, plays defensively up along the pitch, no run. The end of Warrican's 9th over. 9 overs, 2 meters, none for 27. Let's take a quick look at the rest. Reefer, 4 overs, 2 meters, 1 for 6. He's not bowled today. Neither has Shamar Springer. 3 overs, 1 meter, none for 15. Holder, 14 overs, no meters, 1 for 45. Simmons is not bowled today either. 4 overs, no meters, none for... Sorry, he did bowl today. 4 overs, no meters, none for 10. All of his overs were today. Harding, 4 overs, no meters, none for 13. A very short spell. And then Jonathan Carter, 5 overs, 3 meters, none for 8. Doing the donkey work, as they say.
Yeah, it's hard work on this pitch. Easy pace, placid. The batsmen are prepared to dig in and bat. I think everyone's recognized it's a good surface to bat on, and they're putting the bowlers to do some work.
Here is Carter bowling over the wicket now to Bonner, who comes onto the front foot and drives it out towards the mid-off fielder Raymond Reefer. And there's no run. Now Reefer's gotten into that thing of throwing the ball to Shane Dorrit. So his hands must be certainly very hot at the moment, because they're just having these shies back at Shane Dorrit.
I can tell you this, Woody. Coming on the latter part of my career, and I was keeping in the youngsters were doing just that.
Yeah.
I knew it was time for me to go. I totally hated it.
Definitely. Carter on his way again, bowls and delivery, bounces a little bit awkwardly there on Bonner, but he's so well into his innings. He just takes away the bottom hand and just plays it out into the onside, where it's picked up by Mosley coming around from mid-wicket, no run. So a bit of a delivery that misbehaved there from the pitch, a pitch which has largely behaved very nicely for the batsman, and that one would have caught Bonner on his unawares.
Remember, we just said a slight sprinkle, a little freshening up, probably just hit an open crack or two and just went through a little quicker.
Carter tries once more, bowling to Bonner, who comes onto the front foot again and plays very watchfully, very astutely back up along the offside of the pitch. Picked up by Carter, who now begins to work on that ball, takes the sweat
on his brow.
Yeah.
yes, Woody.
By the sweat of his brow, he shall reap, or he shall, he shall eat. So, or he shall reap wickets. Strand again. Carter turning below us and in, bowls to Bonner, who's in behind it, pushes down into the offside, and there goes Craig Bradford again with another shy. What's this all about, Craig? What's this all
probably
about?
Just been in a little vibe, but Woody, I'd be a bit naughty here. Back in the day for a skyscraper playing day 4, you always could tell the players with the pants used to be bright red. There were some players in particular walking.
Yes.
They would have a long red streak on the pants, and you always wonder what exactly were they using.
Yes, yes. Here is Bonner coming onto the front for the stroking this one out to extra cover, again fielded by Bradford, and the score remains at 128 for 2 with Bonner on 36. And Blackwood on 57. And yes, I've now come to learn what that was all about.
Some of my good friends I shall not call names.
No, don't call it names.
But there was a substance that, fast bowlers used to joke about. Yes. Used to call it DAX.
Yes. Here is Carter in again, bowling. And Bonner gets delivery, which is pitched. He pushes it out to mid-on, where it's fielded by Harding. No run. The end of the over, 128 for 2. And let's not talk about the Jerry Curl era. There's some bowlers that use the gels that they used to use in the Jerry Curl era. I remember one time going to a certain club that is very close to this ground, and I seeing the guys take their hands and dip it in a jug of Vaseline, and they rub it on their forearms and stuff like that.
I would tell you what was pretty useful too. There's dinner mints actually.
Oh yes,
those
yes,
white dinner mints.
Yes,
they actually.
yes. Yes.
Go on the lacquer quite well.
Very much
obviously,
so.
now we're in the modern day, we're not supposed to do that kind of stuff. It's been stamped out.
Yes.
Totally. But or sometimes in local cricket, a good old stopper might do.
That's very much. That's very much so. So that's very much so. And not necessarily a piece of sandpaper. Bringing Blackwood onto the front for his Warwican. The score kept on 128 for 2. Yeah, that's a part of the game that we could tell stories about that.
Yes, without calling any names.
Very much so. Warwican bringing Blackwood onto the front foot. And I remember hearing an umpire talking about that. And he said he went out to say, all right, when I can start this foolishness or what?
Yeah, sometimes the ball had to be changed too.
Yep.
But that was another tactic too. Where you get it like to here.
Yeah.
Get something else.
Delivery on the line, the leg step, and the ball popped up in the air just to the right of Mosley, that forward short leg. A bit of a stiff shouts of catch it from the fielders, but wasn't close enough to Mosley for him to get a hand on it. And Bonner would get another run to take. Was that a run? Oh, yes, sorry. Black would get another run. He goes up to 58, and the total up to 129 for 2. And the umpire said he watched it for a little while, and he realized, wait, the ball going from this player to that player. He said, but why would the ball? It was the natural thing to send it down the offside, but it was send it down the leg side. This delivery was bringing the batsman forward and steered out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, little tricks of the trade. Woody. There was also a particular brown baller, NLW,
right,
that never left the bat. I'm telling you, you get an you facing an NLW, you better have a good piece of willow in your hand.
Oh dear. A delivery which brings the batsman onto the front foot, and he strokes it out towards long off Bonner for a single. Warwican taking his time to get the ball in, and Bonner goes up to 37 and takes the total up to 130 for 2. There was also a ball, I remember, going to St. Catherine with the Spartan intermediate time one year, and there was a ball called a 987.
987, a 2-piece?
I don't think it was a 4-piece.
Okay.
And I remember Carlisle Stewart, I think you know Carlisle very well. Let me tell you, he gave the Spartan intermediate side some real trouble. And delivery.
987 was a 2-piece?
2-piece?
Yeah, but I know that had to be
but I think the intermediate you could only use 4-piece balls. So no, it's a 987. It definitely was a 987. Well, yeah. And then I remember also playing some cricket up at RPTC as well too.
I see someone is telling me about my old coach, but we didn't used to use 9-7. We use a ball called Victory with 2 fingers
Victory,
at the
yes,
side.
yes.
That ball, and he
That's
used
a
to
Pakistan
swing the ball
ball.
on his own.
Yeah.
On his own. Biggest outswing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Peter Vaughan.
Yeah, a big that was a Pakistan-made ball, Victory, that this first delivery knew over from Carter, bringing Bonner onto the front foot and played back up along the pitch for the bowler to do the fielding, and there's no run. And then I remember going also to RPTC, and the guy here, I think he's now the deputy commissioner of police or assistant commissioner of police in St. Lucia. Can't remember his name now, but he used to open the bowling for RPTC at that time. The that brings the batsman onto the front foot and he plays it back up to Carter, and there's no run. And let me tell you, they used to use the two-piece ball. That's second division now. And let me tell you, that ball swung all over the place. You couldn't get a touch on it. Well,
big bad cricket, man.
Very much so. So we got some more rain here at Kensington Oval as the players retreat to the dressing rooms and the ground staff drag on that big white cover. And so we got a break in play. A chance for me to tell you that the Jamaica Scorpions in their second innings are 130 for 2. They still trail by 63. At the moment, it's Jermaine Blackwood on 58 and Nkrumah Bonner on 37. A partnership so far of 71 for the third wicket, unbroken. They lost today. John Campbell caught by Jonathan Carter off Shem Holder for 16, and that was in the second over of the day. And since then, it's been these two, Bonner and Blackwood. Yesterday, the Scorpions lost Lugg. He was caught at backward point off Reefer for 10. And we gave you the bowling figures a bit earlier. 2 bowlers taking the wickets. Reefer 1 for 6 from 4, and Holder 1 for 45 from 14. So we've give you a sweep. Keith is going to come in, and again, Jamal, all very interesting conversations. I'm going to have to end again, and but certainly, just people don't understand this funny old game of cricket. You talk about 2-piece balls, 4-piece balls. Those can always have an impact on what happened. I remember I think we used to use the Victory balls, and let me tell you, once the lacquer went off, those were what do they call it? It was just heavy, and you couldn't get it hit off the square. And the bowler, we hit it as bowlers. One year they gave us some good. They got us some good balls, but and that was a very short-lived thing. I think it was only for about 2 or 3 games, and that was the end of it. But very interesting.
Good old days.
Yeah, very good old days of cricket. Cricket is a very lovely game. I just wish that our players understand it's a very lovely but simple game. Just to play the basics and all will be well. Jamal, more thoughts from you, and then it'll be key for it.
Yes, well, certainly the basics have been applied by these 2 Jamaican batsmen. There's a very old-fashioned, hard fight between these 2 teams, with the weather around as well, a couple of sprinkles here and there, and with the intervals, the forced intervals, as we see some of the Barbados players are still standing around the pasture trying to get back out there. You have to say they're possibly getting just a little impatient. Jamaica Scorpions going along nicely. I think they couldn't ask for anything more at this stage, just losing the 1 wicket, and their 2 most senior batsmen are going about their business really well. You have to say so far, Keith, we cannot declare a winner at this stage.
Thank you very much, Jamal, as the covers are being removed, and it's 134-2. Still behind by 63, Bonner 37, Blackwood 58. The Jamaica Scorpions having resumed today on 56 for 1, and then reinforced the players off the field early. At 20 minutes after 11, an early lunch was taken, and the wicket today of Campbell caught at slip by Carter off Holder for 16. I was having divided interest, Jamal, but good to be with you because West Indies in pursuit of 187 for victory now need 37 runs from 18 balls, and that fight is being carried by Nicholas Pooran on 56 from 35 balls with 4 fours and 3 sixes. The same number of boundaries for Rodman Powell, who's on 49 off 27 balls, and they've added 91 in 8 overs and 3 balls. So where there's a will, there's a way. How would you call it at this time, Jamal?
That's pretty even. I mean, back in the days, we say 18 from 37 from 18 is a big target, but it certainly is not. And I know in modern day cricket, particularly West Indies, they back themselves in terms of how many more sixes they can hit in that period. So you have to say it's pretty much game on. Keith, two players of pretty good quality from the West Indies, Nicholas Pooran and Robin Powell. Is Pollard still to come since you were watching the cricket?
Yes, he's. You're being facetious,
But
man.
No, do not use that word in this box again. We're back
I don't know the meaning of it. I just call it.
No, but since you were watching, I didn't get to see. But did Pollard come yet?
No,
that's good. That's good for us.
Yeah.
That's certainly good.
One of the gentlemen always an Alexandra boy, so you would know who's the other.
Pardon?
I said one of the batsmen out is from Alexandra School, your alma mater. So you would know who's the other batsman who was dismissed.
Okay.
Yeah, Mears and King. They have me looking forward and looking backwards because play's about to begin. I have to look to the middle, and then you can look over your left shoulder to the big television screen. We hope that it doesn't freeze. It has frozen about 28 times so far since this game started. Oh, Susan tells me even more than that, so I'm behind time. Brandon King made 22 from 30 balls. Kyle Mears 9 off 10 deliveries. Barbados Pride here at Kensington Oval desperately needing a breakthrough. And at 130 for 2. The two Bs are in. West Indies test players, and Carter resumes. And he pitches on the stumps and shows that he has skill when it comes to football. As the ball goes back down the pitch, he does it twice, boot to hand, and then he's showing that he can raise the right leg without the ball falling to the turf as Bonner came forward. He is on 37. It's now 1 o'clock in Barbados in the Eastern Caribbean. 2 slips for Carter over the wicket from the Garner end. Pitch is short, back goes Bonner, plays it back down the pitch. A good bounce for the bowler. And then he underarms it to mid-off. And there is no run. Jamal, my name is Keith Holder and not Andrew Mason. So for the listeners, if you are keen to say, well, what is this guy talking about, as Bonner covers up and plays it back on the pitch to the bowler. But this is one occasion, Jamal, that I will offer some compliments to a lady who has looked after us over the years, but of late she makes sure that she comes in when Andrew is not around, and especially after lunch. But I want to say to Miss Carol Taylor, thanks very much for just offering us here the slices of cassava pone that needs to be mentioned. And we will take the rest of it and put it in the safe hands of our technical guru, Mr. Sobers, so that when Andrew arrives, he gets none. 152 for 2. Push down to mid-off, and there is no run. We also have a slice save for you, Jamal. Just make sure that you get a bottle of water to go with it.
I understand you, Keith. Thanks for extending that courtesy to me.
Yeah, we have to look after you, you know.
You should. Keith.
Yeah.
You really should.
You talk the cricket. We talk the cricket. But because Miss Taylor, not the original Carol Taylor who you wouldn't know about because, again, you're a young guy, but all the people like Michael Sobers, Susan Bell, and myself, I'm not even Elvis Howard, the chairman of the youth selection panel, who's here with us. Woody would know. So what is there in the name, Jamal?
What is there in the name? You tell me.
Yeah, do you know any more Jamal Smiths?
Yes, there was one that went to Wesley Hall with me, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Did he play cricket?
Yes, he did, actually. I think he went on to Louis Lynch.
Now, Worry is bowling Jomel Warrican. Sun comes back up here at Kensington Oval. Jamaica Scorpions 130 for 2. He has 3 close catchers, slip, silly point, and the short leg. Was about to bowl, operating from around the wicket. West Indies 152 for 2. They need 35 runs off 15 balls. Chasing 187. Warrican goes from around the wicket and it's driven down to mid-on. Called for a single and not picked up cleanly out at mid-on, allowing the batsman then to take the single. Holder came in to do the fielding, took his eyes off the ball and fumbled, but nevertheless I reckon they would have still been able to get home safely. So 59 now is Blackwood, Bonner 37, 131 for 2, a partnership of 72. So there's a slip. He also has the silly point, Slipping Carter, Silly Point, Brooks and Mosley at the short leg. Pushed down to Silly Point, picked up by Brooks, and there is no run as Bono goes back. Then the orthodox point cover, very short extra cover in Springer, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. And next delivery, pushing outside of the off stump, just passes the outside edge of Bono's bat and quickly removing the bails Dorich. And he puts them back on just as quickly, asking umpire Braffett to remain firm at square leg. 131 for 2. From around the wicket is Warwican, and on the front foot quite early, it's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. Now 159 for 2, 28 runs needed off 11 balls. So we'll update you with what's going on in Kolkata as here at Kensington Oval, stretching out and defending it down to Silly Point is Bono, who's on 37, Blackwood 59 as Carter completes, as Warwican completes his over, and his figures now will read 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 30. It's 131 for 2. Here's Jamal Smith.
Yes, Keith. What we're seeing here now, but we're not seeing much threat on offer from this Barbados bowling pair. Warwick Khan seems to be a bit flat. He's now getting into his work, obviously, Keith. But as we said, those like showers just probably taking away a bit from the ball, taking a little lacquer off the ball, making it a little heavier, and the ball just basically going straight through. So these two batsmen really enjoying the spoils right now of a very placid, easy pace surface deep into day 4.
Interesting as Carter opts to go around the wicket now from the Joel Garner end, a bit too wide of the off stump for Blackwood to play, and he lets it go to Dorich. 131 for 2. West Indies 159 for 2 in the 19th over. So the equation, 28 runs needed off 10 deliveries. Pooran has 62 from 40 with 5 fours and 3 sixes. Powell on 52 from 30 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes. The second slip has gone more to what a third slip would be, a gap between the first and the second slip. And Carter is around the wicket, bowls short, and it's driven out to the short extra cover. Braffett does the fielding and then comes across to have a word with Carter. What could he be telling him now, Jamal?
That's a good question. Probably, man, this pitch is flat. he would know after scoring 276, but seriously, Keith just possibly telling him just to keep plugging away. We're just probably 1 or 2 wickets away.
You never know. It's this funny old game, and forward is Blackwood, pushes it down to the short extra correction mid-wicket, fielded by Mosley, and there is no run. A tight over, another ball, dot ball being bowled, and Pooran has been dismissed off Kumar for 62. So that's a setback for West Indies. 41 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes, and it's now 159 for 3. They need 28 runs off 9 balls. Powell is 52 not out. Will Pollard come out and open his big shoulders as though he were playing in the IPL, but this is an international T20. Carter's from around the wicket, driven back down the pitch. Carter knocks it down. The ball driven into the turf, has it under control, and then tosses it away to Mosley at the short mid-wicket. There is no run. Jamaica 131 for 2 in their second innings. They still need another 62 runs, and you never know. This is playing the second session, 7 minutes after 1. Adjustments made to the time. Now strength in the slips cordon. 2 slips in a gully. On the front foot, driven into the covers. Holder dives and parries it away out to the cover proper in the Braffett, who cleans it. And there is no run. So, 37 Bonner. Blackwood 59. Loud out yesterday for 10. And in the second over this morning, the captain Campbell for 16 caught that slip by the bowler in operation, Carter, off the off-spinner Holder. Those wickets falling at 17 and 59. Here is Carter still from around the wicket and driven back down the pitch to the bowler. Yet again, another good bounce. Goes cleanly into his hands, and Carter completes now his 8th over. Very economical, Jamal. 6 maidens, none for 8. Jamaica Scorpions 131 for 2. Still needing 62 more runs to come level in relation to their deficit on first innings.
Yes, and Carter keeps plugging away. Keith, we're at that stage now where we have to look at what's left for the Barbados Pride in terms of the attack. We haven't seen Raymond Reefer. We certainly have not seen Shamar Springer for the day. That's interesting in itself. I suspect he's not 100% bowling fit, Keith, based on his workload over these 2 games. You know, he's only come in, bowled 3 overs, 2 overs, 4 overs at points.
Yes.
But, you know, it's getting to that stage where Barbados need a wicket-taking option.
Okay, and he goes, caught that slip, working from around the wicket, searching for the drive, but he doesn't want to leave the middle. Bonner, Carter took the catch, and he remains there. But the arm of umpire Jonathan Blaze has been raised, and Bonner reluctantly, like one of the vagrants sometimes you would find on the streets of Kingston, in terms of the way how he's moving, that would have been an intoxicated vagrant I'm referring to, figuring he would stay put, recognizing that he has done something untoward. And let's bring it round to cricket in terms. We'll look at that replay, but it's a big wicket taken by Jomel Warrican, and Bonner going for 37. Jamal, I know your interest is divided at the moment, looking to the left, looking straight ahead. So here comes Warrican from around the wicket at the Malcolm Marshall end, and Bonner looking for a drive and a good low catch taken at slip. The very safe hands of Jonathan Carter. He has 2 catches at slip. 4 wickets are down in the second innings of the match against the Leeward Islands here last week. He held 4 catches in the second innings, took 3 wickets, including 2 for 8 in the first innings, 2 for 9. Got an unbeaten 71, was named player of the match. He got 68 here. Let's look at the replay yet again. Talk me through it, Mr. Jamal Burt Smith. Let's hear from you, Burt.
I would simply say I cannot see, Keith. Unfortunately, the angle we can't see. What interests me, though, is based on how the ball deviated, etc. For Bonner to be questioning the umpire, it possibly signals a bit of doubt, but we can't make that decision from here. We have to go with umpire Blaze. We didn't have enough conclusive evidence based on the lack of angle, so we have to say that he's been called at slip.
Okay, Mr. David Green, I'll beg you for one more replay, please, if possible, before the new batsman takes Garrett. It's 131 for 3. If not, after the end of the over, I would very much appreciate it, Mr. David Green and company. And 131 for 3, with Bonner going for 37. And Paul Palmer, the former Jamaica captain, he likes to occupy the crease. Here comes the replay again. Well, we'll get it after this first delivery to Palmer. He drives it down to mid-on, and there is no run. So focus then on the screen. I think Mr. Green will come up with that replay. Again, how many balls are left in the over? 2. Mr. Green, you can give us, yes, here it comes. Warrican from around the wicket. Bonner, clearly caught, looking to drive the edge from, and a good clean low catch taken at slip by Carter, and Palmer, the left-hander, being hemmed in by 4 close catchers. Slip, silly point, leg slip, and a short leg, and he's forward and drives it a bit uncertainly back down the pitch to the bowler, and there is no run. And seeing that replay, I just don't understand. I think he was more disappointed with the fact that he got a nick in essaying that drive. Here is Warrican into Palmer. Back he goes and turns it out to the short, straightish mid-wicket. There is no run. Palmer, the left-hander, has joined Blackwood, who's on 58. Bonner caught that slip by Carrot off Warrican for 37. And here's Warrican again. Back he goes and pushes it out into the covers. Palmer, the end of the over, successful one for Jomel Warrican, the left arm spinner operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. He removed Nkrumah Bonner. Caught that slip by Carter for 37, 97 balls, 115 minutes, 3 fours. And that would be a big relief for the Barbados Pride captain, Craig Braffett, who dropped a straightforward catch at slip when Bonner was on 32. Off Jonathan Carter, the medium pacer, in his first over. Blackwood was then on 41, and the score was 108 for 2. It's now 131 for 3. Here's Jamal Smith.
Yes, and a much-needed breakthrough for the Barbados Pride. Jamal Warrican producing a relatively good delivery And we saw Carter taking that catch at slip. So now, Keith, I have just about 1:15. Barbados Pride still have a lot of time here to try to make further inroads into the Jamaica Scorpions batting.
Yes, well, once there's no more rain, Susan will just confirm with me. I see here left 43 overs, and I believe Susan plus 15. So 58 overs at least to be bowled, and T has been readjusted. We've lost 25 minutes. Okay, so T will be at the usual time of 2:40. A drive here down to deep mid-off, and there's no run. So Susan, you did a bit of the umpires course as well, huh? And you did Duckworth-Lewis. Are you aware that one of the greatest opponents of the Duckworth-Lewis system method passed away recently? You seem to be shocked. I know I've been talking about bits on top of bits, but I didn't know that you were unaware of the fact as Carter bowls from around the wicket outside of the off stump. But your good old friend Jeffrey Lynn of Jeff Marr Promotions, I believe I still have the funeral of my phone that he can pass on to you. He was laid to rest at Coleridge, but he was one of the greatest opponents. I remember Messrs. Duckworth and Lewis coming to Barbados. Boy, that's some time ago, because I hosted them then on a sports program on VOB. So that's got to be around 2003, 24 or 4. I decided to leave David Ellis and company after that while and go up to the Pine because I wanted cricket. I wasn't getting enough cricket. Cricket matters. Anyway, 131 for 3. And Jeff Marr wrote to the ICC, may he rest in peace. This one from Carter is turned out towards the short mid-wicket, Mosley the field, and there's no run, 131 for 3. So still 62 runs behind. Being in the church and the chapel at the same time, West Indies 170 for 3, 19 overs and 3 balls have been bowled. So they require 17 runs from 3 balls. They need 6s to beat India in that second T20 in Kolkata. Good save here by Braffett, diving to his left. Oh, there's an appeal for run out, and umpire Blades was in an excellent position at square leg. He was on his knees and he shook his head in the negative. As a single to Blackwood takes him on to 59, 132 for 3. Palmer will come on the strike. So West Indies chasing 187 for victory. They're 178 for 3. It's all over. They have lost by 9 runs. With Powell unbeaten on 68 from 36 balls with 4 4s and 5 6s, and Pollard 3 from 3. So West Indies, they have lost that series, and they will play for pride in the final game on Sunday at the same venue. They were wiped out in the ODI series. White ball cricket, Jamal, is that your favorite, or you like the good old red ball? Or as a coach, you are versatile, so you embrace all 3 versions: white ball, 50 over T20, red ball, 4-day test matches. Here's Carter from around the wicket, outside of the off stump. Palmer lets it go to Dulwich, 132 for 3, and 50 overs have been sent down. Carter, 9 overs, 6 maidens, 9 runs. Here's Jamal.
Yeah, Keith, you said it, the latter expression. I embrace all forms of cricket. You know, you just need to adapt as a coach, as an administrator, as whatever. As a commentator, even Keith, because as you would know, the T20 game is a bit more fast-paced, and you know our energy has to be up. But the 4-day, we're certainly here for the long haul in this game. We're the only game that are playing, the only game that's still playing, and Jamaica Scorpions are still managing to hold on, going along pretty nicely still. But based on the evidence of that last over, Joe Walker and seeming to get a bit of purchase on the deliveries, you know, it'll be a bit challenging here now for Blackwood as you see him making his adjustments, etc. You know, Barbados looking to go in for the kill.
Yes, they must. Jamaica still in deficit. A drive back down the pitch to the bowler. Blackwood on 59. Palmer yet to score. 132 for 3. 50 overs and 1 ball having been bowled. 41 overs and 5 balls before the mandatory 15. So still lots of cricket here at Kensington Oval. The only game, as Jamal said, which is on at the moment. Victories yesterday with a day to spare for Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. In Trinidad, a drive down to the short, straightish extra cover. comes off the body of Springer, and it's back in the hands of Warwick and the left arm spinner. Bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end around the wicket. On the front foot, driven in the same position to the very same fielder, and there is no run. Now, Doric, who is the vice captain of the team, has run out to his captain, who is at a short, straightish mid-wicket, to have a word with him. And sleeves are buttoned down, the keeper. Here is Warwick from around the wicket, into bowl to Blackwood, and Blackwood is back and pushes it just past the right of the forward short leg, and that looks like Mosley. They take a single. 60 now is Blackwood. Palmer yet to score. He's faced 6 deliveries, 133 for 3, and with the left-handed Palmer on strike, Mosley comes over to the forward short leg. Brooks is at leg slit. Carter is at slit. Simmons goes down to deep backward square. Oh! Is it a spectator's catch? Umpire Blades has said not out. The catch was taken at leg slip by Brooks. He goes hands akimbo. Carter at slip his hands akimbo. They're all dumbfounded. Mosley at short leg. We have to see that replay, Mr. David Green. I know we are backing, but they felt strongly that it took the bat or the glove went into the hands of leg slip, and umpire Jonathan Blaze has said not out to stand Barbados close cashers. And here we go again. Jamal, look at it closely.
I don't have to, Keith.
Okay, here is
certainly don't have to.
Worry.
Keith, I tell you what, the pace that ball has gone off the pitch with, I would probably have to go with the Barbados players. I even heard through the glass just now, I heard, come on, Blaze. I can tell you what, some guys are going to lose some money in this game on both sides.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of instances where there's been a bit of disquiet in relation to decisions, and I heard clearly through this glass, I heard exactly who it was. Some money will be lost, Keith.
Okay, Carter starts out again, bowling right arm medium pace over the wicket from the Joel Garner end, pushed out into the covers by Blackwood. There is no run. So take a note that there was a raucous appeal for cash at leg slip by Shamar Brooks off the left arm spinner Jomel Warwick, and the batsman was Paul Palmer. He hadn't yet scored. 7 balls had been bowled. He still hasn't yet scored. There are 2 slips in a very fine gully, and Carter draws a defensive stroke from Blackwood, pushes it into the covers, and there is no run. 133 for 3.
There's certain things that happen in cricket, Keith, and as I said, the pace that ball came off with, we were behind.
Yes.
We wouldn't have seen the initial contact, but certainly with the way how that ball went off to leg slip, you would believe that it did come off the bat. I have a question for you, Keith.
Yes.
Have you seen Roland Butcher?
Well, when last I saw him, he was in discussion with me just before lunch. But as a member of the BCA Board of Management, when you get in to the president's suite at lunchtime and you start to chit-chat and you are enjoying your lunch, sometimes you forget that there's another side on the right-hand side. So I don't know if I may have to send an emissary to get Mr. Butcher.
You're still the acting executive producer today?
Jamal, I didn't know you were so funny. 133 for 3. Jamal,
hi.
You're a good boy, you're young, you're sharp, you're bright.
Very bright.
And I don't hold a position. I was given instructions by a certain gentleman, but I do my thing.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, 134 for 3 with all due respect. 133 for 3. Blackwood drives down the ground past the bowler and mid-off in Simmons. Reefer correction coming across to do the fielding as they take a single. Blackwood now 61, 134 for 3. And Palmer, I think if they are able to make a breakthrough soon, Jamal, based on what took place in the first innings, sometimes they say that lightning doesn't strike in the same place twice, but you never know. 2 slips in the gully, Carter's around the wicket, off the back foot, forced down to mid-off by Palmer, fielded by Harding. There is no run. The over is completed. So Palmer yet to score after 7 balls. Blackwood has 61 from 131 balls in 176 minutes with 4 fours. It's 134 for 3 with the last batsman dismissed, and Nkrumah Bonner caught that slip by Carter off Warwick for 37. That was 131 for 3, and earlier John Campbell, the captain, after adding just one to his overnight score, dismissed in the second over of the day, caught that slip by Carter off the off spinner Shem Holder for 16, and last evening Leroy Love caught that deep point by Holder off Reefer for 10. A bit of refreshment here for the batsmen, mainly Blackwood and punch of the gloves, as a bit of chat going on with the Barbados players over at the northern end. It's 134 for 3. Somebody sent a message to Roland and he's back. He's looking smart. And Roland, welcome back. Jamal was wondering if I was supposed to be sending an emissary so that you could give him a break. But I told him he's a young bloke. You're not an old man, so I expect you to have ice cream and porn and all that stuff after the course meal. Oh, my dear. Out caught that silly point. No question this time around. The big wicket of Jermaine Blackwood caught in that silly point. And umpire Blades, who was rattled in the previous over when the Barbadians felt there was a catch taken at leg slip by Brooks off the relatively new batsman in Palmer. This time around, he's in no doubt whatsoever, and a sharp catch taken by Brooks in that silly point. And let's get that right. Here we go. So if you can ease back there to the top, Susan. Yes. You know, we do things in sync here. We work for each other. Jamal is up. Jamal, how tall are you? 6 foot?
6'8" this year.
Yeah, you're towering over me. I thought I was tall, but no, you have dwarfed me. Yeah. 134 for 4. We'll get those statistics in a moment. And here comes Miss Taylor. Miss Taylor, I've given you credit, just like how you told me you enjoyed the interview with Mr. Owen Estwick. I've made sure that the whole world knows, and I made it clear with whatever you may call before prefix, that today was special. I wasn't talking about food, but I gave you compliments for providing that wonderful porn for us after lunch. And I'm very happy you brought it with Mr. Andrew Mason in another place. 134 for 4. Yes, thanks very much. Jamal, dismissal before we both take a break to allow Woody and Roland to talk.
Yes, Keith, and Jamal Warkamp finally coming into his own in this game, getting a leading edge there from Jermaine Blackwood. There he was looking to turn the ball into the onside, but clearly Warkamp getting a bit of grip and a hint of spin, as we would have seen with the fall of the wicket of Nkrumah Bonner, and he was only successful in getting a leading edge to that silly point. Keith, the silly point. Both men are under the bat. So Jamal Warkamp certainly in a very, very good spell here, and certainly the gates are now open from a Barbados Pride perspective as they continue to march on towards victory.
So 134 for 4. There's still 59 runs behind, 6 wickets standing, 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. The left-handed Williams, so an all left-handed pair in. He's forward edged his first delivery, and a very alert Carter dives his left at slip and makes the save. So 4 close fielders: slip, silly point, leg slip, and a short leg. Jomel Warwick with 2 for 30 in his 14th over goes over the wicket, the left arm spinner, and Williams is forward, pushes it down towards the area of that short straightish mid wicket, fielded by Reefer, and there's no run. Then to complete the field, short extra cover, mid off, mid on a bit deep, that straightish mid wicket, and backward screw on the boundary. Williams defends again, pushes it down to short leg. I expect Craig Claremont Braffett to have fielders hemmed in. Crowd the batsman from here on in, Mr. Braffett. And it's 134 for 4. Attack and more attack. The conditions look fine, bright and sunny at Kensington Oval. Barbados Pride, after a fairly barren first session, cut short by rain. But an early lunch was taken, and Warwick goes in again to Williams. Williams comes forward. It looks like a game now where they're going to be pushing and prodding. But the Scorpions must still be mindful that they're behind by 59 runs. Led on first innings by 193. They are now 134 for 4 in their second innings. The 4 close catchers go down, and Williams searches for a drive off the outer portion of the bat, runs down towards a third man. Carter quickly after it. They take a single, applauded for his work, Carter. And 1 to Williams after 8 deliveries. Palmer yet to get off the mark. Log 10, Campbell 16, Bonner 37, Blackwood 61, 135 for 4. Warwickens figures 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31. We welcome back Roland Butcher, and then your next commentator will be Adriel Woody Richard.
Yes, and the breakthrough coming there for the Pride just when they needed it. I mean, they've got 2 new batsmen at the crease, so that's going to be significant. Palmer yet to score, and Williams just on 1. So Barbados doing everything right, still 57 runs in arrears, the Scorpions, so they've got a lot of batting to do. And Carter, who makes things happen, which is every time he gets the ball, something happens. He creates opportunities. And now he's going to bowl around the wicket to Williams. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Richards.
Good afternoon to you, Roland. Forgive me, it's a bit of a production to clean the microphones and everything else and get yourself in a proper position. 135 for 4 it is now, and Barbados Pride, we're very happy that they've been able to pick up those 2 wickets. The 2 batsmen who were well entrenched as we watch Palmer now coming onto the front foot and playing defensively back up along the pitch, and there's no run. So they will have to start off now. Williams Airport, my apologies. So Williams there on 1. Palmer yet to score. 135 for 4. You know a little bit about Paul Palmer. You would have done some work with him whilst he was with the CCC. As you watch Carter around the wicket now, bowling to the left-handed Williams. A delivery outside the off stump. He offers no shot, and it's taken by Dowrich.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who struggled quite a bit. You know, he struggled for a long time, but I must say the last time that cricket was played, and since then, you know, he has really put all those troubles behind him, and he's been pretty consistent for Jamaica.
Here is Carter bowling to Williams outside the off stump. He lifts the bat over his head, allows the ball to go through to be taken by Dowrich, and the score remains at 135 for 4. I think as I was telling Jamal earlier, he got a couple hundreds in the last season in 2019-20 for the Scorpions, so that would have done his confidence a world of good. Look very well in the first innings, and unfortunately got out very early the next day on the second day here in this game. So he'll maybe want to again put his head down and see what he can do for the Scorpions. As Carter's in, bowls to Williams, again outside the off stump. Batsman shoulders arms and allows the ball through to be taken by the keeper. 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and there's also a long leg. That's the field for Carter bowling around the wicket. Jonathan Carter has provided some stability here, or some control here for the Barbados Pride, as he's in again around the wicket, bowling to Williams. Delivery is slightly straighter, and Williams equal to it, coming onto the front foot and playing defensively back to the bowler. No run. It's the end of the over. 135 for 4, and the umpires now signal that we're going to have a refreshments break. I thought we had would have had a refreshments break when the wicket fell, but well, they have decided that they'll take it now. So as the refreshment attendants, I would say, the 2 substitute fielders and also the reserve umpire come out. Just to remind you that the Scorpions started the day at 56 for 1, and they have so far reached 135 for 4. Today they've lost John Campbell, who was caught by Jonathan Carter off a Shem hold of the off spinner for 16, caught at slip. Jermaine Blackwood was caught by Brooks off Warwickend for 61, caught at short leg, and Bonner was caught by Carter off Warwickend for 37. Palmer, they're not Williams, not out on 1. They're 10 extras, 4 byes, 1 leg by, and 5 no balls, and that total of 135 for 4, which has come off just 54 overs. For the Pride, Ray Marifa, who's not bowled today, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 6 runs and 1 wicket. Jamel Warrican, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 31, has been the most successful bowler so far. Shamar Springer, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. He's not bowled today. Shane Holder, 14 overs, no maidens, 1 for 45. He had a very long spell, but just the 1 wicket early on today, but couldn't add to it. Ramon Simmons had a spell earlier, that's before lunch, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 10. Keon Harding also bowled before lunch, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13. And Jonathan Carter, who has been in operation on either side of the rain break, 11 overs, 7 maidens, none for 10. 135 for 4. The Scorpions in their second innings, they are still 58 behind.
Yes, and they've got a real challenge on their hands because they've lost 2 very important wickets of Bonner, who's looking good, and Blackwood, who played pretty well. Blackwood, very restrained innings by Blackwood, doing exactly what was required for his team, and just trying to turn the ball into the onside, and just ended up spooning it to Batpal in the offside, where he lost his wickets. 2 wickets going down to 3 runs, and 2 of the main batsmen in Bonner and Blackwood at that stage, which means now that Palmer and Williams got to do a repair job, which is not going to be easy because the scent of victory would be in Barbados' nostrils, so they'll be coming hard at the Jamaica Scorpions, but they'll be hoping to put up some resistance, Woody, because they didn't have a great game in the first game in Trinidad, so they need to try and get something out of this one. Barbados, on the other hand, looking to get another victory, albeit the first one was a hard-fought victory against the Leewards, but they would like to certainly go to the break with 2 wins out of 2.
Just to also give you some information on the points. Now, you will recall that the Barbados Pride would have, they started the day with 9 points. They had 4 batting points, 3 bowling points, as well as 2 pace bowling points. So they would now have with Carter, Carter hasn't picked up anymore, so they're still with 9 points. So that will also be something that's very important, because remember, those are 2 games that finished yesterday, most importantly for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They are now 38.6. Barbados Pride started the match on 21. They would want to win here and keep the pressure up on the Trinidad Tobago Red Force. With the win yesterday, the Leewards, who had got only 3.6 against the Pride, moved to 24.6. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, they gained just 1.8 from that game against the Leewards, and they're presently on 21.4. And then the Windwards Volcanoes gained 3.4 from that game in Trinidad, which is the second game which they also lost, so they're on 10.8. So right now, if the Pride, they'll have 9, and if they only just draw, they'll have 2. That will take them probably about 12, and that will take them up to 33. So they'll want to win here to this afternoon. On the line, the leg stop clipped off the pads by Palmer out through towards the long leg region. Long chase around from deep backward square for Harding, and sends in a nice return to the wicket keeper. Just a single there for Palmer. So he's off the mark. Both batsmen on 1, and a total up to 136 for 4.
Yeah, good piece of fielding by Harding, showing good energy coming around from deep square leg. That ball actually went fine. There's a backward short leg. It went to his right. So he had to run maybe 40, 50 meters and made a good return.
Bringing fellow left hand, that single brings off the other left-hander, Williams, into strike. He's there on 1, as I said. 136 for 4 as the left-arm spinner Warrican brings Williams onto the front foot, and he plays defensively to mostly in that forward short leg, and the score remains at 136 for 4. Got some bright sunshine here at Kensington Oval as Williams looks to drive, gets a thickish inside edge onto the pad, and it scoots out into the offside for Braffett to trot around from cover to collect, and there is no run. The Jamaica Scorpions will have their work cut out to try to survive the remainder of the afternoon. But a good partnership there between Blackwood and Bonner. They put on 72 for the third wicket. That has given them some degree of hope as this delivery forces Williams onto the back foot, and he plays defensively to Mosey at forward short leg, and the score kept on 136 for 4. Warwican again bowling from the Marshall end, bowling to Williams, who's a long way forward and keeping the bat and pad very close together, and the score kept at 136 for 4. That's one of the close fielders signaling for, that's Brooks, signaling for some shin pads. He's in close in at the silly point position. As we watch Warwican, the West Indies left arm spinner, bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Williams, and he turns this one away through square leg. He'll get one and only one as Arifa gives chase running back from mid-wicket, and that will take him up to 2. And at the end of the over from Warwican, the Jamaica Scorpions 137 for 4. They still trail by 56, so still some runs they have to clear, Roland, before they can even think about setting the Barbados Pride a total to chase.
Yeah, well, I don't think they'll be too bothered about whether they can set Barbados a total. I think their main concern will be to try and bat the rest of the day out. That's got to be the first consideration, so that Barbados have no chance whatsoever of winning the game. There's still plenty of overs left in the day, so they're going to have to play well. Particularly now they've lost 4 of their top players. The tail's going to have to really wag if they're going to prevent Barbados from getting over the line because of the amount of time that's still left in the game. And the deficit is still significant.
But this will be a very important partnership here between Palmer and Williams. And they'll have to battle for a very long time. And sure, the same sort of resilience and that was shown earlier by Blackwood and Bonner. They've done the hard work. Blackwood and Bonner did the hard work. They absorbed the early pressure. They knew that the Pride would have come out today looking to get to make early inroads into the batting, and they absorbed all the early pressure and put the Pride on the back foot, and so had a very lovely partnership, and also give the rest of the batsmen the kind of a template for what they need to do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, they did a good job for their team. The team certainly needed it.
Here is Holder around the wicket, bowling to Williams, who's now chosen to be under a broad rim white sun hat. Plays his delivery out towards the cover region, which is picked up by Shamar Springer, and there's no run. There's a slip, there's a backward point, a short extra cover, mid-off. There's also a silly point as Williams is forward, playing defensively to Holder, and the score kept at 137 for 4. On the leg side, there's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, a forward short leg, and those are the only 3 fielders. Here is Shem Holder bowling around the wicket. He was bowling from the Marshall end. He's bowling from the Garner end this time, and he's onto the front foot Williams and playing defensively around the corner to the forward short leg fielder, and the score kept at 137 for 4. This will be a bit of a cat and mouse game. You can hear the Pride players on our effects microphones giving Holder all the support that he requires as he continues bowling around the wicket, the off spinner, and Williams coming onto the front for the playing the ball back up along the pitch for the bowler to field, and there's no run. See Wendell Coppin, the Pride manager as well, in his very familiar position and on the let's say that we could call that the 3rd level. Let's call that the 3rd level of the Sober's Pavilion. Delivery given some ear by Holder, bringing Williams onto the front foot, and he plays defensively again and no run. He's also given some encouragement as well from beyond the boundary. Wendell Coppin, good man, been around the game very long, and especially with the Pride, he's been a very hard worker. As we watch now, Holder bowling to Williams, who's forward, playing defensively again. Williams, the end of the over from Holder. At the end of it, the Scorpions 137 for 4. Palmer's on 1, Williams is on 2, and Holder 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45.
Yeah, and a very tight over there by the off spinner, now operating from the Joel Garner end. He bowled most of his overs from the Malcolm Marshall end, now switched around. because Warwick is in operation from that end, so he's got a job to do, Shem Holder as well. Not just to keep it tight, but you know, he's got to look to pick up wickets as well.
You know, some of you may be watching us on the video stream and wonder why we're standing, but just to let you know, we're not in the approved media center, as this reinforces Palmer onto the back foot, and he plays defensively up the onside of the pitch for Springer to do the fielding, and there's no run. It's a Jomel Warwican. We're not in the approved media center where we have all the proper sight lines and everything. We're on the other side of the ground in the 3W stand in a hospitality suite, a delivery bringing the batsman onto the front foot, and he plays it out into the offside, and again no run. And so the sight lines are not designed for radio commentary, so we've had to sometimes stand up just to be able to get a good sight of what's taking place. And the batsman drives out towards mid-off, no run.
Yeah, that's one good reason, Woody. I think the other reason also is that
you don't want to sleep.
You don't want to sit all the time.
About that too. Here is Palmer coming up, just using his feet, get into it, and just driving down to the offside. Took about 2 or 3 exploratory steps down the pitch, sent back by Williams, but Braffett just sauntered around to his right to collect the ball, and you know there was no real threat of the batsman going for the run, and so they decided to just send a very quiet return into Durridge. The batsman came down the pitch in the middle of the pitch and decided to talk about it, and let's see what will unfold here. Here's Warwican over the wicket, bowls to Palmer, who's back. The ball slides off the outside edge away towards the backward point area, where Carter moves from slip around to his left and does the fielding. Just 1 run there for Palmer, who now goes to 2. Both batsmen on 2, and the Scorpions roll up to 138 for 4. And the other reason we're also standing, we don't want to drop sleep either. We've just had lovely lunches, haven't we? So we just don't want that ethnic fatigue to set in.
You can speak for yourself. And keep holding.
I hear you.
My reason for standing is completely different.
Okay. You got me. 138 for 4. Here is Warwican bowling to Williams, who's back and gets behind it, plays it into the onside. No run, the end of the over. 138 for 4. It remains both batsmen on 2.
Yeah, Warwican completed another tight over. Not really threatening the batsman in that over, but I think the job that he's done to ensure that the batsman doesn't get any momentum and runs. I think what the Scorpions will have to do while they're looking to consolidate and don't lose wickets, I think they've also got to be mindful that they need to score as well, because once they can get past that deficit and the wickets are intact, then Barbados will then have to force the issue.
That's right.
Which will also give scoring opportunities. And with every run that they get past the deficit, then Barbados will have to get that. And the time will be eking away at the same time. So they can't just get totally bogged down. They must look to score as well.
Yeah, rotation in the straight will also be important here as well too, just to keep it going. Here is Holder, start of a new over, bowling on the line of the leg stump, and there was Palmer trying to clip it through the square leg region. Didn't make any contact, came off the pad, and nothing ventured, nothing gained. Score kept at 138 for 4. Palm on 2, Williams on 2. So, ground bathed in lovely sunshine. Had a stoppage early in the day, 25 minutes lost due to rain. As Holder brings Palmer forward, he gets another thickish inside edge this time. Towards backward square, and running back from forward short leg is Brooks, no run.
What do you think? We need to have a word with Keith Holder. Our T20 specialists are not here. I mean, where are they coming from? CMC, did you say? That's about 300 yards from here.
Here is Holder around the wicket now to bowl to Palmer, who's coming forward, lunging a long way forward, getting the bat very close together and keeping it out, and played up along the onside of the pitch, and the score remains at 138 for 4. The fight continues here for survival for the Jamaica Scorpions. They've got a lot of work to do, as Holder grips the ball and now moves in and bowls to Palmer, overpitched on the light stump, and he drives it up towards Whitish mid-on. Will get the run. Rifa was around smartly to his left, but still had a lot of work to do to get around the ball and get it in. And so the opportunity there for the single for Palmer, that takes him now up to 3 and a total to 139 for 4.
Yeah, good aggressive running. I think Rifa would have been better to have gone with that one-handed, even if he misfielded, because it would have been on his throwing hand, and he could have released it. The moment he went with 2 hands, he then would have had to transfer to his left, and that's takes a split second.
Holder around the wicket, bowling to Williams, who attempts to sweep the it may have just come off the top edge, and in the anticipation of it probably going behind square, both the slip and the forward short leg, Carter and Brooks respectively, were moving around from their set positions, and in the end the ball just ballooned into the air and then popped back on the onside of the pitch. Maybe if Brooks had stayed where he was, he may just have been able to make a catch of it diving forward. Here is Holder. He bowls to Williams and he drives through cover. There will be a couple runs here for the left-hander. Simmons catches up with it about 10 yards inside the boundary in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand. And that will carry Williams on to 4 and take the Scorpions up to 141 for 4 at the end of that over from Shem Holder.
Yeah, the deficit's still 54, so he's still got somewhere to go. And these 2 batsmen now, they've been in. Williams has faced some 25 deliveries for his 4, and Palmer 18 for his 3. 58 overs bowled so far in the day. Or is that, well, in the innings? So Miss Bell will tell us at some point the overs we have left in the day. Did we bowl 17 yesterday?
17 yesterday. So far we've had 41 for the day. So if you look at it, 49 overs remain for the day. Well, the board actually says they've got 34. As this delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot and he plays it out into the onside where it's picked up by Springer. And the score remains at 141 for 4. So you practicing your off breaks. Here is Warwican bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Palmer, who's equal to it, playing defensively into the onside. No run again. Got to answer the question that I asked Jamal Springer about yesterday evening when the Pride started with Warwican and Rifa. What he thought about that? As Palmer struck on the pad, coming forward, appeal for a leg before, not out, says umpire Jonathan Blades. Suggests that the ball might have been drifting down the leg side. There's no DRS as there is in international cricket, but we do have the benefit of the replay. We'll see if the TV crew can sort us out in a couple of seconds. But that one was a good delivery there from Warwican.
Yeah, quicker delivery, slightly flatter as well.
Here he is again now, on his way to bowl to Palmer, who's onto the back foot and forces the ball away through square leg. We'll get a run here. Harding spritzing off the deep backward square boundary. Just a single there for Palmer, who now moves to 4 and takes the total up to 142 for 4. Yes, here comes the replay. Delivery which is bringing the batsman forward. I think he might have been struck just outside the off step for what I could see there on the evidence of what we just saw there, Roland.
Yes, well I tried to get a clear view of that, but Darwich, obviously because he came up from his crouching position and the batsman was moving towards the off, made it difficult to get a clear picture.
Here is Warwican in over the wicket, bowling to Williams, who's forward then back, having to adjust quickly because there was a bit of extra pace, a bit of extra bounce there from Warwican, and just pushing it out into the offside for Carter to move around from slip to field. 142 for 4 it remains. Here is Warwican in again, bowls, forces Williams onto the back foot. He defends, plays out square into the offside, picked up by Dorrit, swooping around from behind the stumps. The end of the over, 142 for 4. Paul Palmer's there on 4, Williams is there on 4, and so the Jamaica Scorpions have some work to do. They still have to clear a deficit, 51 runs of the deficit before they can even make have any thoughts of making the Pride bat again?
Yes, so Warwick completing his 17th over now. He has figures of 2 for 35. So he's doing a pretty good job. I think he bowled 8 overs yesterday. So you were asking about...
Yeah, Warwick and Reefer opening the bowling. Just your thoughts.
Yeah, well, my thoughts really would have been that I think I would have opened... I didn't have a problem with Reefer opening the bowling, but I would have certainly looked at both Harding and Simmons, who are the fast bowlers. You want them to be bowling with a new ball. You know, Warwick really could have done most of his bowling today, hopefully with the pitch rearing a little bit. But I would have certainly allowed those seamers to have those overs yesterday.
Here is Holder bowling around the wicket at the start of a new over. Shortish delivery, forces the batsman onto the back foot, and he chops it up towards backward point for a run. And that will move him along now to 5, and a total up to 143 for 4.
Yes, I think young Simmons could have been given a run out yesterday. You know, even if you tried Raymond and it didn't work out, then you could have gone to Simmons. I think Harding should have definitely have had a ball, because, you know, today he's not going to be...
Well, it really shouldn't be the day for the
no ball today, really.
Bringing the batsman forward, wrapped on a pad, appeal for leg before decision. Maybe just a slightly played across that one there was Williams as he came onto the front foot. And it says umpire Brathwaite.
Yep, just wait for the replay, but I think that one might have been sliding across the left-handed batsman.
Williams, as I said, batting in a broad rim sun hat, but here he's onto the back foot and just places this one away. Shortish delivery, gets back and steers it past the diving Ramon Simmons down towards the third man boundary. Simmons catches up with it just inside, and now he hears his return in, and the batsman come back for 4, all run 4.
Yeah.
An all run 4. Simmons a little bit lethargic there, chasing after the ball. I say something to you, Roland. I'm going to tell you something, and don't take it. I want you to understand what I'm saying. When I see Ramon Simmons, he looks like Sir Garfield Sobers. That same sort of manner. No, I said yes. That sort of gait and and stuff. He looks like I'm not telling you that he's going to be the next Sir Garfield Sobers. I just said he looks like it. His gait, the way he moves in the field. But certainly that bit of feeling wasn't in keeping with what Sir Garfield will do. 147 for 4 as Holder continues around the wicket, bowling to Williams, who's coming onto the front foot, playing defensively, and out to Shamar Springer.
Left-handers' movements tend to be a little bit more graceful than right-handers. Even when they're batting or whatever, I don't know, it's a strange thing, but it does appear that way all the time.
Yeah, definitely. I think of some of the great left-handers that have played the game, as Holder bowls again to Williams, who's onto the back foot, and just plays the ball out towards Simmons at that backward point position, no run.
Yes, and
Williams there on 8 and Palmer on 5. 147 for 4. I'm sure somebody just texted me to wrap me across the knuckles about this Sobers comment. I'm sure it's going to be that. As this delivery is on the line of leg stump and swung away behind square for 4 by Williams. Just lost sight of the ball for a second there. It was on the line of leg stump, badly lined by Shime Holder, and Williams equal to it, swinging it away behind square for 4. So he's up to 12, and that brings up the 150 for the Scorpions. They're now 151 for 4. Palmer there on 5.
Yeah, good positive stroke by Williams. Ball pitching leg stump outside, and he just swept it around. There's nobody in that region. Most of the fielders congregating on the offside. Made good contact. That will also make him feel a little bit more confident, gets the boundary, and also reduces that deficit as well. As
Jamel Warrican will continue from the Marshall end of the ground in bright sunshine. He's bowling to Palmer, who comes onto the front foot and drives firmly down towards long on. Simmons doesn't field cleanly, but doesn't go too far past him. And so just the 1 run there for Palmer, who now rolls up to 6 and takes the total up to 152 for 4.
And Lyndon Yard, fresh from fresh as a daisy.
Fresh from Kolkata. He took the Concorde across from South Asia. It's a 152 for 4. Williams just coming down, does a bit of gardening, surveys the field, adjusts his equipment, and now he goes into his stance and waits as Warwican, left arm over the wicket, bowls to him now, delivery pitched up, and he drives out towards cover, fielded by Brathwaite, and there's no run. There's a slip, there's a cover, there's a mid-on, straightish as well, straightish mid-wicket. There's also a deep mid-wicket, and then there are also 3 close-in fielders, 3 short legs. Forward, a short, orthodox short leg, and there's also backward short leg. 3 close-in fielders on the leg side there for Williams, as Warwican is in to bowl to him now, and he's forward looking for the drive. Ball comes off a thickish edge onto the pad and trickles back up along the off side of the pitch for the bowler to field, and the score kept at 152 for 4.
Yeah, no movement to the feet, just driving from a stationary position. He could have got to that on the full toss.
This will be, as the battle continues, as Warwican forces Williams onto the back foot, and he plays it, starts it out into the offside, picked up there under the helmet by Shamar Brooks, and the score remains at 152 for 4. Let's see how it all unfolds as Warwican bowls to him again. Williams, a slightly quicker delivery, and Williams playing back to it and defending into the offside, and Dowrich comes up from behind the stumps and picks up, and the score remains at 152 for 4. Is he bowling a little bit too quickly, Jamel Warwican, you think? Maybe could give it a little bit more air. Here's Warwican in again, bowls this time, given just that, some air, and the batsman coming on to the front foot, and they're playing astutely into the offside. No run, the end of the over, 152 for 4. Palmer's there on 6 and Williams on 12.
Yes, and 41 the deficit, and Williams doing a good job at the moment, just keeping Barbados at bay. Also Palmer.
And a 5-way conversation taking place right now.
Yeah, and obviously Barbados will be thinking, what are their options? How can they change the tempo of this game? Because it appears as if these 2 batsmen are just going to be watchful, wait for the bad deliveries to put it away. And with every run scored, it puts a little bit of pressure on the Barbados bowling attack. But after all of that, they decided to continue with Shem Holder.
Yeah.
He's now in his 19th over, he's got 2 for 36.
And you would think that maybe they would just try Harding, try Simmons, just again, as you said, just to change the tempo just a bit. Holder bowling outside the line of the off stump, no shot offered by Palmer, and the score kept at 152 for 4. 6 to Palmer and 12 to Williams. The deficit, as Roland told you, is still 41. Here is Holder, bowls on the line of the leg stump, and the batsman drives up towards mid-on. So, there's some commotion in the back of the booth. We're still doing a broadcast, ladies and gentlemen, as it will be Holder bowling around the wicket to Palmer outside the off stump, no shot offered. The ball spinning into the gloves of the keeper, and the score remains at 152 for 4. Palmer 6 and Williams 12. Well, Andrew Mason has come into the box, and as they say, as our good friend Frazier Mohammed would say, whenever Andrew Mason is around, something is always going to be big, is going to be happening. Delivery which brings the batsman forward, turns it out towards a short square leg position, and there is no run. The score kept at 152 for 4.
And we're just only waiting now for Barry Wilkinson.
Here is Palmer coming onto the front foot defensively.
You've got Lyndon Yard.
152 for 4 it is, with Palmer on 6 and Williams on 12. Here is Holder continuing around the wicket, ball into the left-handed Palmer, who's back and pulls in the air, just over the head of a leaping Craig Braffett in at that straightish mid-wicket position. The ball will run out towards the whitish long-on boundary, but giving chase from mid-on is Raymond Reefer, and the batsman get 2 runs. That will take Palmer up to 8. Williams is on 12, and at the end of the over, and after all the confusion caused by Andrew Mason, the total is now 154 for 4.
Yes, and 39 now the deficit, so it's coming down slowly.
But surely.
And obviously the next aim really for the Scorpions, get to tee. That's got to be the first target. Get to tee with wickets in hand, and then really one session after that. By that time, the deficit should be removed, so you'll be losing time after that. So really, Barbados need to strike.
Yeah, Keon Harding out there in the...
They need to strike and strike soon.
Keon Harding out there at deep mid-wicket. You would like to think that he'll have maybe a spell sometime, probably even before tea, not just in the final session, as Warwican continues from the Marshall end, and batsman Williams plays it up towards long on for a single, where it's fielded by Simmons, and that takes the total up to 155 for 4. Williams now 13, Palmer on 8.
And would he know Andrew Mason is here? We'll have to get from him his thoughts on the run chase today. At some point in time, I think Keith Hall is going to come a call in soon.
Yeah, he's going to come at just about 10 past 2. And so that delivery now forces Palmer onto the back foot and up the onside of the pitch. No run, and the score will remain at 155 for 4. Here is delivery outside the off step from Warwican. The batsman thrusts his right pad out towards the delivery. The ball just spins through to be taken by the keeper. Some stifled appeal there from one or two of the close-in Barbados Pride fielders, and the score kept at 155 for 4. Here is Warwican in again, giving this one some air, and Palmer coming down the pitch, drives out towards whitish long on. They'll come back for the second run now, as the return comes in from Simmons, a weird one, tied up in the offside by Craig Braffett. So 2 more runs to Palmer, who's now into double figures as well. He's on 10, Williams on 13, and the Scorpions now 157 for 4. They still trail by 36. This is their second innings. They made 328 in the first innings. Barbados responded with 521 for 8 declared. A delivery which is played down towards long on by Palmer. And again, Simmons brought it to action. Another single there for Palmer, who now moves to 11 and takes total up to 158 for 4.
Yeah, a couple of good shots there by Palmer, just using his feet, driving it all along the ground. Simmons having to do a lot of work out at long on, and as a young man, he did it with a lot of enthusiasm. It's good to see.
Few adjustments to the field here by Craig Braffett, and now here's Warwican in over the wicket, bowling to Williams, who's coming a long way forward again, bat and pad very close together. So a bit of a stalemate at the present moment, a bit of attritional cricket being played by the two teams, the Scorpions trying to hold on, trying to fight for survival. The Barbados Pride trying to keep things tight, trying to create the opportunities that would allow them to maybe open up this game and give themselves that opportunity of getting their second win of the season. But at the moment, the Scorpions pair of Williams and Palmer being very defiant at the moment, being very resilient. As I said, they were given a wonderful example, a good template this morning by the two West Indies test batsmen, Blackwood and Bonner. And so Williams and Palmer now, well, those were 2 right-handers, now we have 2 left-handers in, and they're giving they're following the example that was provided earlier by the 2 West Indies test players. And Jamal Smith has replaced Roland Butcher, and here is Shem Holder bowling to Palmer, who's coming forward and playing quietly into the offside, and there's no run. Jamal, a bit of attritional cricket being played here.
Yes, most certainly, Woody. These two looking to become even further entrenched, going along the business quite nicely at the moment. The 2 Barbadian spinners plugging away Shem Holder and Joe Melwar can. But so far, you have to say Palmer and Williams are playing quite well.
Another delivery from Holder that is played defensively back out into the offside, and there's no run. I'm getting a call from Sports Mats in Jamaica, but I'm in the middle of doing some commentary here. Here, this delivery brings Palmer onto the front foot and played out into the offside, and there's no run. So I hope that they would oblige me, and I will give you a call back in about 5 minutes. Sure, I want to talk to us about what's taking place in this second game. Here is Holder bowling around the wicket to the left-handed. Palmer moves onto the back foot, trying to force the ball away through the offside, but can't beat Shamar Springer, moving to his right, cutting it off, and the score remains at 158 for 4.
Yeah, big bounce there again from Shem Holder.
Yeah, you can see that he does able to get. He's a tallish bloke, maybe not as tall as you. Brings delivery, brings the batsman onto the front foot, and he strokes it back up along the pitch for the bowler to skip to his left and collect, and the score remains at 158 for 4. So he's done a pretty decent job here. He's into his 19th over, 1 for 59 before this. Here is Holder in again, bowls to Palmer, who shaped as though he was going to probably bang it through the offside, but then pulled the bat out of the line, allowed the ball to spin into the gloves of Dulwich. The end of the over, at the end of it, the Jamaica Scorpions, in their second innings, they started 193 behind. They're now 158 for 4, with Palmer on 11, Williams on 13, more from Jamal Smith. I don't know where I got Springer from. I'm thinking of...
Thinking about Shamar, possibly?
Yeah, thinking about Shamar Springer. And it will be Keith Holder to take you through until tea.
Yes, and a bit on Shem Holder. You know, he was a bit indifferent in the first innings, but so far in the second innings here, holding his own. Certainly, he should be an investment as far as the Barbados perspective is concerned, because he's a quite young spinner at this level. You know, he has a lot to learn about the trade. The Jamaican batsmen have not been giving their wickets away, especially these two left-handers here now, looking to firmly entrench themselves to take Jamaica to safety. They have to say, Keith, you know, we see a bit of sham bowling, sometimes a little quickly, etc., but you will get that, especially with a bowler of his lack of experience, really, and possibly he could be an investment because he is a replacement for Ashley Nurse, who has been a stalwart in the team for many years.
Well, here comes my best change bowler in a crisis, and it's Bobo. Craig Braffett, the Barbados Pride captain, to trundle his off breaks from the Malcolm Marshall end, and at least with the arrival of Andrew Mason, he has a silly point in. There is a slip as well and a short leg.
A catch was taken at silly point. Andrew would have loved that leading edge of Jermaine Blackwood.
Yeah, he then would have been going crazy here. Braffett floats this one outside of the off stump. Not tempted is Williams, who has 13. Palmer 11. They've put together 24. This is a very vital partnership, and the Barbados Pride captain looking to break it before tea. 2 scalps will be what they require at least. He pitches short, a bit too slow, and off the back foot it's punched down to the deep cover. They'll come back for the second run as the return comes in at the bowler's end. So Williams on to 15, 160 for 4. 33 runs still in arrears, and Warwick comes off after figures of 19 overs, 4 millions, 2 for 40. And he took the scalps of the test players Jermaine Blackwood and Nkrumah Bonner for 61 and 37. Williams is back, wrapped on the pad. He's always enthusiastic when he strikes a batsman on the pad, and he turns and raises his arms to umpire blades. Where would that have, how many stumps would that have beaten, Jamal?
Keith, I'll tell you what, I take full responsibility for Craig Braffett's bowling career. I'll give you that story in a moment, but I take full responsibility for this.
Okay, let us hear it.
I'm actually his first class wicket, you know.
Oh, were you poking?
Yes, I was prodding.
Slipping a silly point on a short leg. And Williams pushes it past the silly point, out to short cover. Picked up by Springer, and there is no run. Does he turn much?
Well, he leaves the ball in the air long, so actually sometimes he does get a bit of spin and some bounce, some awkward bounce as well.
Okay, back goes Williams and squeezes it out. I like the fact that he's looking to float the ball, toss it.
It's a real buoyant prospect from Craig. That's what he does. And I can tell you what, a batsman with nothing to lose with the ball in his hand is a very dangerous man, you know, Keith. Very, very dangerous man.
160 for 4. In he goes again, floats it, and Williams comes forward, not tempted, pushes it out into the covers. There's no run. The end of Braffett's first over. 2 runs conceded, 160 for 4. Palmer 11, fellow left-hander Williams 15. And let's get that story from Jamal with Craig Braffett's dismissal of our analyst.
You love a good story, but I always say, you know, break bowlers, part-time bowlers, they do this all the time. They kind of just break the psychology. You know, you're concentrating so hard, and then somebody that's not recognized comes and throws at the ball at you. And sometimes all kind of things can happen. But yes, Keith, I think CCC, we just needed like 4 runs to win. Corey Colmer was the captain at the time, and he just handed the ball to Craig. I remember knocking my partner Stoops in my mouth. It was like, seriously, Corey? And he bowled a right long hop, and I managed somehow to pull this ball and drag this ball onto my stumps. And I will have to tell you the celebration from there, and so is Craig Braffett. Now, I've been buying hands ever since.
What was your score?
I know it was 20-odd.
20-odd?
I mean, the game was basically done and dusted. We probably won like by 6 wickets or so.
Yeah. I remember you suffering an injury in a vital match before you ever really got into the game. Take us back to that.
That was a horrid pitch. If you remember correctly, I think Ramdin would have broken his finger on that pitch. Simmons was injured as well. I remember seeing Ryan Hines struck. I think it was Cotterell that hit him. You know, it was a time when this surface was a bit ridgy. That was around just after the World Cup, if memory serves me correctly, 2011 or so.
Yes. Warwick now comes back from the Joel Garner end and opening the face of the bat and ran it down behind point for a single. So Palmer on to 12, Williams 15, 161 for 4. But he doesn't have a silly point.
That's 0 mile, Andrew. But I suspected though that Warkamp was going to change ends, and possibly that's why Craig came from that, because Shem Holder really looked a lot better from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Slip on the forward short leg as Williams comes forward and plays it down to the short leg. There is no run. Then, to complete his offside field, he just has the short extra cover and mid-off apart from that slip, and using his feet, and it's driven down to the straightish mid-wicket. There is no run. Deep backward square. Long is on the boundary. So Holder, having bowled 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 59, and Warwick switching ends. In he goes to Williams. Forward, plays it down to the forward short leg, picked up by Mosley. There is no run. Brooks is around the corner. Carter is at slip. And I make it 25 minutes play remaining before tea. Here's working over the wicket. Back he goes, pitch short, and punch down into the covers for 1. Braffett is now on to the ball as they take a second. Williams 17, Palmer 12. They've added 29. Still 30 runs in arrears, 163 for 4. In their second innings with the wickets of Low caught Holder Bowl for 10. Campbell caught Carter Bowl Holder 16. He was dismissed in the second over of the morning. Bonner caught Carter Bowl Warwick in 37. And another defensive stroke by Williams down to the short leg, picked up by Mosley. There is no run. The end of the over. Warwick 20 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 43. And the other wicket to fall, Blackwood caught by Brooks off Warwick for 61. It's 163 for 4. How do you say at this stage in terms of the balance and the prospects for the rest of this game, Jamal?
It's actually pretty well balanced, Keith. I was just about to ask you for the RPO of this innings because obviously I can't see the monitor from here. We are
do you need to change those sunglasses to the real glasses?
No,
yeah, the RPO is 2.47.
2.47. What Jamaica have been able to do is, you know, the score rate has dropped since the departure of Blackwood and Bonner, but what they've been able to do well is keep scoring.
Yes.
So we're actually at that position in the game now where Barbados Pride obviously need to take wickets, but the longer that Jamaica occupies the crease and inch closer to that deficit and possibly surpass that, then, you know, there's the other factor of Barbados having to bat again, and with time dwindling away as we are moving up closer to the tea session, if these two can remain there for another hour or so, you know, it will cause some more problems for the Barbados Pride. We possibly see a bit more tactics at play as we saw the swapping ends, Warkano operating from the Northern end, there's a bit more bridging on the surface up there. Remember yesterday, bowled at John Campbell and a couple balls popped. And Shem Holder has looked reasonably well from the Malcolm Marshall end. So, you know, Craig Braffett just balancing his options at the moment, trying to get that wicket.
So a slip, silly point, and a short leg, and Holder brings the batsman forward. Palmer plays it down to silly point. There is no run, 163 for 4. So after just the solitary over to change ends, Braffett 1 over for 2 runs. Holder comes back in his 20th over, 2 millions, 1 for 59. And beaten, there's an appeal for a cash at the wicket. Umpire Blades is not interested. Dorich, who took the ball, was the most enthusiastic. Then there's the orthodox point cover, very short and straight extra cover, mid-off and mid-on, and a short, straightish mid-wicket. The conditions are wonderful for play here at Kensington Oval. Braffett will skip over from that short, straight mid-wicket. He's asking Springer to go down to where I believe will be a gully. Carter is actually directing the traffic. He's taken over the captaincy for this over. So he has his right arm out at slip. And there are 2 slips now, a silly point and the short leg. And forward edge and caught smartly at slip. Is he or is he not? They are appealing. Umpire Blades, I think, is wondering, should I go over, or he reckons that did it carry, Jamal?
Well, I don't know if it carried or not. What I will say, though, is that since Shem Holder's come back from the miss, and he's threatening, we have to look at the monitor.
Yes, Susan is telling us that Carter said no, it didn't, carry.
What I can also tell you is that Umpire Blades is having a trial by fire here.
Well, let's look at it again.
Yes,
he took it on the volley.
Took it on the volley. But they're certainly testing Umpire Blades. You can always tell who is the junior umpire out there, Keith. The senior players, you know, they're taking a dig at him.
Well, he started to take a couple steps towards his counterpart, Mr. Braffett at square leg. This one is pushed into the covers, and there is no run. Andrew, good to see you for the first day. Did you enjoy your lunch? 163 for 4. You can make that announcement publicly when you come on. It was a case of misidentification. Okay. 163 for 4. Sometimes we read names wrong, that's all. Especially when the names are not inscribed strongly. 163 for 4. And there is a sweep. And well swept down to mid-wicket. He went down on his knees and he hit it powerfully. The short leg when Mosley was ducking. And Palmer now on to 16, 17 is Williams, 167 for. I tell you what, Andrew, there's so much respect for your late St. Catherine clubmate, Roger Blades. I'm certain that you remember Ferdinand Thorne, who played here in Barbados for CP and the combined schools. But he's actually sent me an email, and I'm certain that you all at St. Catherine would be happy. He says, "Good afternoon, Keith. This is Ferdy Thorne, and I must say that I am enjoying the streaming of the game from Kensington Oval. Let me also mention my former colleague and friend, Roger Blades, who recently passed away. I'm listening to your comments before lunch today. I noted that tributes were mentioned by yourself and Roland Butcher. I would like to add my sentiments from here in Bermuda, where Roger spent about 8 years of his life and played his beloved sport of cricket. He played for Police, Somerset Cup match, and Bermuda while he was here." More from Ferdinand Thorne as Warwican brings Williams forward. The ball goes down to short leg and there's no run. Also toured England and Perth, Australia as members of the Police team. I must say that Roger was a true team man. In goes Warwican, and defensively played by Williams. There's no run, 167 for 4. And Ferdinand Thorne ends by saying he was a fearsome bowler and a hard-hitting batsman whilst in Bermuda. Here is Warwican again. Head over the ball, playing on merit. Williams, who has 17, and the ball is back with Warwican. A slip, leg slip, and a forward short leg. The extra cover, short, mid-off. And Williams yet again. Dorich raises the right glove as he takes it. 167 for 4, partnership of 33. They're still behind by 26 runs and 20 minutes remaining before tea on this day, 4th and final day here at Kensington Oval. Warwican is into Williams. Back he goes, and almost going into the hands of leg slip in Brooks. Dowrich had his arms going up, so a couple close shaves here in the last couple of overs with Holder in the previous over. And now, just around the corner is Brooks, working to complete his 21st over, 4 middens, 2 for 43. In he goes to Williams, and he's forward defending it, playing it up on the onside. Springer kicks it away out to the area of mid-wicket, picked up by Holder, who takes his cap off to continue. And Ferdinand Thorne ends by saying, Roger Blaze will be sadly missed by all, and I would like to send my condolences to his family and friends from his former colleagues in Bermuda. Thanks very much, Ferdy. Andrew, that's another that you can add to your list. Are you going to be doing the a tribute at Roger's funeral, Andrew, as a senior member of the St. Catherine Club? Oh, it's being discussed. You're being elevated. Jamal.
Yes, Keith, another probing over there from Jamal Wark, and as we said, the switching ends is really assisting him. He's getting a bit of purchase to the left-handers. You know, these are some nervous moments for these two young Jamaican batsmen. Keith, a lot to play for. I know they'll be looking to get up to tea time. The Barbados Pride certainly have an opportunity here to pick up another wicket or two within the next 17 minutes or so. So, as you know, it's a very interesting period as we see a plethora of short catchers here now. This would please Andrew a lot, Keith.
2 slips, a silly point and a short leg, and Holder is driven down the ground on the onside. That's a fine stroke by Palmer, heading out towards the boundary, and the chase is being given up, but there's a hopping fielder who goes down on the turf. And who have you picked up? Who's that?
I reckon it's Ramon Simmons.
Oh my dear, as he ran after that ball, he pulled up, couldn't complete it, and immediately attention being signaled for from the dressing room. In the meantime, Palmer with his second boundary goes to 20. Williams has 17, a partnership of 37, 1 for 4, 171 for 4.
I tell you what,
behind by 22. Let's look at the replay one more time. Jamal, right now he is on his back.
You see how straight he's laying there? That's possibly cramp. When you see a fielder like that, look at the be outstretched. That's something.
Let's look at it again. Holder from around the wicket and a drive down to long on. And look where he's chasing from. He's chasing from mid off.
He came from long off.
He came from mid off a bit deep.
Yeah.
And Harden was running from mid on, and he pulls up right there.
Keith, that's a massive spasm, possibly cramp. Happens, you know, hydration comes into play. Keith is actually a very young to this level. It's just his second game. You know, his workload has been there or thereabouts, and being on the field for a considerable period of time, these things can happen. And based on how he's pulled up, we can assume,
yes,
but we shouldn't. We wait and see, but possibly some kind of spasm as we see the ambulance personnel now coming into action, Keith.
Yeah, I reckon that the veteran physio Jackie King got over there rather quickly, and Jackie has increased her speed marginally from the days when the late Malcolm Marshall was playing back in the 80s. She used to sprint from the old Garfield Sobers Pavilion onto the field. I think that's the longest sprint she's had in a long time.
To be honest with you, Keith, she's actually covered probably the longest possible distance. She had to go right out to the other end of the field. Yes, as we see it there, he pulled up. Something is pulled there, or it could be a bit of cramp. Let's hope it's cramp, though, Keith, because obviously if he's pulled a muscle or something, that would be a bit of injury time, but we have to wait on the official report. But what we can say, though, it was a wonderful stroke from Paul Palmer. Second stroke, you would have to say, is succession in terms of overs. That sweep shot that he played up to the mid-wicket region to Shem Holder, and then that lovely push down the ground for 4. So certainly he still seeks to remain positive, still looking to capitalize on anything that's loose. Shem Holder being too full on both occasions, and he putting those balls away. So, you know, Keith, again, we are at that stage of the game where the more runs Jamaica score and keeping the wickets intact as well, the better they are served in terms of saving this game. So, you know, we're coming into that period as the injury is still pretty much on the field. I think he's now being put on the stretcher, it looks like, Keith.
Yes, and we can get a closer view here on the television monitor. It's right in front of the gap, so to speak, to give you a picture between the Coppin Cozier and Short Media Center and the Hewitt and in his stand, and he was chasing from mid-off. And now he has been put onto the stretcher. Ramon Simmons, only his second first-class match. He's a 20-year-old left-arm pacer. Only, 4 overs for 10 runs in the Jamaica second innings. Describe that yet again for us, Jamal.
Yeah, as they say, Keith, my initial thought and my hope is that his cramp. But certainly, if he's torn a muscle, we would know when he's assessed. But whatever it was, he certainly pulled up, and he possibly would be out for the rest of this game. I don't see him coming back there, especially based on how he is on the stretcher. He's as straight as an arrow, Keith. So suggested that it's some sort of muscle issue. And again, as I said, Keith, the rigors of this game, especially for a young paceman with the workload that he would have had, these things can happen. So obviously we wish the young man the best as he's being wheeled away now around the corners of the Kensington Oval. We'll wish him the best. But again, Keith, a good stroke from Paul Palmer.
So let's wish him well. He's now being wheeled towards the pavilion, passing in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, and Jacqueline King, who has been around the Barbados team, also has worked for West Indies since the 80s. This is now 2022. How old are you, Jamal?
37.
37. So Jackie was around before you were thought of.
Wow. Imagine that.
Have you ever been in a team with Jackie as a physio or teams?
Actually, Jackie is actually one who brought the news to me on that same night you were talking about when Jason Oda struck me here.
Yes.
And she has a wealth of experience. She came on the field and she looked me straight in the eye. She said, Jamal, you're done for a while. And I said, based on what? She said, your hand is broken. And at that point in time, I didn't believe her, obviously.
Yes.
But she knows her stuff. And she got me sorted out the next morning, surgery to Mr. Thorne.
I'll tell you what, she's an excellent worker in my opinion, and I'll give you the reason for that as Holder continues around the wicket. I played a media match at Erie, the community college, and that was way back in the late 80s, could be around 87, 88, long time ago. 171 for 4, 2 slips on the silly point, a drive into the covers by Palmer, and there's no run. Erskine Boozer King, former Barbados wicketkeeper batsman, was batting, and I was keeping, and he went back and essayed a cut miss, and I actually slapped my thumb, my index finger, and broke it. A drive into the covers, and a tumbling save made by Springer. There's no run, and I turned eventually to Jackie. Here's a finger. Look, you see how I can bend this one here? I can't do this way altogether. I really got a knock on it. You know, bat hitting as you attempted to catch the ball behind the stumps, but she worked extremely hard and brought it a long way. Here is another defensive stroke as we look towards tea. Just 10 minutes play remaining, 171 for 4. They're still in the red, Jamaica, but who knows, a wicket or two here now before the break and another couple after the interval. If you are a big Barbados sailor, you would say yes. I've seen dramatic scenes here at Kensington Oval, and I'll give you one with Barbados playing against Jamaica in 1986. A drive into the ground and caught by the bowler moving to his left, the end of the over, holding out 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 67. The Scorpions are 171 for 4 in their second innings. Palmer 20, Williams 17. They're trailed by 22. And Jamaica were defying Barbados on the last day, 1986, here at Kensington Oval. And Joel Garner and Malcolm Marshall came out after tea with cruel faces, trust me, cruel all over, and did not put the ball down. Barbados won the match. And when Garner Marshall came off, especially Garner, you could see the veins in his forehead. Michael Holden was around Jeffrey Dujon. I can quite recall that. That was high-class bowling in the last session, Jamal. Real top-class cricket in the then Shell Shield Championship as it was right here at Kensington. I wonder if he could have that sort of spell in the final session today from, say, who can I call on? Now that Simmons is off the field. Reefer can probably, with the ball. Harding. We have to look at the number of overs. I'm certain that they'll be hoping that the spinners can get through the overs quickly for the second new ball to come into the picture. Looking at this surface though from day one, you thought that on the final day, the spinners would have come into their own in a big way. A drive off working into the covers by Williams. There's no run. The batsmen exchange a couple words in mid-pitch. There are 4 close catchers. Slip, silly point, leg slip, and the forward short leg. And here's working in his 22nd over the wicket. And pushed down to silly point by Williams. There's no run. Williams 17, Palmer 20, 171 for 4. He also has the short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. Back he goes. This pair with Williams on 17 and Palmer 20. Jamal looking very assured. They've given Jamaica hope of saving this game.
Yes, plucky I would have to describe them. At the moment they're counter-attacking when they have to, and they're also defending well.
Good choice of word. And there's an appeal, and they're shouting and appealing and running on the offside, but umpire Braffett just raises the left arm to his square leg counterpart Jonathan Blades. Once the umpires used to signal with 1 ball left, there what now? 2 balls left in the over, 171 for 4. They do it in the modern day style after the 4th delivery. Still the 4 close catchers. Williams on 17, Jamaica 171 for 4 in their second innings. Working is in, back goes Williams and pushes it down to silly point. There is no run. So Warwick can pick up a 3rd wicket here before the break to leave Jamaica 5 down. 171 for 4. Sunny here at Kensington Oval. Warwick goes over the wicket from the Garner end. Almost Yorker length and a spectator's catch by Warwick, who throws it in the air. And then the over has been completed. 22 overs, 5 millions, 2 for 43. 171 for 4. And how do you say it now, Jamal?
Pretty much the same way, Keith. Jamaica still fighting away, plugging away. You have to give them that. Did you notice when Warwick threw that ball in the air just now, how high the ball bounced off the surface?
Yes.
The body down the middle of the surface is still very true. The ball is bouncing really nicely. There's a bit of spin around, just a hint. But the Barbados spinners have been unable to find that pace that causes issues consistently for the batters, albeit there have been some nervous moments. And Jamaica now, with some 6 minutes before tea, will be hoping that this pair can go to tea unscathed.
So there are 2 slips and a silly point. Shem Holder, the off spinner, starts his 22nd over from the Malcolm Marshall end around the wicket. This one turns and a bit of bounce just passes the outside edge of Palmer, taken by Dorich, who was about to go up. Then the orthodox point is in, cover. Very short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a straightish mid-wicket, just about the edge of the square, and the captain, Braffett himself. 171 for 4. Partnership of 37. Palmer 20, Williams 17. Holder bowling in his sunglasses around the wicket and back and whipping it out through backward square. Braffett is after it, loses his cap in the process, makes a slide, and his return is weak to the keeper, Dorich. Palmer now 22, 173 for 4. Behind by 20 runs, so it's just not a matter of erasing the deficit of 193, but looking to put some runs on the board in the event that wickets are lost. Barbados will have something of substance to chase. Here is Holder again, and coming forward is an assured Palmer. Plays it out to the silly point. There is no run. Very experienced at this level, one would have to say, and having captained Jamaica for a couple of seasons as well. Was a student here at the University of the West Indies at KFL. Was involved when Barbados had that dramatic victory back in 2018 at the 3Ws Oval. Jamaica were chasing 107 and they lost by 43 runs forward. And the guys at square on the offside. There is no run. 173 for 4. Holder looking for his second scalp. He had a wicket in his first over today, the second of the day, when Campbell edged the slipping Carter after adding only 1 to his overnight score. He made 16. Outside of the off stump, shoulders, arms, and Palmer lets it go to Dorich. 1 ball is left in the over. Still the 2 slips on silly point. Shem Holder, the off spinner from Spartan. He's played for the Leeward Islands. Played for Barbados before, and now this is his first match of the season. Pitch is short and turned behind square by Palmer. Dowrick from behind the stumps is after it. They take a single. Palmer 23 will keep the strike at the end of Holder's 22nd over. 2 maidens, 1 for 70. Williams is on 17. They've added 40 and at 174 for 4 with just perhaps one bordering on another. But for sure they were getting at least one more over before the tea interval. It's 174 for 4, needing 19 more runs to erase that deficit.
Yes, Keith. And again, looking at possible combinations coming from tea time. If you're Craig Braffett, do you get him one of your seamers? Obviously, Ramon Simmons is out injured. Harding hasn't done much work for the day. They may possibly have to look at changing up things just after the tea break to see if they can get that breakthrough. These two, Williams and Palmer, going about their business rather well, particularly, you know, from the collapse in the first innings.
Do you think that there's something in terms of an injury to Rimarifa? He hasn't bowled for the day. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Slip, silly point, leg slip and short leg. And off the back foot, as Warwican bowls, it's driven upon the offside of the pitch by Palmer. There's no run.
I don't think Raymond is injured. I think probably Craig weighed out his possible options for today based on the surface.
Warwican to Palmer, forward. And Susan, if you can just look at your notes and let me know what time the last wicket fell at. Seems like a long time now when Blackwood was dismissed in the 53rd over at 134. And 125. Yeah, thank you very much. It is now 2:39. This could very well be the last over. And the batsmen thinking, and they've come down for a conversation in mid-pitch with 4 balls left. After this, 20 overs plus 15, 35 overs to be bowled for the rest of this game. Can Barbados make dramatic inroads as they did in the first innings? Here is Warwican bowling over the wicket, and he stops as he was about to bring over his arm and will go back. 4 close catchers, the slip, silly point, leg slip, and the forward short leg. Jamaica 174 for 4. Palmer 23, Williams 17. And Warwican is in, and back he goes and tucks it down to the short leg. There is no run. Palmer on strike. The wickets of Loud 10, Campbell 16, Bonner 37, and Blackwood 61. Now Warwican opts the bowl from around the wicket, the left arm spinner. And 3 balls remain before tea. Palmer is on 23, 174 for 4. Williams goes wide at the non-striker's end, and Warwican from around the wicket brings a drive down to mid-off. Harding is the fielder. There's no run, 174 for 4. What about this tactic, Jamal, going around the wicket?
Actually, Ryan Austin had messaged me earlier and said that he felt that Warwican could try this angle.
And Palmer is forward, reaching out, right out. In fact, only 2 balls were left. Umpire Braffett comes up, looks at his watch, just flicks the bills off at the Joel Garner end. The players head to the pavilion, the Garfield Sobers pavilion. Umpire Ryan Willoughby, the reserve umpire, comes out with his mask on. It's one of the biggest masks I've seen for a while. He's protecting everything. Willoughby. And 174 for 4 at tea with Palmer 23, Williams 17. 72 overs have been bowled. 35 are left in the match, and 19 runs in arrears. With the wickets last evening of Loud caught hold the ball for 10. Today, Campbell out in the 2nd over of the day, caught at slip by Carter off holder for 16. And then Bonner caught at slip by Carter off Warwican for 37, and Blackwood caught at silly point by Brooks off Warwican for 61. All told, the wickets falling at 17, 59, 131, and 134. Reefer, who hasn't bowled today, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Warwican 23 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 43. Springer 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Holder 22 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 70. Simmons 4 overs, none for 10. He's off the field now with an injury. Harding 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Carter 11 overs, 7 maidens, none for 10. And Braffett 1 over for 2 runs. For his summation of play between lunch and tea and the prospects for the rest of the match, here's Jamal Smith, the former CCC and Barbados player.
Yeah, delicate session there, Keith. I surmise it as delicate. It could have gone more to Barbados' favor, but credit to the Jamaica Scorpions for hanging in there and forging a relatively good partnership between Williams and Paul Palmer. They continue to go along rather steadily, Keith, with the deficit now well within sight. And with time dwindling away with just one more session left, things are looking good for the Jamaica Scorpions, but simply against the evidence that in the first innings they fell so meekly. I think it was 29 runs for 7 wickets. Barbados Pride will still have that bit of hope as Jomel Warcan and Shem Holder and company continue to plug away on a pitch that is wearing, but it is not weary, Keith. They're still playing relatively well. So certainly batting conditions are still relatively good. So there's a lot of work for the Barbados Pride to do still. I'll tell you what, Keith, if the Jamaica Scorpions manage to keep this partnership together for another 45 minutes to an hour or so, we'll have to then say that Jamaica have moved or are moving towards a position of safety. But, you know, still it's delicately balanced with the next hour or so after this tea break. It's possible that Barbados could get back into this contest if they can create a bit of a landslide with wickets to fall. So still very much to play for in the last session.
Well, I've received a WhatsApp message from Ian Best, whose daughter Jalea is part of the team working here with the television, the streaming for the interactive media services, and she does the replays. And Ian is asking me about the match to which I referred in 1986 when Garner and Marshall came out after tea and bowled Barbados a victory against Jamaica. He's asking who was the pencil-thin fast bowler playing for Barbados. Can't remember his name. Yes, indeed, Mr. Ian Best. His name was Tyrone Squidley Greenwich, now deceased. Died pretty young, I believe, at the age of 27. And he represented the Barbados Cricket League. So there is your answer, Mr. Ian Best. Jamal, nice to be with you again. We've been we've been graced by the presence of the two hard-working gentlemen. Bardier Wilkinson has now joined his mate Andrew Mason, so we expect that you will hear their voices after the break. And Barry, I hope you enjoy what you have done and will do at this particular moment. It was a case of mistaken identity, which will be qualified later. But you do look like brothers, so why not if something is mixed up when it comes to having something for your stomach? 174 for 4 is the score. Jamaica at tea in their second innings. Palmer 23, Williams 17. There's still 19 runs in arrears with 6 wickets in hand. We trust that you enjoy your little break and rejoin us in about 10 minutes for play in the final session.
This one is pulled away into the boundary. One bounce So short, a little bit wayward here from Hakeem Jordan. Chandra Paul Hemorrhage quickly onto that one. Big shot for LBW. Angling back in. Over the top. This time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. It falls safely and goes away to the boundary as well. This one again over the top, played through the offside. Goes all the way for 6. A maximum here from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. The first of the innings and showing his intent early. Cut away through the offside. Wit on offer from Hakeem Jordan and Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. Well, he's not going to let that go without punishing it. Over the top this time from Chandra Paul Hemorrhage. One bounce into the boundary. This time it goes over the top, so that changes now.
Lofted and should be taken. Gets a wicket. And his unique celebration is on show. So the breakthrough comes for the Barbados Pride and they will be pleased.
In the air, well taken. Good catch. Chima Hole again, this time at mid-on.
Brilliant. Wow. That was a spectacular catch. Was a bad delivery. And it was taken. Loud appeal, he shuffled across and given. For a moment you felt that it might have been a little bit of doubt in the mind of the umpire, Joel Wilson. But when you looked at it again, it was quite adjacent.
Officially once again over the offside. Goes all the way for 6 from Shemron Hetmyer. Carry on from strength to strength. A catch taken. An extra cover. Ashley Nurse, the umpire, will just want to check this one. Patrick Gustad indicating that he's not too sure. Diving away to his right.
That's out. That's clearly out. Clearly taken by Ashley Nurse.
For the Guyana Jaguars, confirmation there. Shamar Holder, after having taken 2 catches, now with a wicket of his own. And Akshay Prasad, the batsman, dismissed. Up again. Field on it. Does it have legs? Yes, it does. You betcha. Oh. And once again, another big shot here from Shemron Hetmyer. Another 6. Consecutive 6s now. And there it is. 50 for Shemron Hetmyer. His 8th list A 50. 600s to go with that. And what an entertaining knock it has been. Counter-attacking.
Starts short. And when Hetmyer is in this type of mood, he doesn't miss out. Gone. Just as we were talking about how important it is for him to provide support for Shimron Hetmyer, he gets a leading edge, and it's a soft dismissal. There's value in pitching the ball up again. Bottom edge. How lucky he was on that occasion. Goes down the ground. That's aggression. That's power from the young man.
This one is up in the air. Ashley Nurse under it. And he's taken it. The important wicket of Shemron Hetmyer falls to captain Jason Holder. And what a wonderful wicket this is for the Barbados Pride, and he enjoys it.
Well, this one all the way for 6.
This one is played through offside down to third man. And this is an annoying boundary here for Jason Holder. This one is up in the air. The fielder circles under it. Not needed. Shamar Brooks complete an easy catch. But what was he thinking there? Kevin Sinclair.
Powerfully struck down the ground. He was searching for the Yorker. Goes again. Over the top. He will get another boundary. So aggression being shown here by Shepherd. 2 boundaries to end the over. Nick Ditton gone. The umpire doesn't have to show him the dreaded finger. But the move has worked for Jason Holder and the Barbados Pride. Wicket number 9.
Protection in the deep. Justin Graves cleans it up. 54, Romario Shepherd. And a wonderful effort here. Rear guard effort from the Guyanese all-rounder. What a delivery. Is he gone? Yes, he's gone. And just as I was saying, will he regret that decision? I'm sure he does now. But a brilliant delivery from Jason Holder. Just getting the outside edge, and you can see the disappointment from Romario Shepherd. Just thinking and reflecting about that decision to take the single of the previous delivery. First over down, maiden over up front for the Guyana Jaguars. Stroked away through the offside. Wonderful shot here from McCaskey. Given the width, given the length, and given the treatment.
As we were saying before, it's a good cricket wicket, and that one he just waited on it and found the gap.
Score comparison there. Difference, the worms, the blue and the black. But those wickets, that was a major concern all the way through. Barbados Pride knows that if they can string together a good partnership, especially early on, that really sets up the platform for a good run chase.
Goes for the big shot, but finds the fielder in the deep. The pressure has gotten to Graves.
Certainly, it has been very, very good bowling by all the Guyana bowlers. They're choking the Pride. They can't get a chance to score. And the pressure ended up being too much for Justin Grave. Slapped it to mid-wicket. Shimonet Maya, comfortable catch. And of course, the celebration, also familiar. Up and over. You wouldn't even try that down in Ganga, would you?
I won't. I'll save myself from the embarrassment. Graves goes for 8. It's 21 for 1. That's a nice boundary, a welcome boundary, you would say.
Close one? No. Would have taken the direct hit. But the floor was way wide of the keeper. 15 overs gone. 42 for 1.
Some aggression here from Niall Smith.
Good aggression by young Smith.
18 overs gone, 47 for 1. And the umpires, well, they're responding to this drizzle that is getting a little bit heavier as we speak. Lights taking effect. There's a strong wind as well. So we're hoping that that weather will blow over.
And the good news, the rains have abated. And we're just about to resume live action again at Jaguars. Would have gotten dismissed for 235 and 41.4 overs. And before the interruption, the Pride, they made their way to 47 for the loss of 1 wicket. Not sure if that carried
type of side it seems to be the fielder. Just have dropped short.
Looked to have dropped just short of Prasad.
Clean him up. What a delivery from Niall Smith. Bang on target. And the off stump, well, it's been shattered.
Barbados Pride losing their second wicket.
Really good delivery here from Niall Smith.
He was bowled
on the
by
stumps.
Neil Smith.
Might have just kept a little bit low, but Shamar Brooks in an effort to get that scoreboard ticking over, but he perishes. 56 for 2. Edged away, down to the boundary. Now 4 more. Fortuitous boundary here for Jonathan Carter as he gets his account off. End of 20 overs, 60 for 2. Big shot for him. He's given him another wicket here for the Guyana Jaguars. That man, Leon John, Romario Shepherd, beg your pardon. Isn't he having a good game?
Half century with the bat, and now he has a wicket for the Guyana Jaguars. Look at this delivery.
LBW of the bowling of
Well,
Romario Shepherd.
trapped in front, Zachary McCaskey. And his painstaking stay comes to an end.
Barbados Pride 16 for 3.
McCaskey going for 25 from 60 deliveries.
And the new batsman is
Right in a bit of trouble here, Samuel.
the new batsman for Barbados
60 for 3.
Rustin Chase.
Good shot here from Jonathan Carter. Wouldn't get all the way to the boundary, but good running again. 3 the result. I wouldn't mind that too much as a bowler. Walked across his stumps. If he missed, might have been interesting. So not a bad delivery from Niall Smith, but well played from Jonathan Carter.
Very well played by Jonathan Carter. Very good running by these two.
Pulled away with authority from Ruston Chase. Goes all the way for 6. Short delivery and making the most of it, Ruston Chase.
Savagely pulled in front of square by Ruston Chase. He's very good off the back foot. And if Romario Shepherd is going to bowl short, he'll need to get it a bit higher than that.
Yes, an easy pace wicket here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. No troubles there for Ruston Chase. Well negotiated.
Good effort there, Samuel.
Clean him up. Look at it again. Look at the celebration, guys. And he was well advised not to do it this time. It's a little bit slippery out there.
And welcome back to Kensington Oval, the final session on the final day of the battle between the Pride and the Scorpions. And the question we're asking from near and from far, can Barbados win this game? I think there are 2 questions, because when you look at the Jamaicans, they're 174 for the loss of 4. These 2 have come together and they've batted very well indeed. Can Jamaica save this? The answer is I don't know, but this session is going to be of great importance. 174 for the loss of 4 with Palmer on 23. With him is Williams, another left-hander. He's on 17. 72 overs bowled. And the weather is good in Bridgetown after we had some rain just around that 12 o'clock period. But my God, it's looking very good indeed. The action continues. It looks as if it's going to be Craig Brathwaite, the Barbados captain, to start the attack from the southern end. As I say hello to Lyndon Yard. Nice to see you, Lyndon. Are you well?
Hello to you, Andrew. Good afternoon, good evening.
To listeners in Barbados, throughout the Eastern Caribbean and indeed the world at large, I'm well, Andrew. Excellent day for cricket. The sun is out in all its glory, and a push for Barbados to get maximum points here in Jamaica. They just need to hold on.
Here is Brathwaite with the first ball of the break. Outside the off stump, thrown up. And Alwyn Williams, the man from the land of wood and water, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. So 174 for loss of 4. And immediately ran down towards square leg. He knows he's got to do a lot of concentrating. Here is Brathwaite, comes in and bowls to him, and he's on the back foot. There's no pay for leg before, he's gone leg before. And Brathwaite has done the job on the back foot. Second ball after the break. Maybe they needed me to do some commentary early, Keith Holder. I've come in and I've gotten the wicket very early, beautifully bowled. He went on the back foot, struck on the pad, a big appeal for leg before, and umpire Blaze sent him. It's 174 for loss of 5, and you can't keep that man Brathwaite out of the game.
Andrew, I laugh at first and then I will replay. I like this, the way you said it. You can't keep him out of the game, Andrew. And he has a wicket plumb in front. And Alwyn Williams will be disappointed. And Jamaica, they are in serious trouble, Andrew. They're still 19 runs adrift. And I was saying to myself, with Craig Brathwaite opening the bowling after the break from the Malcolm Marshall end, the only reason I could figure he was opening the bowling was simply just to hurry through the overs to get a crack at the new ball and get into the meat of the Scorpion steel. And I think it's beginning to be exposed now. 174 for 5. As I said, they're still behind by some 19 runs. Palmer is on 23 from 65 deliveries, and he's being joined by the wicketkeeper batter. And that is none other than Romain Morris. Not so sure of his credentials as a batsman, but we'll find out momentarily. And Jamaica, they are tearing defeat, Andrew, similar to the West Indies.
You don't think they can hold on?
Oh, no.
And be inspired by their own national anthem, it says, "Stir response to duties call."
The way the tail meekly surrendered, or the way the tail swiftly surrendered in the first innings, Andrew, I have no faith.
You have no faith?
On.
Oh, my golly. Well, of course, they say that hope urges on and tell us tomorrow will be better. 174 for 5, Brathwaite, the man with the golden arm. It's going to be Morris to face up to him. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Morris, and Morris is allowing the ball to go outside the off stump. He's bowling he reminds me of Charles Griffith. I'm sure that Keith
that is the
No, not the Charles Griffith.
I want to be sure. No, you let the public know.
Well, there are 3 of them. Well, this is the Charles Griffith from Banks, who used to bowl very slow, left arm spin. Here's Brathwaite, comes in and bowls to Morris. And this Morris is forward, capably. Left-hander plays the ball up towards that extra cover area. I want to say hello to Tamar Lambert, who gave me a call. Hello, Tamar. He's now living in New York, and he says he's enjoying the commentaries. Nice to hear from you, of course, Tamar Lambert, former Jamaica captain. Brathwaite is in, bowls to Morris, outside the off the back foot, forced to be out towards cover. That ball took a day and a half to get to him. You could see him just throwing the ball, like dangling the proverbial carrot.
You to get to the batsman or to get to the fielder?
Well, both. 174 for 5. Brathwaite would then wrong the bat. In he comes from the southern end to bowl to Morris. And to this delivery, Morris is on the back foot and swings it, and Brathwaite drops it. Oh, my golly. A short ball went back to the bowler, and he could not hold on.
You call it a short ball, Andrew?
What was it?
A long hop.
It was a long hop. He should have caught it, did he?
Yeah, he should have caught it.
Oh, my golly.
I think he caught him by surprise.
Yeah.
I think he caught him by surprise. But he had he could have had a second go on it, but I think maybe the ball stung his hand.
Oh.
But should have gotten 2 wickets. When I see a ball, Andrew, I just think of one thing. I think of this simple sentence. You miss, I hit.
Yeah. I mean, it was a long hop. Let's go with you. But we will see, have a look at that. Here we go. And back. Oh, he should have caught that.
He should have caught it.
Well, in fact, Brathwaite has not been the best in his catching, because I remember the first innings. It was Bonner, before he scored, he was dropped by Brathwaite. But we know Brathwaite normally is a very good catcher. He should have held that. It really should have been 174 for 6. Here we go again. In and out. Oh, my golly. Come on, Mr. Brathwaite. You should have caught that.
I got to replay there. I should apologize to him. That really wasn't a long hop. It was a half volley.
It was a half volley. So who was right? Was I right or were you right? What was it, a half volley you said?
Yeah, it was a half volley.
Have a look at that. Here we go.
It's a half volley, Andrew, look.
Yes, on the back foot, straight back to Brathwaite in. Oh, it stung his hands.
The batsman goes right back in his crease.
Yep.
and ends up hitting it back at Craig.
Well, it's going to be Warkan comes in and bowls to Palmer. Palmer allows the ball to go outside the off-stump, taken by the keeper. He's now changed his approach here. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander with a very aggressive field. 174 for 5. Barbados striking right after the break. Here is Warkan as he starts his run, comes in to bowl to Palmer into this delivery. Palmer's on the back foot, forces the ball away into the offside. We'll get one, we'll look for the second, won't go for it. The return comes in. I'm sure they're happy to just get Morris on strike.
Yeah.
Short and played away down to backward point for 1.
Yes, I think they'll be happy to have him on strike. The way he played Craig's last delivery, pitched up and he went right back in the crease. And how do you get a pitch ball hit back to the ball off the back foot? Keeping your crease, Andrew?
Well, it was a bit of a Keith Holder kind of a shot, really, or Michael Sobers. They would have played that kind of a shot. Now, Morris is going to do battle, and it's going to be Warkan as he comes in with 4 men round the bat. He's in, and to this delivery, he's on the back foot, turns the ball away into the onside, a little bit to the air, spitting the fielder at that, just finding that gap between forward short leg and leg slip. They're 4 men round the bat. It was a bit short. Here is Romain Morris. He sets as he waits, and Warkan comes in and bowls to him, and he's on the back foot, and that's beautifully bowled indeed, and a wicket goes. Beautifully bowled, and a ball that was outside the line of the off-stump on the back foot, and it was taken by the keeper, and a fantastic piece of bowling, and in fact the bails are off as well. Beautifully done.
Andrew, I think you better use the computer screen, Andrew.
So beautiful ball.
Screen, Andrew.
It was a lovely delivery. Went on the back foot.
I think you should use the computer screen, not the television replay.
Yeah, we looked at it just now, but he's gone. That is for sure.
He's bold. He's bold.
He's bold. Well, in fact, the keeper took the bails came off. The keeper took the ball as well. So he was bowling. He was caught, and he didn't edge the ball. Oh, Ray did his best. So another wicket to Barbados. There was Morris on the back foot being bowled. That was beautifully bowled, wasn't it? And I don't need to see the replay.
Well, Jamie Merchant comes out, and as I said to you, Andrew, at the start here, I don't have any faith. We look at the replay.
Here we go. I need to see the replay. He's on the back foot. Yeah. I should have seen that. Oh, my golly. Right through the gate. And comprehensively bowled. That's wonderful bowling by Warkan. Do you have Warkan in your 13-man squad?
No, Andrew, I don't.
Why not? Well, after this performance by Mr. Warkan?
Good delivery. But, Andrew, I was about to say that, put me in Warkan position, you wonder, why is it that Craig is getting wickets and I'm not getting wickets?
Yep. Well.
And now he gets Morris. Who never looked as though he was going to get any runs.
No.
From the delivery he hit back at Craig Brathwaite.
Yep.
Unbelievable shot to deliver it that.
No, he didn't suggest permanence, if one cares to describe it like that. So we got men round the bat. Merchant has come. Would he live up to his name? Here's Warkan, comes in and bowls to him. He's forward and drives. Where's that gone? Oh, my golly, over the top of that mid-horn there. He's a big hitter. That's gone for 6. Given some air, and he means business. And that ball went over the long on area. That's gone for 6. I've seen Merchant. Last time we'd have seen him in St. Kitts, and that would have been back in 2019 in the 50-over competition. A little ground just outside the airport called Connery, hitting some 6s. And his first ball has gone over the top. 281 for 6. They're trailed now by 12.
But I'm sure that the Barbados side aren't going to be buoyed by.
Well, they've got the long on now for him.
And Hardin.
Yep, Hardin is there. Here's Warkan, round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Merchant into this delivery. He's forward, ball pitched up in the line of that middle stump, and he just pushes the ball away into the offside down to cover to end at the over, at the end of a successful over from the left arm spinner, which he bowled Morris for. Morris didn't trouble the scorers.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. And he didn't look as if he would have either. So, how do you see it now, 181 for 6? Talk to me.
Still in deficit by 12 runs. I expect that the Barbados side will be celebrating a little later on this afternoon. But
so you called in the game, Lyndon Yard?
Yeah, Andrew.
Are you sure about that, Lyndon?
Andrew, from a position of 299 for 3,
yeah.
to be bowled out, you're losing your last 7 wickets with 29 runs. And then this morning, again, the top 3 doesn't get any run. Campbell, Bonner, and Blackwood. Here's Braffett.
He's in and bowls outside line of the off stump, and Palmer, who's got to be the man to shepherd the flock to safety, is on 24. He doesn't have a lot left in the bag. There's Harty, and there's Mindley and Gordon. Here's the delivery, which is pitched up and driven down towards mid-on. Will they go for the run? Yes, they will. The field up at mid-on didn't pick it up. It was hit firmly down towards mid-on, and it was Holder who came across to the right.
Should have done better.
They should have done better, and might have been tight had he picked it up and thrown it at the stumps, because it was hit firmly down towards mid-on. I'm sure that Palmer's conscious of the fact that he's got to get runs as well.
So he's the last recognised batter left, Andrew?
He is. Well, I'm sure Harty will tell you he can bat.
Or does the tail go deep?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that Harty will tell you he can bat as good as Yagoro. 182 for 6. They trail by 11. Now with Merchant, there's a long on wide, there's a slip, there's a forward short leg, there's a cover, there's mid-off, a mid-wicket, and comes Brathwaite in bowls to Merchant. Merchant is on the back foot, and the ball spins across him. Look at that bounce as well. And he turns it in the air. I think he should put a leg slip in here. 182 for the loss of 6. The ball was in the air. There's just the short leg fielder. The forward, yeah, there's a short fine leg where, okay, let's see what happens here. Brathwaite comes up now, he's in and bows to Merchant. This delivery, Merchant is coming across the stumps, pushes up the pitch, had to wait on that.
Andrew,
so
the batsman have to wait so long for quick deliveries to get them.
Yeah, he's getting some bounce here. He's got a wide long on, there's a slip and a forward short leg. I need some more men round the bat. 182 for 6. Here is Brathwaite, comes and bows to Merchant. Merchant is swinging, where is that gone? It's a good shot, down to backward square, that's gone for 4. He hits the ball very well indeed, Merchant. It was given lots of air and swung away for 4. So they trail by 7, 186 for 6. They need runs as well, Jamaica. And now, Brathwaite responds by having a fielder down at the backward square area.
Yeah, the short fine leg that he had in position.
But he must also attack with men round the bat. I'll never forget a game against Guyana when Pastino came out and he was spreading the field. Here's Brathwaite, comes in and bowls, and he's down the pitch when he drives Merchant up towards that mid-on fair. He looks a very busy batsman, lovely flowing shot. Already he's got 10 from just 6 balls. The end of the over, at the end of it, Palmer is on 25, Merchant is on 10, and Jamaica 186 for 6, which is the latest score here at Kensington.
And the key for the Jamaicans here, first of all, with the overhaul, is 7 runs that are required to overtake the Barbados lead and then set the Barbados target to go at. 75 overs gone, 186 for 6. Palmer, he's looked good for his 25, 69 deliveries faced. Merchant, he's been aggressive. He has 10 from 6 deliveries, and I was making the point, Andrew, the pitch is still a good enough wicket that I was expecting some scores from Campbell, Blackwood, and Bonner, and they didn't do justice to their opportunities of playing for the West Indies and getting a good knock in this game. And I think that without them getting a major score, then for me it was going to be all downhill for the Jamaicans. It would be a miracle if they can somehow wriggle out of this one and earn a draw.
Well, it's going to be the bowling of Warkan. First ball is flat and the leg stump turned away down towards the position of a square leg. There's no run. So Warkan again comes in to bowl to Palmer. Palmer's forward and drives firmly down towards long on for a single. As we said, they're conscious of the fact they've got to get runs. And you never know, there could be a little bit of a chase this afternoon, maybe 30 or 40, you never know. But the way Merchant has come out, they will want to get rid of him. And he came out a bit, you know, Merchant. He's got 10, it's 187 for 6. A lovely flowing drive there by Palmer for 1 to go to 26. Now, Warkan has got a chance to bowl at Merchant. He comes up now. He's in to bowl to Merchant. This heavy Merchant is coming forward in on drives, down to long on for a single. So I think what he's done here is he's aggressive and maybe just trying to upset the plan of the captain of the Barbados side, who has already, in my view, unnecessarily made the concession of not maintaining those feelers around the bat. 188 for 6. Here we go, as this delivery is short of a length. The batsman is on the back foot, and he does that a lot, Craig Brathwaite. Every time even if you're in a strong position, he tends to go on the defensive unnecessarily. And I remember that game very well against Guyana, with Pastino came out, had to make a couple of shots. The fielders were not, long off, long on, nobody around the bat. And in that game, Pastino could have made about 20, and Barbados then had to get 90 out to win. They couldn't get it because those precious runs were had. Here is a delivery which is pitched up. The batsman is onto the front foot. That's Warkan bowling, and it's played away up the pitch by Palmer very confidently. So he's on 26, 188 for 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and Palmer well entrenched on the 26. As I keep saying, Andrew, the pitch is still a good cricket pitch, and if you have to have good, strong cricket, I believe that this game really and truly, Jamaica should come out here with some fight and look to bat deep into this session to ensure the least they walk away here with is a draw, rather than to lose this game from this position. The wicket isn't offer any terror whatsoever, and it's just about batting, as you say, a wash pen of common sense.
Now there's a wide long on, and the mid-off is very deep. Here's Brathwaite, comes in, bowls to Merchant. Merchant is down the pitch when he gets there, drives the ball back to the Barbados captain. There's no run. Merchant is a busy man. He's already on 11, 188 for 6. Brathwaite tosses the ball from hand to hand. Now comes into Palmer, and Palmer is on the back foot, no problems at all. Pushes the ball up towards that mid-on area.
Andrew, do you reckon Craig gets any turn at all?
No, not a lot, but he's got a little bit of bounce here. Bowling very slowly as he comes in to Merchant. This delivery, Merchant is down the pitch when he gets there, drives up to that mid-off area. Deepish for a single. Pigeon flies across the oval, and we'll just head up towards the Grinners and Haines stand and go towards the port. 189 for the loss of 6. I think he'll change his mind and go to Bridgetown. Perhaps he'll do that. Lovely breeze coming across the ground. Here is the bowling of the captain of the Barbados side. He comes in to bowl to Palmer, and Palmer's off the back foot. Beautiful delivery. Well bowled indeed. It was a quicker one and had some bounce, not a lot of turn, and went very close to the outside edge. That was very well bowled.
I think you would say, Andrew, he was beaten for pace there.
He was beaten for pace. 189 for 6.
Which is so unlike Craig.
So the trail now by 4. Here's Brathwaite, comes in, bowls to Palmer. Palmer's forward, ball pitched up, not giving the ball lots of air, prepared to fight it out to Merchant, trying to tempt him, and Palmer very solid comes in the line, playing for his country, the land of wood and water. Here's Brathwaite, comes in, bowls to Palmer. Palmer is back, turns the ball away for a single, cleverly, down towards that short fine leg area, deep in his crease, working the wrist and impact to get a single, and also to keep the strike as well. So the over comes to an end. Palmer is on 27, Merchant is on 12. They've added 15 precious runs already, and Jamaica 190 for a loss of 6, which is the latest score at Kensington.
And they are trailing by 4 runs in terms of setting Barbados a target to go at this evening. But it would be important for Jamaica if they can hold on and save this game. It simply means that the batters left along with the spirit of the crease will have to just stay at the crease, occupy the crease. I'm sure that this pair in operation, Warkan and Brathwaite, are just, especially Brathwaite, just utilizing some overshots to get the new ball.
Oh, you think, okay, you think you'll go for it?
Most definitely.
Okay, and Harden and maybe Reefer will bowl it?
It's been interesting to get the figures. How much Reefer has bowled so far today?
Well, he hasn't bowled for the day, and they were speculating whether he was injured. Here is Warkan, comes up, he's in and bowls a delivery that's on the line of that. He was on the back foot, a bit of bounce, and the ball pops out towards the short mid-wicket area.
Palmer playing it like a scorpion.
Yes, wonderfully said. 190 for the loss of 6. Here's Warkan. Comes in to bowl to Palmer's on 27 to this delivery. He's looking to lap the ball away, and it goes down towards that backward square position, gets a single. He loves that sweep shot, Palmer, and gets a run. So Merchant will do battle. And with that, it means that it's 191 for 6. 191 for 6 wickets. So they now trail by 2. So
And you said Reefer hasn't bowled today?
He hasn't bowled today.
Might be carrying an injury.
Could be carrying an
injury. He did
injury.
open the bowling yesterday.
He did, and picked up an important scalp. Now Warkan, let's look at his figures. They must look good. He's bowled 25 overs and 2 balls, 7 maidens, 3 for 53. In he comes. He's going to bowl to Merchant. In fact, I spoke to him this morning. He said, Andrew, I'm going to get 6. 191 for 6.
So he needs 3 of the next 4?
He needs 3 of the next 4. Well, he's going to bowl to Merchant. In he comes from the northern end, and to this delivery, Merchant is back and turns the ball, runs here for Jamaica down to final. Get one to come back for the second. Let's see if there was any bat onto that. Let's look at the umpire. Went down the leg side, leg by signaled by the umpire Brathwaite. So 193 for 6. 193 for 6. So
the scores are level.
Very much so indeed.
What do you think Barbados will want to chase?
1. 193 for 6.
Andrew, you got the T20 wrong this morning with your predictive score, 181.
Here is Warkan. Comes in, bows to Merchant. Merchant is forward, and not a bad delivery. Flicked away down to fine leg. His length is wrong. His line is wrong. One against. They'll even contemplate the third here. These runs are important, and they're back for the third. Warkan offline here, and picked off down to fine leg for 3. So effectively Jamaica now 3 runs on the board, but they've lost 6 wickets. Every run is of great importance. These two have come together, and quickly they've added 21.
Yeah, I think it's about this time that Barbados need to tighten the screws and restrict the scoring. It isn't only about bowling wicket to wicket and allowing them to score freely, because they were behind in terms of the deficit. They've now gone ahead. So you wouldn't want to. One, you're going to watch the time factor in terms of the overs. You have to get these runs, and first of all, before you do it, you have to get them out. So one way of getting them out, if you can't get them out, is to at least restrict their scoring opportunities.
Here's Warkan, comes in now to bowl to Palmer, and Palmer's forward and drives down towards that long on area for single. Was a ball that was pitched up. Was that in the air?
No.
No, but based on what Warkan was,
I think he was disappointed.
They didn't stop it. Okay. Yeah. But it went past him, down to long on for 1.
Firmly hit.
Firmly hit. And these two batsmen recognize the importance of scoring. So Jamaica lead now by 4. And with that single, Palmer goes to 29. Merchant back in strike. He's on 15. Has played 1 or 2 sumptuous shots already. He settles the weights, and Warkan comes in to bowl to him. And to this delivery, he's forward and drives. That's a lovely, confident shot up to wide, long off for a single. As I said, he can bat a bit, Jamie Merchant, known, of course, more for his off-spin bowling, but he gets the run, and already he has scored 16 from how many balls? 16 from 13. So 198 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
And Jamaica will continue to bat. Perfect conditions for cricket. The shadows begin to lengthen, and still blessed with sunshine and a decent cricket pitch, a decent cricket day 4 pitch at that. And I think that Palmer is leading by example. He's batted well for his 29, and keep saying, Andrew, the batters must be disappointed they didn't cash in on this wicket. Blackwood, Bonner.
But you notice that Brathwaite has decided to come out the attack. Now it looks as if it's going to be
Shem Holder
back in the attack.
He probably persisted for over 2 because he got that wicket.
Got the wicket.
I thought the plan was just to get through the overs, to get to the new ball. And because he got the wicket, he continued on, and it's a good move to pull himself out and bring Shem Holder, who I believe would ask more questions, and in the fact that he would flick the ball a lot more and get a lot more bumps.
I would think so.
Than Craig would. Craig just tosses the ball and says, hey, you come get it or I get you.
Well, he's got an interesting field here. Here's Holder back in the attack. Comes in to bowl to Merchant. This delivery, Merchant is forward. No difficulty at all. Just reaches out, pushes out towards that cover area. There's no run.
Pace on the ball already, say Andrew.
Pace on the ball already. Yeah, you're right. So there's a slip, there's a leg step and a forward short leg.
Going to make a fielding change.
And there's also going to be a silly point as well. It should have been in from the first ball.
I would agree with you.
You got to attack men. 198 for the loss of 6. He may change his approach now as he comes up now. He's in, bows to Merchant. Merchant is looking to lap the ball around. There's an appeal for catch. That's the keeper just going up. And the ball goes down the leg side. Well taken by Dorridge. 198 for 6. Holder round the wicket, the off spinner to bowl to Merchant, who's already gone to 16. 198 for 6 as he comes up on his way, he's in and bowls, and he's off the back foot, no problems at all, and pushes the ball in front of him. There's no run.
Well,
So 198 for 6 is the score.
I think
Yes, Lyndon.
Before a short leg in the off, if you want to bring them into play, you want the batsman to be coming forward as opposed to going back.
Here he comes. This is a hold up on his way to bowl to Merchant. This delivery, Merchant is off the back foot, forces the ball away, runs for Jamaica out towards the boundary into the shadows of the Grenadinian stand. Will have the legs to get there. It's going to be stopped. They'll get 3. It was a ball that the batsman had a lot of room to play it. It was not the best delivery. He was off the back foot and punches to cover, and he's back for the other thing, though, that despite losing 2 wickets, these two have done a good job in scoring.
Yeah.
So the 200s is not coming from the board with that. Merchant goes to 19.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Holder. Was saying if you're going to have the foul short leg and the silly mid-off, you need to get the batsman coming onto the front foot, and he delivered the delivery wideish on the line of the off and on the short side as well. And the batsman, Merchant, had little problems in spanking it through the offside for 3. He rushes to 19 from 17 deliveries.
Here's Holder, comes up now, he's in and bowls outside the off stump. No need to play at that. The ball goes by to be taken by the keeper. 201 for the loss of 6. It was a very quick delivery, bowled by Holder. These two have done a good job, and already a partnership that has realized 26 runs already. Holder, the man from Spartan, comes in to bowl to Palm, and Palm is back and swings it. That's poor bowling. That's going to go for 4, I believe. Yes, through mid-wicket. Going over the rope now. Bad delivery and pulled away. 4 runs. Well played indeed. It was short. And 205 for loss of 6. It was pulled away. That's gone for 4 to carry the score to 205 for 6. And with that, Palmer 33, Merchant is on 19. 205 for 6 is the latest score at Kensington.
And not the kind of over that you would want from Holder. He came into this and from his very first delivery, signaled his intention because he went for pace rather than giving the ball the opportunity to at least try and extract some spin on a 4th day pitch. And he guilty of also bowling short. I think the 2 deliveries before the penultimate delivery was panked through the point region, and then a short ball pulled through mid-wicket with good pace on them as well, and not ideally what Craig would want, because these two, as you said, Andrew, most importantly, they're scoring and scoring quickly. Since Merchant has come to the crease, he seems to have come up with the intention that he's going to score, which is very important, and he's helped himself to 19 from 17 deliveries. Palmer has 33 from 82 balls. We've seen Barbados sent down some 79 overs in their second innings, and the Jamaicans, they're ahead by 12 runs. Andrew, as we have a special guest who will join us momentarily.
Oh, yes. This is Pedro Graves, a man who almost played for St. Catherine's. How are you, my friend Pedro? Are you well? Like your outfit. Did you buy that in Barbados, or that's from New York?
I got it custom made, Andrew.
Custom made. Well, you're like the wonderful Calypsonians of the world. 205 for 6. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls to Merchant. Merchant is onto the front foot. Pushes the ball away in front of him. Well bowled by Warkan. That was on the line of the middle stump. And pushed away by Merchant, who actually goes down to square leg. Every run is important. 205 for 6 as he comes in again. Warkan on his way. He's up. And to this delivery, he's looking to hit the ball away. That's gone for 6 runs. He's a big, strong man. It goes down to that mid-wicket area. That's gone for 6. So he's fighting far with far, Merchant. You better watch him. And maybe trying to live up to his name as well. It was given Samir, and he whipped it over the wicket. That's gone for 6. And Jamaica go to 211 for 6.
And he hit it straight on top of the Jamaican dugout, Andrew.
He did. Quite appropriately.
Yeah. Beautiful cricket shot. Given the length wasn't right. And looking to be aggressive. I think what Barbados need to do, they have to find a way to counter his aggression.
Yes.
They need to slow this partnership down. And apart from slowing it down, they need to break this partnership because they're using up valuable time.
Yep.
And you don't want to chase in a target late into the afternoon. So you have to try and break this partnership. The lead is only 18. But it's beginning to build.
Well, it is. And these two have scored quickly. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls to Merchant. Merchant is onto the front foot, no difficulty at all. With a big broad bat, as broad as Kingston in Jamaica. And it goes up towards that mid-on area. There's no run. Warkan again. Merchant draws away, taking up every minute of the day. Here is the left arm spinner. Warkan in bows to Merchant. Merchant is down the pitch when he gets there. Drives down to that long on air. It was in the air. Interesting field here as Hardin comes across the picket. They get a run, but the captain positioned himself at short mid-on. And the ball went over his head. 212 for 6. Now, Palmer, who's done a good job, is on 33. With that single, Merchant goes to 26. The lead is up to 19. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Palmer. Palmer is forward and drives the ball into the pitch. Spectators catch. The bowler cocks the arm and threatens to throw. So 212 for 6. Here is Warkan again. Comes in to bowl to Paul Palmer. And this delivery, he's on the pitch when he gets there, drives in the air. The catch, is it taken? Yes, it is. Reefer takes the catch coming off the boundary. That's a big, big blow struck. A ball given some air. Lapse in concentration by Palmer as he bangs the bat onto his pad, and Reefer coming off the boundary at long on poaches the catch. And that could be a situation where Jamaica could lose this, because Palmer was batting so very well, and we can't understand what he did there. He came down the pitch and drove the ball in the air, a low catch taken by Reefer, and Jamaica find themselves now in all kinds of contortions. Listen to this. They're 212 for a loss of 7. Palmer going for 33.
And Andrew, you said a lapse of concentration, but I think he died the way he started. And without paying attention to the match awareness. Was it about survival? Or is it just that you go and get what you can get as quickly as possible? Because that's the way, to me, he went about it. You have a batsman in sync. Actually, it's Palmer that got out. And sorry, my apologies to him. Yes, Palmer
got out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I was referring to Merchant.
Remember, Palmer is not a Merchant.
Yeah. I was referring to Merchant. So a little surprised at that method of dismissal from Palmer, because he was batting so solid. He was just working the ball around. He was putting away the short deliveries. So can I say a rush of blood?
Yeah, it was a strange shot, really. I think he was caught, really, in two minds, because I think they're conscious of scoring as well. But there was no need to do that. And he's gone. It now exposes the tail. And Mindy is a little bit better than a rabbit, I'm told.
Okay.
And my very good friend Tamar Lambert told me that. That's not true, Tamar. Of course, he's listening there in New York. Wonderful man, Tamar. Mr. Graves, how are you doing? Nice to see you. You must be happy about Barbados' efforts so far, being a member of the board.
Yes, good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, listeners. Very excited here. Very happy to see the Barbados team sticking with it. It's been a pitch that you couldn't blast them out, but they're really doing, sticking to the gun, so to speak.
Yes, they are indeed. This ball is down the leg side as the captain has still got the confidence in Holder, and Merchant allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. Well, he's been fighting fire with fire. Here is Hole as he comes in to bowl to Merchant, and to this delivery, he's forward. The ball is turned away for a single down towards that short fine leg area, playing the ball between the short legs. That was very well bowled indeed. It spun across it and some bounce, and he got a single. Now Mindley is going to do battle. So how will Mindley respond to this challenge here? Jamaica are in big trouble, and they've got to respond to this. Hello to all of our friends in Jamaica, the 14 parishes of Jamaica. Of course, you're talking from Kingston right through to Westmoreland. Our friend yesterday is from Westmoreland. 213 for 7. I know Kingston pretty well. And Mobay. I know Barnett Street in Mobay. Here's a delivery which is given to Severe. And there's Mindley, who's not from Barnett Street in Mobay. Comes forward, pushes down towards cover. There's no run. Lots of good friends in Jamaica. I'm sure that Wayne Lewis of Weeper had a lot of work to do recently. He's listening to the broadcast. Wavell Hines as well, my good friend Maurice Foster. Here is Holder, the off spinner, in his brand name shades, comes in to bowl to Mindley. Into this delivery, Mindley is forward, pushes into the offside, down to cover, reaching for it. And it's up to 213 for 7. The action continues. Keith Holder writes me a note, maybe saying you should not have had Barry Wilkinson's lunch. 213 for loss of 7. Here is Holder, comes up now, he's in and bows to Mindley, and Mindley's forward and drives up to cover. And there is no run. Mike Fletcher is the man, of course. Mike Fletcher from Jamaica. Well, he's not from Jamaica. His parents are from Jamaica, and they're actually from Westmoreland, lovely parish in Jamaica. Here is Holder, comes in and bowls to Millie, and he's looking to sweep, wrapped in the pad, a bigger P for leg before. The umpire says no. As he swept at it, struck on the pad, might have been headed down the leg side, and I think umpire Blades is suggesting that. It was not a raucous appeal, as the late, great Les Harris would have said.
One optimism?
Yeah. It was an inquiry, really, and went down the leg side. So I see the BC big wigs are here as well. So
I think it's time for me to vacate the chair, Andrew.
Yeah, so Pedro, you are certainly very much a part of the action at the BCA. You've been on the board now for what, a year or two now?
Yeah, it's my second year.
How has it gone, Pedro? Can you tell me?
Well, it's been an interesting period. Unfortunately, it was a period where we had the COVID pandemic and was unfortunate. We couldn't have any school cricket or any club cricket, really. We had a T20 in 2020. That went well, but then nothing happened last year. So it was a bit disappointing from that perspective.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, but looking forward to a full season this time around.
Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls the ball which is short of a length, off the back foot goes Merchant, pushes into the off. So I think Warkan saw him and bowled it short. Warkan is conscious of the fact he doesn't want to give any runs away. Merchant is on the hunt. 213 for 7. Here's Warkan, comes up now in bowls to Merchant, and Merchant is looking to lap the ball away. Where's that gone? It's gone down towards the square legger. That's gone for 4. He's a dangerous man, Merchant. And, and the wickets are falling, but he's getting runs as well. So they lead by 24, but that was swept away. It was given to me on the leg stump. And already, Merchant has gone to 31 as we welcome back Jamal. How are you, Jamal? Lovely shoes you've got there.
Hi,
wonderful.
Hi, Andrew. Good afternoon.
Did you wear those shoes yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I didn't think so. I would have seen them. But what a wonderful shot. How do you read it now, 217 for 7?
Well, the assignment is simple. Merchant clearly is intent on scoring and trying to push the Barbadians back. The assignment is very simple for Barbados. They need to get wickets and get this innings closed as quickly as possible.
Well, Merchant is on 31, living up to his name. Jamie Merchant. Not one of the more popular names in Jamaica, Merchant. Here is Warkan, comes in and bowls to him, and he's forward and whips the ball away. We'll get 2 more runs here. Down to back was square. We'll come back for the second, and that was on the line of the leg stump. And sometimes, an attack from a batsman can kind of set a line of a bowler, and that's gone away into the onside, down to square leg for 219 for 7.
Yes, most certainly, Andrew. And you weren't here earlier, but I was alluding to the fact that if Jamaica can, extend the lead, keep scoring relatively quickly. What's the RPO now, Andrew? It was 2.9.
It's now 2.68, and they lead by 26.
Yeah, so the assignment is simple. Barbados need 3 wickets, but Jamaica would obviously keep pressing, trying to put away as many.
And interestingly enough, he's made the captain of the Barbados team pull all the short legs away. Here is a delivery which is given severe. He's onto the front foot. That's Warkan bowling to Merchant and pushes up towards that mid-on area. So to me, that's a major concession by Brathwaite. 219 for 7. No men round the bat. I've seen this before. Now the silly point comes in. Here's Warkan round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to Merchant, who is on 33. And to this delivery, he's back and gets a ball that keeps a bit low. But he pushes up towards that mid-off area to end the over. At the end of it, Mindy hasn't scored as yet. Merchant is on 33. And Jamaica find themselves in hot water. They're 219 for 7.
Yes, Andrew, and I know that you have reservations about the way that Craig Brathwaite goes about his business. I actually went home last night and I had some reflection on our conversation.
Yes.
Largely to do with captaincy. And I'll say this to you, captaincy is subjective. You would do what you would do. I think, let's hear me out, Andrew.
Yes.
Craig Brathwaite obviously has his method, his way of doing things. And I think that Craig recognized that the fundamental thing for him was to stop the flow of runs and the stem of runs. I always felt that the run rate would dictate whether or not Jamaica would be able to, I wouldn't say control this game, but get to a position of safety. So while you would call them concessions, you know, the method, the approach really is to stop the scoring and keep pricing it away those wickets on a very placid track.
Well, it's going to be Holder comes in and bowls, and he's forward. That's Minley pops the ball down to that position at mid-wicket. There is no run, so 219 for 7. Holder, I'll invite your thoughts in a minute as to how he's gone as he comes in from the southern end to bowl to Minley, and to this delivery. Minley is getting a ball which pops off maybe the top of the bat, and it goes over the fielder's head at that's leg slip and goes behind him. A lot of bounce there, well bowled, and in fact Hall has been able to get some bunks from this pitch. That was beautifully bowled.
Beautifully bowled, yes. Big bunks.
Big bunks. Yeah, he's a tall man. Comes in to bowl to Minley. He's up and bowls to Minley, and Minley's back and doesn't offer the bat. The ball hits the top of the pad and runs away down to that short square leg area. Backward, there's no run. Goes back again to his mark. This is Holder. 219 for 7. They lead by 26. In he comes on his way again to bowl to Minley, and to this delivery. Minley is on the back foot, and the ball cramps in as it turns into a little bit of bounce, and he pushes it down towards the position of forward short leg. There's no, and immediately Merchant, who is on 33, comes down to have a word with him. What do you think Merchant is telling him?
Keep hanging in there.
Keep
brother.
hanging in there.
Hang in there, brother.
Hang in there, my brother. Yes. 2 balls to come. Holder from the southern end grips the ball and comes in to bowl to Minley, and Minley is forward and drives. It was in the air for a bit. There's a feel that almost like short extra cover. Went past his hand, went down to the captain. Now he comes a little bit to his left. That's Springer. Here's Holder with the last ball of the over. Comes in to bowl to Minley. Minley's forward, bowled him. Beautifully bowled indeed by Holder, and he deserved that wicket. It was a lovely delivery coming onto the front foot. The ball went through the gates, and the Jamaicans are in real trouble at the region's Mecca. Well, they were doing pretty well just before the break, and Keith Holder spoke about it. Sometimes you have that break, and then after that, things happen, and wickets are beginning to fall like ripe mangoes now. And those lovely mangoes that you get in Kingston, listen to this, 219 for 8, Minley departs, bowled, and the man who got him was Holder, and he didn't contribute to the score.
Yes, Andrew, when you were asking me about Shem Holder, that over he actually got his areas relatively right, actually bringing the right-handers forward and finishing on the off stump rather than bowling a bit too straight. If he's been guilty of anything today to the right-handers, he's been a bit straightish. I mean, his fields didn't afford him. Most of the time he was operating with just a mid-off and a point, so there was nobody in the extra cover region. There's the extra cover now, so you can obviously get a bit fuller. Because
have a look at that in the monitor.
That's a beautiful delivery. And that's what happens, Andrew, because that's the natural variation. We call that the arm ball, but that just went pretty much straight on.
How good is Holder in your view as a bowler? Have a look again. Good work by Mr. David Green, whose contract has been extended by another 5 years after that.
Andrew, I think that the Barbados selectors have selected him as an investment. He's replaced Ashley Nurse. He's a young off-spin upcoming. He's now going through the rigors of what first-class cricket requires. He's been a bit indifferent at times, especially in the first innings. As you know, his second innings, he's been there or thereabouts. He's bowled 2 pretty good deliveries for wickets. Remember this morning, he removed John Campbell very early. And I always felt that he would have been critical today to assist Warren Cannon. I was saying that these 2 in tandem possibly could win the game for Barbados Pride. So let's say let's give him if we had to give him a grade sheet, we'd give him 6 out of 10. But knowing that he can improve. He's been a bit quick at times, as I said, a bit indifferent, but he has something to offer. So let's see how
he's tall, and he gets the ball to bounce as well. And I've seen him bowl at Spartan. And certainly on this pitch, which is flat, he's been able to get the ball to bowl, as was when Merchant bowled as well. Warkan comes in, bowls to Merchant. Merchant is forward and drives down to long off for a single. So he decides to expose our good friend Mr. Gordon. So 220 for 8. The lead is 27. So effectively, Jamaica are 27 runs on the board, but they've lost 8 wickets. And that reminds you of in Barbados on a bad pitch at Bank Hall.
Well, Andrew, Jamaica were holding steady throughout this innings, but we always felt that the partnership, as long as the partnership between Williams and Palmer was broken, there would be a steady procession. Palmer, a victim of his own indiscretion. I honestly, Andrew was outside. I reckon that ball just spun on him a bit.
Oh, you think so?
I think he really went to hit it a bit straighter than he did, but obviously he fell.
And a good catch taken by Reefer as well. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls, and the batsman is on the back foot. This is Gordon, pushes in front of him. There is no run. 3 men round the bat waiting. 220 for 8. And this has been a story after the break. Warkan again comes in to bowl to Gordon. This Livy Gordon is onto the front foot. It goes and is taken. There's an appeal for catch. I think he's going to go across to have a word now. Umpire Brathwaite with Blades. The catch was claimed. I think, let's see what happens here. He came forward. The fielder claimed it. Let's see what happens here. And he's gone.
Yeah,
he's gone.
Given out.
Yeah. Not surprised by that at all. Not surprised at all. He came forward, and Warkan, who told me, as I said this morning, when I spoke to him, he's going to get 6 wickets today. He's now got another one. As Gordon came forward, a good sharp catch at Silly Point. Silly Point, my friend. Yes, Warkan bowling. Yes, Silly Point. And I told him about it this morning. He's my good friend. I said to Mr. Warkan, you have to bowl with a Silly Point.
Andrew,
I'm a Silly Point man. Here we go. Talk about it.
It's a good delivery on Warkan. Give the ball lots of air. Batsman is forward, straight off your face.
Good catch. Good catch taken. And where was the catch taken?
Silly mid-off.
Thank you. Silly mid-off
Andrew,
then.
I have a question to ask. I really have
Is it silly mid-off? You must crown the batsman. I'm not going to go away from that at all.
Yeah, so Warkan,
not going to.
Warkan,
and you've introduced some theories.
Yeah, I have to.
That I'm going to flog you for them.
Andrew,
you're sharper than that.
You sent me a message at 2:55 a.m. this morning.
Yes.
He was aggrieved, Keith, at 2:55 a.m. this morning. I received a WhatsApp message from Andrew Mason. I thought it was it was about captaincy.
Yeah, man, because I'm big on captaincy.
2:55 a.m.
Yeah, I think this where I think we underestimate it. You know. Yeah. Here's good work by Mr. Green again. Good catch taken. Beautifully bowled by Warkan.
Yes, most certainly. Yeah. Well bowled.
And Graves, who thinks he's the big captain at Wildy, you think captaincy is important?
He's very unorthodox.
Yeah, he's unorthodox. Yeah.
This is the most quiet time I've ever seen him. Actually.
Yes. And St. Thomas Parish ambassador as well. I thought they used to have them as young people. Ooh. Now,
that was years ago. Andrew,
the last man to come with is Harty. Well, will he come to the party? In comes Warkan and bowls him, and he's forward and drives, and the catch is not taken. Who's that up there?
Mosley.
It's Mosley. Well, he pushed it to cover, and Mosley could not come up with a catch. Here's Warkan looking for another wicket. He's picked up 5 now. He's going to continue the attack. He's in and bowls, and the batsman, there's a big appeal for a catch, and the umpire says no. He came forward. It was taken by the keeper, and umpire Brathwaite says no. 220 for 9. They were very confident about that, the Barbados team, but umpire Brathwaite says no. Patrick Harty settles and waits. And here's Warkan looking to get another scalp for his country. Comes up now, bowls to Harty. He's forward and pushes in front of him. Out towards cover to end the over. At the end of it, Warkan having a good time. 29 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 72. And with that performance, has made the 13-man squad for Jamal.
Andrew, what I'll say is that Warkan has come to life on this 4th day pitch as he's supposed to, as is Shem Holder with 2 wickets as well. You'll have to say that the Barbados Pride management has gotten that combination right for the surface. 6 wickets to the spinners.
Yeah, indeed, they've done well. And this has been a good effort.
7 actually.
I'm actually very happy.
Craig.
Yeah, I'm very happy for Holder because
Pedro said it should have Craig.
Oh, okay.
So that's 8 wickets.
8 wickets, yes, and
on a dryish surface.
Yeah, and Craig is an underrated off spinning. He gives the ball. Have a look at the replay. The good work by David Green. The batsman is coming forward, taken by the keeper, and he had a big appeal for catch of the wicket, and the umpire said no. So we're back now to Holder. He's going to bowl to Merchant. He's in and bowls to Merchant, and Merchant is forward. Ball pits in the off stump, pushes down to cover. He'll have to bat into the cows and the pigs and the sheep. Come home. And the goats as well, of course. Curry goat is a big thing in Jamaica. 220 for 9. Here is the spin of Holder. Grips the ball. Then the Parkite. He's from Spartan. He comes up now, he's in, and the delivery. He's down the pitch when he gets it. It's the ball in the air. Where is that gone? It's gone a long way. That's gone for 6 over long on. He's a big, strong man, and he hit that ball very hard indeed. He was in the air for a long time. Merchant gets a 6. 226, so loss of 9. The lead has now gone to 33.
Andrew, we have to say this is enterprising in it.
Yeah.
Merchant 40 from 32, I make it.
Yep. Here is Hold, long off and long on waiting now. And what will Mr. Merchant do here? Holder comes in on his way, he's in, and he's coming forward and drives. The bowler picks up, cocks the arm, throws it actually. So a bit of cat and mouse coming down the pitch. Got up the onside and Holder threw it to the keeper. Merchant walks away down towards square leg. And the action continues. This has happened quickly. After the break, Jamaica were doing well, but all hell broken loose after the break. Here's Holder, comes in and bowls to Merchant. Merchant is getting a good delivery outside the off stump, will get a single as he stabs the ball away from that off stump down to gully. It gets 1. How many balls left, Miss Bell, in the over? 2 left in the over now. 227 for 9, the lead is 34. And I'm sure that Holder is happy to bowl at Harty.
Yeah, most certainly, Andrew, as we said, Jamaica possibly squandering a goodish position after tea time. Steady procession. We saw this in the first innings as well. So this is something that we'll need to address.
They lost, what, 7 wickets for 20-odd runs?
29, yes.
29. Holder, happy to bowl at Harty. Comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Harty, and Harty's forward and drives. The ball comes off the inside edge, and the fielder up at that leg slip position gets his hand to it. Is that Reef up there?
Looks like, it looks like Jordan, the substitute.
Oh, Jordan is the substitute. 227 for 9. Holder with the last ball of the over. Comes in to bowl to Harty into this delivery. He's coming forward and pulls the bottom hand away and somehow keeps the ball out. Picked up at silly point by Springer to end the over. So, Harty hasn't scored as yet. Merchant is on 41. They lead by 34. 227 for 9 is the latest score at Kensington.
That's Andrew. So getting back to combinations, as you would know, Shem Holder didn't play in the first contest. The wicket had in a bit of green and they went with the extra seam. And now we're seeing here the 2 spinners playing. Craig Brathwaite obviously helping out as well. You have to say they've gotten the combinations right because this has been a placid surface. Barbados management, they read the conditions well and it's reaping dividends.
Yep, and they've gone with the 2 spinners. So you got to give credit where credit is due. I'm sure that Wendell Coppin and Ryan Hines will be quite happy about what has happened. And Craig Brathwaite with his 276. What a story for Brathwaite. What a game for him. Here's Warcan. As he comes up now, he's going to bowl to Merchant. He's in bowl to Merchant. Merchant is onto the front foot, thrown up on that middle stump. And it's played away down towards mid on. Long off, long on, middle wicket. There's a backward square. There's an extra cover. There's a cover about 15 meters inside the boundary on the backward point. Here's Warcan. He's in, bowls to Merchant off the back foot. He looks to cut the ball away, taken by the keeper. Might have been undone by some extra bunks generated. He's on 41, 227 for 9. The lead is 34. Warcan looking to wrap it up. He comes up now, he's in, and bowls to Merchant, and Merchant off the back foot and cuts it square in the offside down to backward point. He can't score. What a story this has been today for Barbados. At the break, 171 for 4, Palmer 23. Williams 17, it's now 227 for 9. Here's a delivery which is given to him. He's down the pitch when he gets it, hits the ball high and hard. Where's that gone? It's gone away over the long on area. That's gone for 6. What a lovely shot by Merchant, using his feet, getting to the pitch. And that's gone far for 6 runs, and it's now up to, I make it, what's it now, 233? 233 for 9, the lead has gone to 40. Well played.
Yeah, they're baiting each other. Warcan prepared to throw up some deliveries at Merchant, and Merchant on this occasion advancing down the wicket. He was down there pretty early too.
Yeah, he was.
Premeditating, but to his credit, it was a nice wallop over the long on region.
Wonderfully played by Merchant. He's on to 47 now already. He's done it in quick time with the pace of Usain Bolt. In he comes, on his way to bowl to Merchant, he's forward and drives up to cover, can't score. How many balls left, Miss Bell? 2 left now. So let's see if Mr. Brathwaite may maybe try to get Harty on strike. He's going to pull the cover in, and it's going to be interesting to see the line employed by the left arm spinner. The backward square comes in, maybe on the shoulder of the umpire. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls to Merchant. Merchant is on the back foot, wrapped in the pad, a bigger pay for leg before. He's gone leg before. And Jamal Warkan, he told me this morning, Andrew, I'm going to get 6 wickets. And he gets his 6. Oh, what a performance by Warkan. 29 overs and 5 balls, 7 maidens, and he's picked up some 6 wickets for 78 runs. Or is it 6? Okay, so I'll double check that. So it's 29 overs, 30 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 78. So we got it right. Thank you very much for that. So 233 all out. And Barbados' target is just 41. Have a look at that. Talk to him about that.
As Warkan coming way to the crease and spearing that one in. Headed towards the leg stump, Andrew. It's a slight element of doubt there, but I'm sure umpire Brathwaite thought it was straight enough. But Wiley bowling there from Warkan.
So what do you mean by an element of doubt? Would you have given that?
Andrew, we don't have the benefit of the technology. We have the slow motion replay. Look at the angle. Look how wide Warkan is in the crease. It's an arm ball. You tell me, what do you think? Tell me.
Do you think that was gone past the leg stump?
There's an element of doubt. Just So, well, I mean, it was good bowling from
Well, I'm going to look at it again. The batsman looked a bit surprised by it. But given leg before, on the evidence of what I've seen, let me talk through this one. On the back foot, struck on the pad.
Umpire's call.
Umpire's call, Pedro.
Umpire's call.
Review retained.
Well, I'll tell you this. I would say that Merchant is unlucky to be given there.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, you need to call it.
Andrew,
he was unlucky to be given.
Based on the fact,
it's not the best decision,
based on the fact of how wide he was on the crease, I can agree with you, Andrew.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, then say that.
There's an element of doubt.
Have to pull these guys out, Pedro. Yes, the thing about commentary is you got to be fair. You got to be balanced, and it's a very interesting situation. So Barbados will go on to win this unless there's some driving rain coming from St. Philip. And as I look out over the St. George Valley, Keith, I don't see any rain coming. Now, Pedro, before we run through the entire scorecard for you, it's lovely to have you. You talked about a possible season starting. Now, can you tell the Barbadian public, by extension, all those in the stream and the world, will there be local cricket in Barbados this year?
Well, I think that you would have heard the CEO spoken to that before, where we actually planning a full season,
right?
A number of competitions, and we're looking forward.
But just before you do that, I think what we can do is to just go through what has happened in terms of the dismissals. Good work by David Green. We want to have a look at that. So Jamal, can you just describe what's happening? Silly point, catch taken. Here we go, one outside the off stump on the back foot, struck on the pad, big appeal leg before, and that's when it all started with Brathwaite. Here's Warkan, comes in, bowls, and the batsman on the back foot and is bowled all over the place. Beautifully bowled indeed, and that would have been the keeper. So this is when Barbados ran riot, as they say, and there was the batsman going for that drive, and down towards long on. The catch taken by Reefer coming off the boundary. Good work there by David Green. So that's when Barbados really got to the meat. And Holder, there's the batsman coming forward and bowled all over the place. So wonderful work, Mindy the batsman. And then the final wicket, no, that's the second last wicket. The ball is pushed away to Silly Point. Good sharp catch taken. And Warkan getting the 6th wicket. Let's have a look at that. On the back foot, struck on the pad to get his 6th wicket. Umpire Brathwaite gave it. But on the evidence there, I think that might have been sliding down the leg side. But he was given. And let's congratulate Mr. Warkan for his wonderful work. And this will turn out to be should be pretty straightforward victory for Barbados. I'll run through the details for you. Campbell caught Carter, bowled by Holder for 16. Lug caught Holder, bowled Reefer 10. Bonner caught Carter ball Warkan 37. Palmer caught Reefer off Warkan for 33. Williams leg before to Brathwaite 17. Morris ball Warkan not. Merchant leg before the last man to go. Warkan the bowler 47 from just 40 balls. Minley was bowled by Holder for a duck. Gordon caught Brooks, bowled by Warkan a duck. Harty not out, not. 233 all out, and from a position of 171 for 4 at the break, things happened and happened very quickly with Raymond Reefer, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 6. Warkan, the wonderful figures of 30 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 78. Let's do that again. Warkan, 30 overs, 7 maidens, 6 wickets for 78 runs, was the destroyer. His first officer was the off-spinner, Shem Holder, who bowled well. 26 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 85. Simmons, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 10. And we are hoping to get some information from the young man. He was stretched off. Let's hope he's okay. Hardin, 4 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Carter, 11 overs, 7 maidens, none for 10. Great economy. And Craig Brathwaite, you can't keep him out of the game, came in when the 2 Jamaicans, Palmer and Williams, were batting well. And right after tea, he was able to get rid of Williams, who was plumb leg before for 17, and then it all started to go downhill for Jamaica to be all out spectacularly for 233. And I'm sure that my good friend Billy Haven, the president of the JCA, and all the people concerned would be very worried about what's happening with Jamaica's cricket, because in the first innings, the same thing happened as well, Jamal.
Yes, a meek surrender in the end, that middle lower order or lower middle order not producing what you would like to see at this level. The top order in Bonner and Blackwood, Campbell and Palmer, to a lesser extent, seemed to be the nucleus of the batting, and Jamaica folding for a second time in this game quite neatly. The last 6 or 7 wickets going down in quick time. They actually got themselves in a reasonable position at tea time, and certainly, Andrew, I didn't expect at 4:03 p.m. for the innings to be closed. So there's some work to be done from Jamaica Scorpions, who have surrendered meekly in the end, in the back end of the innings, on 2 separate occasions.
Yeah, indeed. And when you make an assessment of the game, really, and it's interesting because Jamaica, by the end of the first day, were 299 for 3. They made 328, and at the regional level, when you make over 300, you are normally in a good position. But it looks as if Jamaica will lose this. Barbados, I thought, batted very well on a good pitch, and you know that lead of 193 was significant. And in the end, Jamaica all up for 233, and the target is 41. Of course, Barry Wilkinson will come a call in, but let's get back to you, Mr. Graves, as the umpires are coming up. So you're telling us this is a scoop that cricket starts when in October? You can't start in the rainy season, can you?
No, I didn't say October. We were looking to start in April.
In April?
Yes, just a few constraints at the moment. We have to get a status quo on the readiness of the clubs.
Right.
I know that there are a number of grounds right now. You go around Barbados, specifically the Sports Council venue. Right. You can see that they were erecting some lights at some of those grounds. So we've been told that around mid-April, that is when those grounds should be ready. So we're hoping that the clubs also will have their pavilions and stuff ready for that start date sometime in April. But yeah, we're looking forward to having a full season.
So you're going to be starting in April. Any time, mid-April, early April?
Yeah, mid-April, Andrew. We scheduled some
April 15th, April 16th. Give me a date.
We can't give you a date.
We need a story
Andrew.
for Mason and Guess.
As soon as we get the responses from the clubs in terms of the readiness of the facilities, then we'll be able to set a date.
So what format will you play?
Right, we're looking to have a T20 format.
T20?
Yeah, we're looking also to have it's being discussed whether it be a 40 over or a 50 over. But we're also looking to do a revamp, but we want to discuss it with the committees first before we actually come to you with that one.
I'm interested to hear, why would you want to have a 40 over competition?
The thinking would have been in terms of timing at the venues. getting away with the COVID environment, etc.
Right.
Still not spending too long at the venue. But we're not saying that we're not going to do the 50 over, but I was thinking that's their internal timing at the venue.
So can you confirm with the first ball about to go, Barry Wilkinson is going to come in, that will it be a 40 over competition or 50 over competition?
We can't confirm that yet, Andrew. We can't confirm that. We were discussing it with the cricket committee, and that is then we will come back then to the clubs and they will decide.
Because I was hearing there's going to be a 40 over competition. That's what I heard. Jamal told me that.
Well, he probably got an inside scoop, Keith.
But he always gets the scoop.
Andrew.
And his scoops are always inside. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to leave you. It's always fun. I'm not going to come back again. And I want once again to say a special hello to my good friend Tamar Lambert there in New York. That great Jamaican captain, he called me today and he said he had to find my number. And it's really good to link with you again. We did a bit of commentary in Jamaica. So, Mr. Lambert, I'm sorry that your side is going to lose here, but these things happen in cricket. I'll just do the first ball before Barry Wilkinson comes to call in. He loves Kingston, Jamaica. Here's a short ball, and it's turned away. That's a delivery bowled by, is that Gordon? And it's worked away down to square leg for a single. So I'll just do this over, Barry, and this, you come a call in. So 1 without loss. The target is what? Is it 40 to win? 41 to win. So this will be a good victory. They're going to be taking a break after this, aren't they? And then come back around April, May for the rest of the regional competition. Yeah. Can you confirm that?
I'm hearing it's going to be in May.
It's going to be in May?
Yeah.
And where will it be?
The grounds have not been confirmed as yet. The venues haven't been confirmed as yet.
I'm here in Trinidad. Have you heard anything? No inside scoop. Gordon to continue the attack. It's 1 without loss. Of course, Barry Wilkinson will be continuing the discussion with you. He comes round the wicket now. Barbados doing very well to go on to win this. He's in and bowls outside the off stump. And Mosley, who has struggled really, goes by to be taken by the keeper. The question I've got for you, Jamal, what's the problem with Mosley? Can you tell me?
Andrew, I've heard you identify it on more than one occasion. You said that he has some issues with the balls outside the off stump, and based on his dismissals, I think that's a very fair assessment.
So, but you agree with me?
Yeah, I do agree.
But it's not often that you do.
I actually agree with you a lot today, Andrew.
Indeed. And two people were caught at silly point. So 1 without loss. Gordon comes from the wicket, he's in, and bows, and Mosey's forward, pushes down towards that mid-on area. So how do you solve such a problem?
Well, obviously, it's a return back to the nets. Some people believe these issues have to do with trigger movement. Some people believe it has to do with judgment.
Right.
You have to be checking to see where his head is in position to when the ball is released. So there are a number of factors. I'm certain Vasper Drates and Ryan Hines will have a good idea of where to start with Shane Mosley.
They've got to try and solve that problem. Here's Gordon round the wicket, comes in and bows to Mosley. Mosley gets one outside the off stump, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper, 1 without loss. Now getting back to you, Pedro. Pedro Graves is one of the young members of the Barbados Cricket Association, and good to see some youth, because I was getting a bit worried at one stage, but it's good to see some young men coming on the board. You're looking forward, of course, to the second test match against England as well. I'm sure you're quite excited about that. You'll talk to us about that in a minute. 2 steps in the gully. Gordon comes up now in bright sunshine, in bowls to Mosley. Mosley is getting outside the off stump, go down towards the third man area for 4. He really stretched for that. It was wide the off stump, went past gully down to third man, that's gone for 4 to carry Barbados to 5 without loss.
Yes, Andrew, he actually edged that one through the third slip region. It was a full delivery, it was wide, and he went after it. He got the thickest outside edge, and luckily for him, it split the second slip and the finish gully, you'd have to say. So a fortuitous boundary there for Shane Mosley.
Yes, but it was very wide. Got some bat under that, he edged it and went away for 4. So Mosley is on 4, Brathwaite is on 1. Barbados large and in charge in their own backyard. Mac Fingal would say they're cooking good looking. Here we go. Gordon, all arms and legs, round the wicket, comes in, bows to Mosley. Mosley is driving up towards that mid-off air, pitched up. Elbows well cocked, and he just stroked the ball up to mid-off, and there's no run. So 5 without loss. So you're looking forward then, Pedro, to the to the test match, England versus the West Indies the second.
Yeah, we definitely are. We actually got some good news coming out there where we actually getting 2,500 more spectators coming to the Oval.
Okay.
So that's going to be a big boost for the country on a whole, and also a big boost for cricket because, again, what we've been hearing on the ground is that once cricket is happening here at such a high level, we don't have that many spectators at the varying ground, so there's nothing to stop cricket from happening in Barbados this year.
And is there some truth that it's going to be 80% capacity?
Yes, that's what I'm hearing now as well.
I'm hearing that by the time they get here, it's going to be 100% capacity and no mass. Have you heard that as well?
No, Andrew.
Roland Butcher told me that.
The protocols we're definitely looking at and hoping that they'll be followed and enforced.
Yeah, well, we don't see. Well, the English were here and they didn't have masks on, did they? 5 without loss. So the country has been open, no curfew. So Roland, you don't have to worry about getting home. You know, sometimes you speed in the road to get home by 4:12. Here's Merchant. Well, he must be a worried man because his team is in trouble. He's going to operate as he comes up now. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the back foot, turns the ball away neatly for one. Moses rather slow in going for that run, goes down to that fine leg area. A single to Brathwaite, deep in his crease. And what a wonderful all-round player Brathwaite is. And really good to see him get that double 100. He talked about it. I heard an interview with him sometime yesterday. And he pleases punch, and we want to congratulate him from there and from far. And he's described like the Prime Minister of the country as the undisputed leader. Auntie Mia, just back from Guyana, or rich Guyana. I'm going to be going to Guyana pretty soon, and I'll take Roland Butcher with me. We'll buy some land in Guyana. Here's the delivery pitched up on the line of the off stump. There's the batsman coming forward and pushing up towards that mid-off area. Hello to all of our friends in Guyana, that wonderful country of 83,000 square miles of rugged terrain. Brathwaite is on 2, Mosey is on 4. And Merchant comes up again to bowl to Mosey's off the back foot, punches the ball into the offside, gets the run. Yeah was the call, and it goes away for 1. So the score is now up to 7 without loss. And of course, Pedro, the economy will benefit when England come. Of course, the first test match is in Antigua, the second in Barbados, then the third in Grenada. And it gives a tremendous boost to the economy. So the government will be looking forward to those English pounds.
Yeah, it just goes to show the value of cricket as an industry, Andrew, to this region.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, I missed the cricket, I must admit, and the 2 games that we've done, we want to thank Cricket West Indies for having the confidence in us to produce a good product, and I actually have enjoyed 2 games. I thought the Leewards game was a good one. Jamaica were in the fight up until tea on the last day, and then, well, all hell broke loose. 7 without loss. Here's Merchant with a shadow alongside him. Comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is onto the front foot and drives up the pitch. The bowler comes across to make the stop. There's no run. Let me remind you that the assignment for Barbados is a simple one. They just require another, 34 for victory. Here's Merchant, the off spinner with number 25 on his back. Bright Sunshine comes in to bowl to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is coming onto the front foot and drives it firm up the onside of the pitch. It bursts, just bursting through the fingers of the bowler, but he has support from the man up at that mid-on area. So the over comes to an end. Brathwaite is on 2. Mosey's got 5 at 7 without loss. Hello, Roland. Nice to see you.
Yes, you too, Andrew. And game is about to finish in brilliant sunshine as the Scorpions collapsed here this afternoon. And Barbados will register another victory to go with the one against the Leewards. So they will go in with 2 wins into the break, Andrew, and just 3 more games to go after that.
Yeah. And they've done well. A good batting pitch, and the spinners, as you predicted yesterday, Roland, would have done the thing. You must be given your stripes because you spoke about the 2 spinners. I actually thought hold the ball well, getting the ball to bounce. Here's Gordon to continue to bowl to Mosley, who's on 5. He's in the bowl to Mosey, and Mosey is forward. Ball pitched on that like stump, pushes down towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Brathwaite is on 2. Mosey has got 5, 7 without loss. And Jamaica land we love. It was not stir response to Judy's call. Today, they needed more than that. Maybe they needed the baton of Iago Rowe. That didn't happen. Or George Headley. Here we go. As Gordon comes in and bowls outside the off stump, and Mosley allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. So hello to all of our friends in Jamaica. Hello to all of our friends, of course, across the Caribbean. Roland, you like Jamaica?
Yes, I mean Jamaica.
You hesitated.
It's a nice enough place for me. It's I don't know it very well. I've been there many times, but I
You played for Barbados and Jamaica, I remember that.
Yeah.
Was it down in Mobay?
It was.
Yeah, I remember that. Jarrett Park.
First game at Jarrett Park.
Yeah, how can I forget that? You're an East Point man, I followed you. Although, you know, there's a big difference in age. 7 without loss. Yeah. That game was at Jarrett Park. And you remember who would have been the bowlers for Jamaica then, back in that time? Was Mikey Holden
played in that
Mikey
game
Holden
for sure.
played?
Yeah, yeah.
Dujon played?
Dujon played,
Oh,
yeah.
wonderful.
Yeah.
Good memories. Did Maurice Foster play?
played, yeah.
Oh, my God, he must have been a very old man.
And your mate Lyndon Wright.
Lyndon Wright, yes. Good cricketers. Here's the delivery, which is outside the off stump. Bowled by Gordon. Off the back foot goes Mosley, plays it square the offside onto backward point. So the Barbados team for that game would have been captained by whom?
Who's captain of our side now?
Help him, Keith. It's so long.
Lawrence Maxwell, I think.
Maxie, because David Holford was unavailable, wasn't he?
Lawrence Maxwell was captain.
Yes, captain.
Collis King played.
Collis King played in that match. Van Holder.
Keith Boyce.
Big names there. Here's Gordon. Comes up now. He's in, bows to Mosley. And Mosley's forward. Ball in the off stump. Lots of confidence. Plays the ball down towards that mid-off area. 7 without loss. Who else played?
David Murray.
David Murray. Wonderful keeper.
Yeah. Michael Walker.
Yes, Michael Walker. He opened the batting with you, didn't he? Yeah. What has become of him? Have you seen him? I mean, he opened with you. Is he still in Barbados?
I really couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you.
You couldn't tell. You didn't keep in contact, Roland, you're a naughty man. Here's Gordon, round the wicket, comes in again to bowl to Mosley, and Mosley there's a ball that's going through the gloves of the keeper. The return comes in from the keeper to the stumps. Let's look at the umpire there. It's a bye. There was an appeal, and it just went through the batsman beaten, and the keeper didn't take it. So a bye to carry Barbados to 8 without loss.
And Keith has gone.
Yeah, Keith Holder.
Keith has gone to his valise.
Yeah.
And he's coming up with a.
Yes, Keith. Is that the black box?
It's the black box, and that's why Barry and I are going to allow you to take the green box home.
Oh,
green. And anyway, I've always teased Roland about this game. You asked about Michael Walcott, the son of the late Sir Clyde Walcott.
Yes.
And I always remind Roland that he made his debut with a guy who I looked up to as my senior when I entered Boys Foundation. So in that match, which was played at Jarrett Park in Montego Bay, April 11, 12, 13, and 14th. 1975 it was drawn. The Barbados opening pair were MAC Walcott, Mike Walcott, who's now into acupuncture. He's now Dr. Michael Walcott.
Doctor, yes.
Roland Butcher's the openers. He got 38 and 29, dismissed by Lyndon Wright. Good old Muddy Wright.
Yeah, that's why he remembers him.
And Gordon. Eddie Clark, Northern Clark.
Oh, yes, stylish
the stylish batsman from Spartan was at number 3. Collis King at 4.
Yes.
David Tough Murray 5. The late Jerry Hardin 6. Winslow Ashby, an opener by nature, one who Pedro Graves looks up to because he never saw him play, but heard about him.
Yes.
Yeah, at the footy world scores that come remember where. He's at 7. The late Keith Boyce at 8. Vamban Alonso Holden 9. Give the commentary, Andrew.
Well, not much happening. Continue.
Albert Padmore 10.
Yes.
And Lawrence Jamie Maxwell 11.
Who was the captain?
Well, Roland told you who the captain was. You see that name down to the bottom? You were looking for the asterisk, right? You didn't know who captain in that game, Roland?
he said,
I showed that.
No. Here's a drive over the top of cover. Ball pitched up by Merchant and played wide of long off. That's gone for 4. That will do Moses' confidence the world of good. And the score goes to 12 without loss.
And the Jamaica team had Desmond Lewis, now deceased. Richard Alston, now also deceased. Lawrence George Rowe. Morris Foster was their captain. Jeff Dujon, the keeper. Herbert Chang.
Hilton Gordon, the left-hander.
L.N.G. Wright.
Lyndon Wright.
Yes.
Lyndon Wright, the brother of the late, great Collie Smith. Then there was Hossein, Mike Holden, and
Junior
Williams.
Call that name Hossein, you said? Call that name?
Yeah. Hossein. NC Hossein. And the scores
he didn't play a lot, did he?
No. 304 and 155. Jamaica, Barbados, 189 and 196 for 4, and unbeaten 103 from C.L. King. I remember listening to commentaries by Jackie Hendricks,
yes.
On the old Ready Fusion.
Yes, the old Ready Fusion. Those were the days.
At a corner house in Pegwell Box.
Oh, wonderful. Lovely memories.
I didn't have Ready Fusion, but my neighbor allowed me to listen.
Wonderful. Here's the delivery. Given some air. And swept away beautifully.
I'll come back to you, Andrew, at the end of the game with some stats with the team positions.
Wonderful.
And you can just let all and sundry know that Barbados are on their way to their 5th consecutive victory and 8th all told in 12 matches.
Isn't that wonderful?
Since the Professional Cricket League started in 2014-15.
Right.
And I'm talking about against Jamaica.
Against Jamaica?
Yes, 5th in succession.
Right.
8 all told.
Wonderful.
They have not been beaten by Jamaica in the period under the review. We're talking with the PCL tournament 2014-15.
Wonderful.
So you have something that you can run with until I return with the point standings. And Barry will remain with me in the back and we'll talk your name.
As usual, 16 without loss. Here is Merchant, comes up, he's in and bowls. A ball pitched up and driven down the ground by Mosley. And that was hit like a shot from a gun. Oh, well played Mosley. Straight down to long on, scattering some pigeons on the ground as well. And that's gone for 4 through mid-on. Down to long on, 17 to him. And Barbados are getting even closer to 20 without loss. Well played, Mosley.
Yeah, and it's really just waiting for the fat lady to sing now, Scorpions. And really, on this pitch, Andrew really should not have found themselves in this position because it was not that difficult an assignment today. But somehow, and we've seen it happen so often in our first-class cricket, where teams struggle to bat well twice in a game, and really, at the end of this day, they would be very disappointed with their performance because it was not really a pitch to be bowled out on.
No.
But all credit to the Barbados bowlers for sticking to their task. And the last time we played first-class cricket, Andrew, remember, Barbados won.
Yep.
I think we won 3 in a row here, didn't we?
Yep.
And then...
Well, it's going to be Gordon to continue. He's in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite is off the back foot. Who's in with a great deal of confidence, pushes down to cover, there's no run. So Pedro Graves from the Barbados Cricket Association. Are you the newest member? Are you?
I am, Andrew.
Okay. Elections are coming up soon as well?
Scheduled for the end of July.
Okay. Are you campaigning?
No, I'm not, Andrew.
Okay.
Not
but you need
yet.
to. You need to. Tim Boyce is coming back. 20 without loss. Good old Tim Boyce, my good friend. Here is Gordon. Comes up now, he's in and bowls. Outside the off stump, and Brathwaite just looking to cut the ball, hits the bottom of the bat and goes down towards the second step position, 20 without loss. Brathwaite is on 2, and Moses is on 17. Let me remind you, the target now is 21. Can hear Barry Wilkinson in the back, along with Keith Holder, what they're talking about. It's 20 without loss. As Gordon turns now, this is going to be a serious situation for them. As he comes up now, he's in and bowls. The delivery which is outside the outside of the back foot, cut down to backward point. And there is no run. It's a 20 without loss. So a note has been sent to you. Keith, what did Keith say to you about Keith Boyce?
He said he was a lovely man.
Oh, he said Keith Boyce was a lovely man. Okay. I didn't think he would say anything different. You're a naughty man. 20 without loss. The action continues at the region's Mecca.
No, Andrew, what he was saying,
doing well.
Keith Boyce captained the game.
Oh, he captained the game. So it wasn't Jamie Maxwell. Here's the ball short of a length off the back foot. Punched away by Brathwaite to cover. Into the shadows of the Greenwich Lane stand. It will get one, will get a second, and may even come for the third. This is a lovely punch by Brathwaite off the back foot, through cover, back for the third. And the Jamaicans are almost dead and buried here. It's been an awful performance from them, really. And I would think that Billy Haven, my friend, must be wondering what's going on with Jamaica. Jamaica land we love. Because they were 299 for 3. They were humbled for 328 losing wickets, like those lovely mangoes you get in Jamaica. And then at tea, they were 171 for 4. And before you could say Andrew Holness, or even Usain Bolt. They were all out for 233. Here is Gordon, comes up again, he's in, and bows to Mosley. Mosley's forward with a bat as broad as Ligony in Jamaica, pushes down towards mid-arm, there's no run, 20 without loss. Pedro, have you ever gone to Jamaica?
No, I haven't, Andrew, but it's on my bucket list.
It's on your bucket list. All right, make it soon. Lovely country. Of course, a country that is wonderful, the Blue Mountains, and go down to Montego Bay, the Rose Hall Great House. You may meet Annie Palmer down there. Here's a delivery pitched up, and the batsman is onto the front foot and drives the ball away from the off stump down towards cover. Of course, she was legendary, White Witch. And of course, Orcharias, Dunrivers Fall, Port Antonio, and the Hope Gardens in Kingston, you can go there as well. And when you talk about that, it's the largest botanical park in the Windies, opened back in 1881, and it features that orchid house and small amusement park for children. Well, I'm sure after that, the Minister of Tourism may send me a check, 20 without loss.
Now, why would he want to do that, Andrew?
Well, I mean, this stream is all over the world. Maybe Joe Biden is listening. He may want to take a trip to Jamaica. Of course, he wants to come to Barbados as well. What a wonderful country,
so Andrew,
Barbados.
When I'm going to have to take you to the land of wood and water? Land
of wood and water. Although Maurice Foster tells me that there's more wood than water. 20 without loss. We're having fun. I'm sure that Tamar Lambert loves that, doesn't he? So it's going to be Merchant to continue. And he's going to be bowling to Brathwaite. Barbados looking to win this quite comfortably. Here the ball tugged away down to mid-on, given lots of air and just tugged down to mid-on, 20 without loss. Barry Wilkinson, who's been to Jamaica about 25 times, comes a call. He loves Jamaica. He loves the escovy fish, they tells me, from out at Port Royal. I hope I got the pronunciation right. I prefer mine from Portmore, across the causeway. Here is the delivery, which is pitched on the line of the leg stump, bowled by Merchant, and it's flicked away down to mid-wicket. There's no run. Of course, Barbados, famous for its sophisticated, elegant resorts, wonderful landscape and sandy beaches, as Barbados, of course, is wonderful in terms of Harrison Cave. You better go there when you come to Barbados. Here's a delivery on the land of the leg stump, worked away by Brathwaite, who after this may go to Harrison's Cave complimentary. By the way, it's run by Jamaicans, and it goes down to fine leg for a single. Of course, the East Coast, Culpeper Island, that my good friend and doesn't think too much of, although he was weaned there, Roland. But it's lovely up there now. 21 without loss. Barbados are horse race in terms with a furlong and a half to go. They're 3 lengths clear and kicking for home. Here we go. As it's going to be the off spin of Merchant in bowls, and Mosley's hitting the ball over the top. That's going to go out towards the boundary at long on, and we'll go over the rope now and circle the ground. That's gone for 4. Didn't hit it very well, but had enough on it. It's gone for 4, and he wants to get out of here. Maybe he's got a hot date. He wants to get home. I think he's a Christchurch man, and that's well played. So Barbados are getting even closer. What a performance by Jamal Warkan, who's in Roland Holder's 13 for the first test in Antigua. 25 without loss. Brathwaite 6. What's he now? He's gone up now to 6, and Mosley's at 18. So he's been the aggressor.
21 Mosley.
So what they need now for victory? Just double checking that. As it's going to be Merchant round the wicket. On his way, he's up into this delivery, which is outside the outcome of the back foot. And the feel that slip doesn't come up with it. It was sharp. That's Blackwood. It was short outside the off stump. Was not able to come up with a catch. So what do we have? Is it 13 more to win? Just double checking. One scoreboard has got 13. The other's got 16. I need to know that. It's important. Is it 28 without loss? Or is it 25? Susan Bell will tell us in a minute.
13 to win, Andrew.
13 to win. Thank you, Susan. Here's the delivery, which is given lots of air and pushed away in the offside down to cover. He's looking around for Barry Wilkinson, but he knows he's got to work. And he's just gone out of the box. Where's Barry? We can't find our brother. So, at the end of the over, 28 without loss is the latest score.
Yeah, and a very sharp chance that to Blackwood. I think he did well to actually keep the ball away from his body as Mosley was playing off the back foot, got an edge. But it would have been all academic, really. I don't think even a wicket at this stage will do anything in terms of changing the result of this game. Pedro, I think really it is just really a matter of time before Barbados knock these runs off and record another victory, the second one for the season. And albeit they've had to work very, very hard on some good batting conditions to secure this victory built on a marvellous double century by Craig Brathwaite in the first innings.
Speaking about Craig Brathwaite there, Roland, I was a bit disappointed with some comments I would have seen and heard because Craig Brathwaite actually had the second highest strike rate in the entire match.
Yes.
So some said he batted very, very slowly.
No, that's not true.
I felt that he batted extremely well with strike rate of 67, Andrew.
In fact, Craig Brathwaite has got a lovely array of shots. Now, when he first started, there's no doubt about that, but he plays shots nowadays. In fact, at the local level, Keith Hull will tell you that for Wanderers, you know, in these 50-over games in the T20s, he scores quickly. I thought he batted very well. In fact, I'm very impressed with the way he batted. Well, it's Harty comes in and bowls him. He's onto the front foot and is oozing with confidence. There was a time when he would just block the ball. Now he's driving it, which is good. 28 without loss. Is that right, Miss Bell? Can we confirm that? She says yes. She's from the Wanderers Club, the oldest club in the country. Harty comes in and bowls to Brathwaite. Brathwaite's on the front foot. Always values his wicket and has really been an example, really, for young batsmen. And, you know, I suppose when he looked at what happened against the Leewards, he said, no, that's not me. And he's really come back, and this has been a top knock from Brathwaite, that 276. Harty comes in and bowls to him, and he's onto the front foot, pushes from the off stump into the offside down to cover, and there is no run. So, I'm sure the Barbados Cricket Association, led by Conde Riley, would be quite happy with the success of Barbados. Here is Harty, comes up now, he's in, and bowls, and Brathwaite off the back, but works the ball neatly down towards that backward square position for a single to carry the score to 29 without loss. They require another, 12 runs for victory. So Barbados honing in on a victory, the second for the season. They're the defending champions, and they're really playing like champions. It's been a good performance from them, led by the captain, 276, and also got important wickets, not only against the Leewards, but also an important wicket just after the break when he was able to get rid of Williams when he had him plumb like before. Harty comes in, bowls to Mosley. Mosley's onto the front foot, flicks the ball away, up to mid-wicket, gets one. We'll look for the second. Will he come back for two? No. Captain says, don't run yourself out, my brother. There's no need for it. He hustled for the first, and in the end decided to stay in his crease, as Brathwaite just held his hand up and said no. So the over comes to an end. At the end of it, it's Brathwaite on 7, Mosley. This will do us confidence in the world of good, Mosley. He's on 22, and Barbados are now 30 without loss. They require another 11 runs to win the game.
Yes, Andrew, this small target has allowed him the opportunity to be much more positive in this stroke play. Just get a feel of the bat on ball. He knows there's going to be a victory. He doesn't have to fight throughout the innings, but you know it'll be good. It'll be a good confidence booster for him.
Yeah, it would be. It's Merchant who owns this ball, comes in to bowl to Mosley. Mosley is looking to lap the ball away, runs for Barbados down towards backward square. We'll get one, we'll get a second, and the ball is picked up by the fielder Harty. The return comes in, they get two, that's lapped away nicely. So this is good, confident batting from Mosley, and I'm glad to see him get some runs. Not a lot, but this could do his confidence the world of good. He's been struggling, and he's played one or two lovely shots. He's up to 24 now, 32 without loss. Barbados are getting even closer. Here is a delivery, which is outside the off stump, bowled by Merchant. That was very quick, almost of the pace of Maurice Foster, who never gave the ball air. Went by to be taken by the keeper. Did Maurice Foster get you out in that game? No, it was Lyndon Wright.
He didn't.
Maurice Foster got Peter Lashley out a couple of times. He never turned the ball. Here is a delivery, which is given a lot of air by Merchant. Coming onto the front foot is Mosley.
And Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon. Yeah, okay. Lyndon Wright got him in the first innings and in the second as well? Oh, Gordon got him in the second. Okay. Here we go. Hilton Gordon. He's in now in Bowes, and Mosey off the back foot and forces the ball away. Out towards backward point, we'll get one. We'll come back for the second. Yes, he will. The return is on the way. He's fast, gets home, and he's back for the second. The two combo Marians at the crease, and they're doing well. Barbados are getting even closer. And from Bladesill and St. Philip, of course, that's the home of the MP who won again against Cousin Michael. And right down to Crab Hill in St. Lucie. Barbados' only female parish. The celebrations have started. Here's the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. And it's Mosley first forward and back, seeing the ball as big as those breadfruits that you get from Fruitful Hill. Fruitful Hill, is it St. Andrew or is it St. Joseph? Can someone tell me? Fruitful Hill is in St. Joseph. Are you sure about that? Here is a delivery from Merchant. Was outside the off with the back foot, punched away. Down to squares cover, 4 runs. Oh, well done, Mosley. That's so sweet. Off the back foot and punching the ball away through that squares cover for 4. So Barbados go to, is it 38 now? Am I right? Susan Bell. She's from the Wanderers Club. These two batsmen are also from Wanderers as well. What does this victory mean to the BCA? Can you tell me, Mr. Pedro Graves?
Yes, the BCA obviously looks to put out the best team possible, looking to win every single game, but also balancing it with bringing some young players through. You would have seen Shamar Springer get an opportunity in this game and last game. You have young Simmons also coming through. Shem Holder for the first time. So it's all about putting new players out there against as well the experienced guys. I'm happy to see John Carter as well bring home the last game and even playing a good innings this game again. So they've been doing well.
We're having a kite invasion.
Yeah, but the game is going to be delayed by an hour because there's a kite in the field. And umpire Brathwaite, is he going to take that kite up? He doesn't know anything about kites. Yeah, he's actually going to take it off, umpire Brathwaite. And a member of the ground staff is going to take it from umpire Brathwaite. And, well, I think he should go and fly it in New Orleans. Of course, New Orleans, Barbados. Yes. The good work again by Mr. David Green. This has been wonderful work. A pigeon flies over the ground, goes up to the central bank, up to CBC, and will land at Culpeper. 38 without loss. Here is a delivery, which is given some air. Ball by Harty, and the captain still thinking that he can win this. He's got the city point in now. I'm sure he doesn't listen to me. 38 is the score. They require another 3 runs for victory. Here's Harty, comes in and bowls, and Brathwaite is onto the front foot. Steers the ball square the offside. Maybe he wants to give Mosley the opportunity to win the game. And it's really good for Mosley to get some runs under his belt. This has been a very good display by Barbados. They had to work hard today. Here's a delivery which is given some air. Well bowled by Harty, who's got good control, bringing the captain forward. City Point waiting for something. Has got nothing so far. Harty. Left arm orthodox spinner comes in from the southern end and bowls. And Brathwaite flicks the ball away up to that square leg area backward, and there's no run. So the BCA is happy about this victory. And we're looking forward to local cricket sometime in April. And we're looking forward to the English. There will come a call in next month. Here's the delivery, which is on the off stump. Brathwaite plays spin well, comes forward and poses for the cameras, and that would make a good shot on primetime sports tonight as he came forward and pushes into the offside and immediately comes down to have a word with Mosley. 30 without loss is the latest score at Kensington.
Yes, and 3 runs more required for an easy victory for Barbados. Should probably come in this over. But at the end of the day, 38 Barbados without loss. Mosley, he's now 30 and 31, so his confidence will be a lot better than if having to fight it out this afternoon. He could afford to be free and play some shots, and he's certainly done that today.
Well, it's going to be Merchant to bowl to Mosley in bows to Mosley. Mosley is forward, drives down to mid-off. Was thinking about a single, decides against it. We're going to be carrying the presentation as well. Our good friend, the technical director, Mr. Michael Sobers, says we will carry that, so we hope that you'll stay with us. 38 without loss, 3 to get for victory. Merchant walks first, comes in and bowls to Mosey. Mosey off the back foot and clips the ball away to short mid-wicket. There's no run. He's kept on 30. Brathwaite is on 7, and Barbados, well, a whisker away from victory. And what a performance from them today. They had to dig deep. 171 for 4, but things happen quickly after the break. Merchant comes in and bowls, and there's a Maxwell Mosey coming down the pitch. It was given some air, thought of maybe going over the top, but then blocked it up the onside of the pitch. There's no run. Very well bowled by Merchant, and also very well played by Mosley.
Ball from behind the crease, Andrew.
He did, yes. He was trying to think like you do up at Windies. Here is Merchant, comes up again, he's in and bowls. He's down the pitch when he gets there, drives over the bowler's head, down towards the boundary, goes over the rope, encircling the ground, and victory for Barbados. And Mosley gets them in and runs. This has been a comprehensive victory in the end by Barbados. They had to work hard because of the break. It was 171 for the loss of 4, but again the captain came into the picture, got an important wicket, and then he left it to his pal. Of course, we're talking about Warkan, who picked up 6 for 78, and Barbados, in the sunshine of their own backyard, they win comfortably by 10 wickets, and this really represents a very good performance from a side that the defending champions, and they must realize that if you itch for success, then keep on scratching. And as for Jamaica, we rate ability in men by what they finish, not by what they attempt. Victory to Barbados. Congratulations to Craig Barbathwaite and his men.
Yeah, very good win. I think in the circumstances, Barbados thoroughly deserved the victory. Having to fight back from a very good start by the Scorpions. Remember, at the end of day 1, the Scorpions were 299 for the loss of 3 wickets. And at that point, nobody would have envisaged that they would have lost the game because they're very much in front of the game. But come second day, Raymond Reefer had other thoughts. And Jamaica didn't play particularly well on that morning and were finally dismissed for, what, 328?
328, yeah.
328, really, which represented a disastrous second morning. And after that, really, it was all Barbados, particularly Craig Barbathwaite, who then batted for the next 2 days for his 276, which meant Barbados had an imposing first innings total, which gave them a very handy lead. And once again, we saw this afternoon, Jamaica getting into a good position and then collapsing to allow Barbados the opportunity to chase some 41 runs for victory, which they got home without the loss of any wickets.
Yeah, and you're right about that collapse, really, because Barbathwaite came into the attack right after the break, and Williams, you know, maybe seeing something different, played an awful shot, was out the leg before. And then we had Palmer, who batted for some time, lifting the ball down towards long on, well caught. And, you know, the floodgates were open in Barbados. They deserved to win this game. The conditions were not that easy for both. I thought also Shem Holder bowled well in the second innings, getting the ball to bounce, got some important wickets. In fact, this morning, he was able to get rid of Campbell very early. That was a big fish to catch. And he caught him very early, and that set the stage up. And despite some resistance, I mean, when you look at it, you had Blackwood getting some runs as well. He got a half century, and you know, Bonner batted for some time, and in the end it was Blackwood making 61. Bonner got 37, but you always felt that once you'd gotten rid of Campbell, Bonner, Blackwood, and to a lesser extent Palmer, that Jamaica were going to fold, and that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think to get Campbell really was the key wicket this morning, because what that did was it meant that it exposed the middle order quite early. You know, Campbell, as he showed in the first innings, on this pitch had the capability of batting for a very long time. And really, they would have been looking to him to play that role again this morning. So that wicket by Holder was a very, very important.
And some highlights of the Barbados innings. I mean, look at that shot. A ball pitched up and driven down towards that mid-on area. And he was very positive, Mosley, off the back foot, stroked away through cover. And that was very well timed. You look at the time, and the ball raced away from the fielder. And that was over the top, having the confidence to go over the top and down to long off. Mosley, good to see him get among the runs again. And that certainly was very good indeed for the Barbados side. That last shot sealed the deal for the Barbados team. Of course, we're going to do the presentation. We're getting ready for that. And we're going to bring it all for you. Of course, Michael Sobers has gone down with the wireless mic. Keith Hole is going to be coming to call in a little bit later on. We're going to be with you for a while. We're going to do an assessment. But when you look at it, really, Pedro, a member of the Barbados Cricket Association, good victory for the Barbados team. The first match against the Leewards was a little bit tight. And in the end, Barbados at 128 for 6, chasing 191. You saw Carter shepherding the flock to safety with Harden, who can bat a bit. He's an underrated lower order batsman. And to me, that was an important victory against the Leewards.
Yes, Andrew. Again, yes, well played at Carter in that first match. Supported also by Dorridge and Shamar Springer in the first innings. Then Keon Harding and Lennon support in the latter part of the evening, chasing on that total. Here again, this game, well done to the entire Barbados team, led by captain in Craig Brathwaite and Warwick Khan taking 6 wickets. And you called it from the start, Andrew, from this morning, saying that Warwick Khan would have gotten 6. What I want to see, though, in terms of the spinners, Andrew, not just in the Barbados side, but also in the Jamaican side, I find that the spinners nowadays they're bowling very quickly.
Right.
And I just want the Shem holders and the Warwick Khans and the merchants, as those guys move on and build on their performances, because if you can hit the same area but vary your pace, slow it up a bit, you can get more wickets at the next level. Yeah, that's a good point you made. And of course, you know, someone like a Warkan with the team being selected very soon. When are we going to get the West Indies team? Anyone knows about that? Maybe another. But of course, there's a match to be played. President's 11 to be played, but you can get some indication as to what happens there. But I would think that Warkan should be in it. Don't you think, Roland?
Well, you say you say that, but so is Pamal. Pamal's last Test match.
Yeah.
You know, so I would think he's more likely to be a starter.
So you're saying that Pamal will get the nod over Warkan?
I would imagine so.
Or both will get. Both can't get in the side.
I don't think they'll go in with 2 left-armers.
No. Okay. So you think the Warkan may miss out then?
On this occasion, yes, I think so.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, we were able to get you to commit to something, Roland.
Well, Andrew, you know,
finally, my work has paid off.
Andrew, I take being an analyst very serious.
Yeah, I know.
And it's based on.
It's a good point you're making, though,
because on many years in the business.
And you're right. I mean, when you look at the work of Permal, I mean, lest we forget, he was brilliant when he played. He was out for a long time, so he must be considered. And one that I think when you look at Permal over the years, and Keith will tell you, I think it's had a raw deal, because when you look at the number of wickets he's gotten over the years and you look at the Test matches, he's never been really given a run. So I'm glad to see that Sami Permal, the man from Berbice, came back and did so very well. So it's going to be interesting after that President's 11 game, what the construct of the 13-man squad would be.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Will they have an off-spinner? Will the off-spinner be Chase, or will it be Cornwall?
Well, and look at Warkan. We're talking about Warkan. This is brilliant work, getting the 6 wickets. There was Blackwood, the catch taken at Silly Point. Batsman on the back foot, struck in front. Good decision by the umpire. And Warkan again is 6 for 78 today. Look at that, on the back foot, going through the gate and bowled all over the place, Morris. And that was the drive down to long on. Now that's the shot that Palmer should not have played. Reefer came for. That's a good low catch taken by Reefer, safe hands. And of course Holder did very well. Beautiful delivery. Bowling Minley, who didn't know too much about it. And our good friend Warkan. Here we go. Good sharp catch. Is that Silly Point? Yeah, indeed. And the last ball struck on the pad. Might have been a bit unlucky to have been given there, I thought. But Merchant played across the line. Umpire Brathwaite gave it. I think that might have gone past the leg stump. But the umpire made the decision. I don't know if Roland Butcher would want to comment on that. Let's leave that alone, Roland. Leave it to me. Let them criticize
Thank you
me.
for joining us for a rather brief but important ceremony where we present the Player of the Match award for this match. we've come to the end of another good game. Victory again to the Barbados Pride. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to the Jamaica Scorpions. But I think even they would admit that the team that played better won the match. Mr. Stephen Proverbs, the match referee, will make the presentation of the Player of the Match award, which was adjudicated by the coaches of the respective teams. And without any further ado, I can announce that the Player of the Match for a knock of a monumental knock of 276. I am told by one Adriel Woody Richard, a well-known statistician, that 276 actually represents the highest ever score by a Barbadian against Jamaica in regional first-class cricket. And all that I have told you, I'm sure you already know. That person, none other than the Barbados Pride captain, Craig Brathwaite.
Well done, Craig Brathwaite, as he comes forward to get what maybe is a big check. I'm not going to speak to...
Presentation having been made,
right.
It is now my duty to say thank you very much, good night, and to the Jamaican team, have a safe flight back home.
All right, so there you have. Thanks, Michael Sobers. Wonderful work he did there. We got the presentation important to let you know. Craig Brathwaite, no doubt about him being the man of the match and really performing in all areas, because, you know, he got a couple of important wickets as well. And let's hope that he can carry that kind of form into the test match. You know, it's going to be different bowling, Wood and company. It's not going to be easy, but he's really been a wonderful servant of Barbados' cricket, Craig Brathwaite, and I really want to congratulate him on behalf of the team for a good victory, and Barbados in the end winning comfortably. Roland.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think, Craig, for a start, that knock was a monumental knock, really set the game up, thoroughly deserved, obviously winning the man of the match, and as captain, you know, leading from the front, also got important wickets. When the team is struggling, he's prepared to pick the ball up. Invariably in the last couple of games, he's got the breakthrough. So all in all, things going really well for him and for Barbados as well. 2 wins out of 2.
Yep, so and the Jamaicans falling apart again. You know, at 299 for 3, you would have expected them to have made over 400. And then at 171 for 4 to be bowled up for 233, you know, is not good at all. And I'm sure the call-in programs in Jamaica will be hot for the next couple of days with this pretty ordinary performance by Jamaica. It was really a spineless performance from them. And I would think the people in Jamaica must be very worried about the lack of stickability. I mean, what happened at Kensington Oval was not good at all. Roland Butcher.
True. And another worrying factor for me, Andrew, of the Jamaican cricket was that, for me, that's probably the poorest Jamaican pace attack that I have seen for a long, long time. You know,
wow.
You always, Jamaica normally have somebody who hurries you along, but obviously Minley didn't bowl a lot in this game. I guess he had an injury or so in the first innings, but I think generally, you look at the attack, it was just very medium pace.
Ordinary.
And you would have thought that there would have been a few more O'Dean Smiths somewhere in Jamaica.
Right.
Where's O'Shane Thomas?
I don't know.
Sorry? O'Shane
You're
Thomas.
asking me where's O'Shane Thomas? Do you know, Keith?
To play cricket? What's...
Well, but he's playing. You know, he's a big T20 man. You know, so and there's so many competitions around the world. So he may be somewhere playing T20 cricket.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly need somebody like him. They need somebody who can hurry the batsman up.
Yeah.
Because right now, the attack that I'm seeing here, pace-wise, I don't think they're going to have a tremendous amount of success in this season.
I agree with that. But stay with your good friend Keith Hall, who's going to be, of course, doing his own assessment and doing the summary. I've been on for quite a long time. So let me thank you, of course, Pedro Graves. Okay, so Pedro will stay with us for the next couple of minutes. And, of course, we also would want to talk to you as well, Roland Butcher. So, Pedro, I know you want to congratulate the side again, and after you, it's going to be Keith Holder.
Yeah, congrats once more to all the Barbados players, the coaching staff, Vasper Drakes and Ryan Hines, manager Wendell Coppin. I think they did a fantastic job, and also kudos to the selectors for getting it right as well in selecting the two spinners to play in this match today. It's never easy to leave out anyone from a side. I think that Justin Graves also performed well, fit relatively well in the first game. But horses for courses, and I think the selectors and the management team got it right.
Sobers. Keith returns, and here continuance of look back at the exchange in this game between Barbados and Jamaica, where Barbados got home comfortably by 10 wickets in the last session, actually the last hour of the final day. Keith?
Yes, for me, in reflecting on this game, the batting collapses in both innings by Jamaica. We must not forget the fact that in all seriousness, they must do a lot of work, because you don't end a first day's play having won the toss on a placid surface on 299 for 3, and then you bowl up for 328. Effectively, they lost their last 7 wickets for 29 runs in 14 overs and 1 ball. And that put Barbados Pride back in the game, and then the monumental 276 from Craig Braffett in a total of 521 for 8 declared. But you come here now on the last day in deficit by 193. At lunch, you've reached 112 for 2. By tea time, 174 for 4, hoping that you could hold on for your draw. But look, exactly what happened again. The last 6 wickets tumbled for 59 runs in 13 overs and 4 balls, all up for 233. And then Barbados, with that target of 41, won with 10 overs and 2 balls to spare. So this is now, since the Professional Cricket League started in the 2014-15 season, is the 5th consecutive victory over Jamaica, and the 8th all told in a matter of 12 matches which have been played between the two teams since the PCL started. And going back to the last 5, right here at Kensington Oval in 2018, played in January, Barbados won comprehensively by 216 runs, and they followed at the 3Ws Oval later that year in December, coming from behind to win by 41 runs. Jamaica were set just 107, and they tumbled for 65. And Jomel Warrican enjoyed himself in that game. He took 8 for 89 in the first innings, 4 for 27 in the second innings. He was the record here again today with 6 for 78. Another 8-4 in the period under review. In 2019 at Sabina Park, Barbados won by 2 wickets. That was a close game. The Barbados skipper then was Shamar Brooks. Nikita Miller was the Jamaica captain. And Barbados had 161 to win and managed to squeeze home. 2020 at Sabina Park, that season, 2021 cut short. Barbados won by 119 runs. But I think now more to the point, after the 2 rounds, both Lyndon and Pedro, everyone is anxious to hear what are the standings, because there's going to be a break for roughly 2 months before this tournament goes into the last 3 rounds. Remember that for the first time since the PCL started in 2014-15, that there will not be return games. So following today's match here at Kensington Oval, with the other 2 in Trinidad having finished yesterday, Barbados Pride remain at the top with 42 points now they've gone to. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force also with 2 victories, but 38.6 points. The Leeward Islands Hurricanes rebounding from a defeat against Barbados here last week, 3rd on 24.6. Guyana Happy Eagles, who squeezed the win in the first game, but were beaten comprehensively by an innings yesterday. And let's recall that they were champions 5 straight years before Barbados regained the supremacy in the last season, 2021. So Guyana Happy Eagles on 21.4. And then the Windward Islands Volcanoes 10.8, and Jamaica Scorpions at the bottom, rock bottom on 8.8. So just to repeat the points table after the second round of matches in the Cricket West Indies Professional Cricket League First Class Championship. The title holders, Barbados Pride on 42 points. T&T Red Force 38.6. Leeward Islands Hurricanes 24.6. Guyana Happy Eagles, they've changed their name from the Jaguars to the Happy Eagles, but I think they are now a bit unhappy. 21.4. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 10.8, and the Jamaica Scorpions 8.8. And thanks for the assistance from Adriel Woody Richard. He's a professional guy. He worked for the Cricket West Indies, and he recognizes. As a matter of fact, I dare say, I want to admonish Lance Whitaker. You can take it in good stride, but I quickly called Woody on the eve of this series when I was watching Sportsmax, and they put up the table, and the table was incorrect. They didn't include significant points. And I say to Woody, let's get in touch with Lance to tell Lance to set the record straight. So now the record is straight, and that's the position. Let's hear from Lyndon and our special guest in Pedro Graves, one of the newest members of the BCA board. Before we wrap up, so that Michael Sobers, who's done a wonderful job, can hit the road, Jack.
Yeah, Keith, Jamal Warrican having a good game. Seems as though he's fallen in love with Jamaica and having good returns over the last couple of years whenever they meet, whether they're here in Barbados or in Jamaica. And capitulation by Jamaica. I thought that they'd throw it away on day 2. Haven't gone to the close on day 1, 299 for 3. My personal view is that the cricket isn't as strong as we would like the cricket to be. The results shows that we have had results in all the games thus far, but the 2 pitches presented here at Kensington were in contrasting wickets. One filled with grass, which I believe could play on the side of the batsman, but the bounce was very consistent. You could predict the bounce. The bowlers didn't do a lot with the ball. We saw some late swing on the 3rd afternoon by Jermaine Louis from the Leeward Island Hurricane. Jeremy, sorry. Yeah. Louis from the Leeward Island.
Jeremiah.
Right. So apart from that spell, I haven't seen the bowlers doing a lot with the ball. Jonathan Carter seemed to run the ball nicely when Barbados were behind the 8 ball. Good innings by Devon Thomas. But then we come to this game, and you find a wicket devoid of grass, a belted. The Jamaicans win the toss and bat. Nothing troubled the batsman. Then on day 2, I didn't have the honor of seeing it, but listening to it and looking at the figures, you would believe that a hurricane blew through Barbados early in the morning, because to lose 7 wickets for 29 runs on that surface that was presented, it was really amazing. Either the bowler was spectacular bowling, or the middle and the tail was simply not up to the standard I expected. Now you come to day 4, you get yourself back involved in the game. Craig Bradford batted magnificent. Take nothing away from him. He's a class act at this level. There's no 2 ways about that. He took the game away from the Jamaican side, put Barbados in firm control, but it was all up to Jamaica then. The wicket was still a good cricket pitch. Good cricket pitch still on offer. You had John Campbell, Jeremy Blackwood, and Kumabona, and I'm going to stop there, because that's those are the test players of repute in the Jamaica side, and it is their responsibility at top of the order to ensure that Jamaica have a fighting chance to have at least saved the game. They got starts similar to Shamar Brooks, similar to Ray Marifa, similar to John Carter, and then they all got out. So when you translate that 16, 17 to test level, that's only 5. You see, and that's the reason why we are struggling at the bottom of Test cricket. The batsmen need to take responsibility. You get good balance strips to this. Full kudos to the ground staff here at Kensington. The pitches for both games were excellent cricket pitches. And in closing, I'm just going to say congratulations to the Barbados side. They played the better cricket. They got the deserving results. Jamaica, they will have to do a lot of work to get themselves back together. And we look forward to the resumption. That break could be crucial. A lot of things can happen between that break, Keith. A lot of things can happen between that break.
I was just reading a message here from Philo Wallace, and he says a harpy is a breed of eagle found in Guyana. Thanks very much, Philo.
Very much in tune with what's going on. He wears the West Indies cricket on his heart. You know, I'm sure that he'd be crushed, not only because he would be bubbly that Barbados won, but knowing Philo would be disappointed to see that you get good cricket wickets and you don't see the big lot of spin, turn, bounce, not consistent, that threatens the batsman, or a lot of swing from the seam bowlers, because a lot of medium pacers in the cricket know that they aren't doing a lot with the ball.
Yes.
But when you get good cricket wickets like good cricket pitches like these, the batsmen have to make them count. So these 70s and 80s, but the established players are simply not good enough.
Yes. If someone reckoned that my pronunciation may not have been the best and I was making a little mockery of Guyana having changed their name, yes, I know there are the Harpy Eagles. And if I call them the Happy Eagles to say that they may be a bit unhappy, that was just tongue-in-cheek. I'm aware that their name is the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And I'm certain that Mr. Pedro Graves, as a happy man here, knows that as well.
Yes, Keith. Just want to echo Lyndon's comments and support them. But all that's left for me to do really is to thank you, Keith, and the entire commentary team really for excellent display of commentary and analysts over the last 2 games, and also Susan Bell for her great work here in keeping you all informed. But I just want to also make a rallying cry to corporate Barbados. With the season starting hopefully in April, we will want corporate Barbados because the clubs will need them more than ever, coming out of the pandemic, etc., and not much activity. What you will find is a lot of the clubs depend on 1 or 2 persons to keep it going, and some clubs range between $40,000 to $60,000 a year to run the club, the facilities. So I'm just calling on corporate Barbados to come out and support the varying clubs and also the BCA in our programs. We have the women's cricket, we have the junior program, and also the senior team that you're seeing here doing so well today.
Well, Pedro, I would expect that you have some influence. You are now a seasoned man working in the accounts at Sagicor. Sagicor General sponsored the 50-over tournament for about 41 years. They sponsored the T20 tournament from its inception in 2008. Recall Sagicor. That name Sagicor needs to be associated again with Barbados and its domestic competitions.
Yes, any entity that has served cricket in not only just in Barbados, but also cricket West Indies, the Sagicor High Performance Center, etc., for a number of years, and we want to really thank Sagicor for what they have done, and I believe that Sagicor will come back again in terms of giving, and I do know that they still do some stuff with us, etc.
Yes. Just before we go, there was talk about the other rounds, last 3 rounds playing in Trinidad. I would find that to be rather absurd. I don't know if it is on the list of what you may point to as the provisional fixtures, but Trinidad and Tobago, like Barbados, they have hosted 4 matches in the first 2 rounds, Brian Lara Cricket Academy and the Queen's Park Oval. We've had 2 here at Kensington Oval, but I would find that to be a bit strange that 2 months on when you resume this tournament, that then you focus on Trinidad. I don't know if it's a question of cost. And you sit on the BCA board. Do you think some representation is needed in this case, Pedro?
Certainly I would investigate to see the reasons for that, but I know that there's a lot of cricket coming up. You have the Test Series. You have also, they're looking to also play a lot of youth cricket as well, and women's cricket this year. So that may be a bit up in terms of the scheduling, what they want to do. So I suspect that may be the reason, but we can always investigate and come back to you, certainly. But probably an announcement will be coming from Cricket West Indies on that.
Yes, well, you can remain. I'm going to let Andrew come and give all of the raps in terms of the individuals who he has to thank. You can come take my headset, Andrew, because today is Friday. I have some work to do. A column is still to be completed. You are a happy man. You were from pillar to post, from CMC up the road to Kensington Oval, and who knows where next. So remain there, gentlemen. Keep Andrew's company until the final ball is bowled. Once the umpire doesn't call no ball, Mr. Sorbers is looking busy.
Well, I'm told that Andrew never bowled a legal ball. Yeah, you always used to bowl no balls, Keith.
Is that true? Why are you laying on me after Barbados' victory? But it's been a pleasure talking to you, of course, and I want to really thank all those who participated. We want to, first of all, thank Cricket West Indies for having the confidence in us to do this production. And I really want to thank David Green and his wonderful staff. The streaming was absolutely superb. We were able to get some wonderful interviews in. I thought the interview with Lloyd Barker, the retired umpire yesterday, was absolutely brilliant. And to go down memory lane with Owen Eswick was brilliant as well. So we tried our best, and we really want to thank the Barbados Cricket Association for hosting us as well. We want to thank them for their partnership to ensure that the commentaries are heard locally. We want to thank CBC Radio in Barbados, Mr. Pearson Bowen, and his wonderful team, because we recognize the importance of radio commentary. And those who know me will tell you that I'll die for it, because I still think that we should have radio. This is where we all started, and you'll be surprised at the number of people around the Caribbean that listen to their radio, especially the older folk. We want to thank, of course, not only David Green, but Barry Wilkinson, very much a part of the commentary team. I want to thank Lyndon Yard for doing a wonderful job. Well done, Lyndon. Roland Butcher, the former England batsman. Of Woody Richards came off the bench like Ronaldo, you know, as a as a reserve commentator. When we had other duties, did a wonderful job, Woody. I've always said to Woody that he's a very good ball-by-ball commentator, and really should do a lot more of it. Knows the game, and very good work done by Woody Richards. Jamal Smith, wonderful. Wonderful work from him. And we always love our little jabs on the radio. And of course, Susan Bell, who did a wonderful job for ensuring that we got all the stats and the figures. And we really want to thank everyone for being a part of the broadcast. So final scores in the match between the Scorpions, who were really stung at the region's Mecca. Did I miss anyone? Yes, I did. Oh, the most important man. Yeah, because without him, there would be no broadcast. Michael Sobers, and in fact, I got a WhatsApp message asking me to ask him why he got the name Dodger. But a wonderful man, Michael Sobers, and the wonderful team next door. Of course, the ladies who did such a wonderful job. So I don't think I've missed anyone, and if I have, well, pardon me. So final scores in the match, 328 and 233 to Jamaica. Barbados, 521 for 8 declared, and set a simple assignment of making 41. They made 42 without loss, with Brathwaite, the leader of the Barbados team, man of the match comfortably, making 7, and Mosley, he made 3. So that's it then from Kensington Oval. Andrew Mason for the final time, saying goodbye from the region's Mecca.